All right, this is week 3 in the Mortgage Marketing Mastery Program. I'm pretty excited about this week because now we are starting to talk about actually getting traffic to the landing pages and everything. The system, basically the system we just set up. Now we're going to start sending people to it and collecting referral leads. So we're going to do that using Facebook in week 3. We're going to show you the exact targeting and ad copy we use for home buyer and refi leads. Resources you're going to use. You're going to use the Facebook Business Manager and Facebook page and Facebook Power Editor. So for the Business Manager, we want to streamline this as much as we can. Instead of wasting time trying to create videos to show you how to create the Business Manager, there's already videos and there's already instructions on how to set it up that Facebook provides that are just that are easy to follow. So below this video, you'll see a link to the setup instructions for how to create a Facebook Business Manager. And the reason why you want a Business Manager is you don't want to be running advertising through your personal account. A variety of reasons you don't want to do that. And then second, just a great place to organize and keep track of all your clients under one roof, if you will. So you definitely want a Facebook Business Manager. Don't worry if you're not like a big company or whatever. Even if you're just starting out and just a one-man shop, you can create a business manager. So don't worry about that. Just follow the instructions, set it up, and then also you'll want a Facebook page for yourself to create the Facebook Business Manager. It's explained in the instructions, but basically there's a page that's going to represent your business. So just create one. Like if you're a marketing, if you're a freelance marketer or whatnot, just create a page, whatever it is, whatever the name is of what your company is or what you're calling yourself. Maybe it's your personal name, a page that's your name, whatever it is. Create that first and then set up your Facebook Business Manager, because then you'll tie that page to your Business Manager. And that'll be kind of the face of your Business Manager. Don't worry, you won't use that in the advertising. It's just for the setup. We're going to have specific pages for the loan officers that we use to run ads. So anyway, so the Facebook page, if you're unfamiliar with that on how to create it, that's even easier to set up than a Facebook Business Manager. And there's a link to instructions below this video as well. And then Facebook Power Editor is where I'll be in and showing you everything that we're doing. So, you don't need to necessarily watch any extra training on that. I'm going to show you exactly what you need to do to set up your ads and get them running. And then, as usual, if you have questions about anything, feel free to ping us in the group. You can jump on a Q&A call, and then also feel free to shoot us an email at contact@mmmsupporthelp.com for any kind of private questions you want to keep from the group for whatever reason. So, all right, with that, let's dive into Facebook. Okay, everyone, here is the first video of week 3. So what we got is our system is set up, our landing pages are put together. Again, we're going to continue on with the buyer example, and basically now we're ready to start getting people to the page, right? So we're going to use Facebook. So the first thing we need to set up is well, for one, you've already set up your Business Manager. If you haven't done that, go ahead and go back to the overview video for week 3. And below that video is instructions on how to set up your Business Manager page and your Business Manager account. Two different instructions. So go ahead and follow that. Make sure you have that done before you move on into week 3, because you need to have your Business Manager done before you can launch ads, right? So after you have that set up, we are going to determine what kind of page that we're going to be using. So you'll find when you're working with mortgage, you'll find when you're working with the loan officer clients that some will have a brand already established, and or they want you to use their brand. They're fine with that. So what do I mean? Let's just pop over to one of our clients here. So here you can see Michael Sema. He's actually a CEO of a mortgage brokerage, one of our clients that we work with. You can see this here is his page, right? So this is his page. So what the page that converts the best typically is one of the ones that's a face in a person. I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of psychological reasons. Could be, they build trust, build a relationship with a person versus a company or brand. That could be it. All I know is we prefer to use brand pages like this if we can, meaning they already have one of these set up for themselves. So this, typically each loan officer will have their page, and so we would want to run it. That, if that's the case, we don't need to set up a new page. We'll just use theirs. They'll just add us as an admin to their page. So, and that's all done through, there's a settings function that's usually up here on the page that, let's see, there's usually a settings function up here that they would hit, and then along the sidebar, there's something that says page roles, and in there, they can add you as an admin, and that's what you would do. That gives you control to be able to advertise through the page. Okay, so this is one type of page, a page that the loan officer already has. Okay, that's fine if we're going to use it. The other scenario is the loan officer does not have a page, and or they maybe work for a bank, or they work for a company that's heavily regulated. So there's loan officers that actually are independent. Then there's loan officers that are actually tied to, like, say, Wells Fargo or US Bank, right? So those are red tape nightmares in terms of compliance issues and all that. They just have to go through a bunch of approvals. So it's easier for us to just send them referrals without using any of their branding, right? So if that's the case, and again, loan officer does not have a page that we're going to use to advertise, and or they can't have a page. Essentially, they're tied to a bank or something. Then we're just going to create a page, and here's what we would do here. So this one here is one we set up for someone, for one of our clients, and we just had a generic page called California Home Buyer Programs, right? You can name it whatever you want. What we typically do is name it at a minimum, at least the state that you're advertising in. I set up this page so I can use it for any clients here in California. Another option, which may be even better, is each loan officer typically is targeting specific cities and regions and whatnot. Not very few of them actually are handling statewide referrals. So this could easily be Los Angeles home buyer programs, or San Francisco, or whatever, Denver home buyer programs. It can be whatever city that you're targeting for that loan officer. And so here's what I was talking about for the settings. So if they have a branded page, they can go into settings, and over here, see page roles. You see here I'm the admin of this page here. That they can add someone right here. They can just type in a name if they're already friends. If they're not friends, just give them your email, and then they can change this to admin, and then add you, and then you're tied up and you can advertise through it. So anyway, so bottom line is, figure out which page you're using. If you already have a client that you're working with, or about to work with, see if they already have a branded page and if they're able to use it. If so, let's use that. If their page is, they don't have a page, or maybe there's compliance issues, instead of going through the process of trying to make it work and setting up a new page, all that good stuff, just create a different page that you control and own. You don't have to worry about getting added to or whatever compliance issues or anything like that. You're just going to create your own generic page. And all I did was literally just I just typed in I just went to like Zillow and went to California and just grabbed a couple of nice pictures of nice homes or whatever. That's all I did here. Just added that as the cover and added it as the profile. You don't have to do anything crazy. That's it. Just very simple, right? So nothing crazy you have to do here with this. Bottom line is just get the page set up. If you don't have one, if you already have a client that's already going to have a page, then don't worry about it. But all right, that's simple. So with that, we're going to move on to actually setting up our ad account. So we'll see you in the next video. All right, we are in the next video here where we just got done setting up our page. All right, so we already have our page now established, whether that's one that you create or one that you're getting access to on their behalf, on the client's behalf. So the next step here is we want to create an ad account for our loan officer campaign. So I'm going to go ahead and pop over to my business manager, right? So you should have a business manager already set up. Once you're in your business manager dashboard or whatever it is, you can just go to this blue button. It says business settings. You can also come up here and this little tab up here and hit it and come over here to say business manager settings. And what it'll do is bring you up into this page. And so you're just going to come over here to the left where it says people, pages, ad accounts. Go ahead and click the one that says ad accounts. And then you're going to come over and here where it says add new ad account, you're going to go all the way down, skip these first two and go all the way down to create a new ad account, right? So go ahead and hit that. And then give it a name. So I'm going to say test LO account, whatever, just for this training. Advertising on behalf of, just leave that. That's just your business manager, whatever it is. Don't worry about that. Just leave it the same. Time zone, go and put it whatever time zone you're in. And then currency, whatever, I'm pretty sure everyone's all in the US here, but if not, change it to whatever makes sense for you. And then payment method, if you have a payment method already set up, matter of fact, let me click this. You can do, if you already have a card tied to your business manager, it'll list here and you can just select it. If not, you can just go ahead and hit add payment method later. So let's go ahead and do add payment method later and then create ad account. Okay, so I'm going to refresh my business manager and I should see the test account somewhere here. You might not have as many accounts as I do here. I'll tell you what, I'm going to find it in the list here. It's loading slow. I'm just going to find it. All I'm going to do is I'm going to find it and click on it. That's simple. So hold on one sec. Okay, I found it here. I clicked it. Now it's just kind of going to go ahead and start loading something on me. So it's going to have me try to create a campaign right away. I don't like to do that. So I'm just going to go ahead and there's a way to cancel it. Actually, let's just go here and actually, what we're going to do is in this tab up here, Ads Manager, after you create the account, it's going to try to get you to create an account, but we're going to skip that for now. You're going to go up here to this tab and go down to where it says Pixels. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually create a pixel, and I'll show you how to install that. So we're actually going to do that in the next video. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, so here we are back now, ready to install our Facebook Pixel. So Facebook Pixel is just essentially just a piece of code that's going to, well, Facebook explains it pretty doggone easy, makes it easy and helpful to track, to track what's going on, track the results of the ads that we run, to help optimize the ads that we run, and to basically help us build out audiences from people who interact with our pages. So we want to get this pixel on our landing page, here, and on the thank you page. It's real easy to do with ClickFunnels here. So what we're going to do is go ahead and create our pixel. And yeah, I just leave it whatever the name of the account is. Just hit next. Okay, so here's what we do. Keep it very simple. Just use copy and paste the code. Okay. And now we're going to install the base pixel. Just come down here and hit copy. And you're going to go to your ClickFunnels. And then up in the settings, right over here, just going to click that. And you're going to paste it right here in this head tracking code. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. Come down here and save. Okay, so when you put it there up in the settings, it puts it on every single page of the funnel. Okay, so that's what's kind of going on there. So no matter what page they visit, it's you know, Facebook can know that someone came to that page. All right, then what we're going to do is we're actually going to install it on each individual page with a little extra code to kind of indicate different, you know, kind of a to indicate that they did visit this page. So what do I mean by that is, let's come up here to settings, go down the tracking code, go ahead and paste it here in the header. Okay, same code that we did. We're just going to paste it right there. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Facebook. Oops. Okay, we're going to come down here to install event code. Just go to basic. Actually, don't even remember what recommend. Why it says. Okay, yeah, so the basic. All right, so here's what we want to do. We want to know, you know, how many people hit the, you know, the first page. We also want to be able to track the people that go to the thank you page separately, right? Because if they go to the thank you page, that means they submitted the form, right? That's the only way they get to the thank you page. So we want to separate them out so we can do different targeting, and we can do a bunch of. We have a lot of flexibility of what we can do in Facebook. So what we're going to do is we're going to now again, this is just what I use, right? So for the front page, I'm going to use view content. All right, I'm just going to copy it. So view content means they just simply viewed this page. That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be putting the code on this specific page. It just means that someone landed here, no matter what they do, right? So I want to know that and be able to track that. So here's what I'm going to do. So watch this little piece. So Facebook's been changing, you know, the little pieces of their code. So here's how I do this. There may be different ways, but just this is how I do it. All right, so I just go ahead and paste that view content, right? All I did was I grabbed the code here, view content. Okay, I'm just going to grab this little piece that says view content that's in the middle of the script. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And then I'm going to come up here. See the second, so see where it says page view right here, up in the top code here? I'm going to go to this first script here, space, 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 and then right here, I'm going to paste that view content. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, so what I'm doing is I got the base code on here, and I also indicated that, hey, if they hit this page, because I'm putting the tracking code directly on this page with this view content, count it as a view content, right? That's a column that we're going to create in Facebook so we can track that. So, all right, so what I do real quick also, I'm going to copy this. Okay, copied it. Now I'm going to go ahead and just save. Boom. Okay, let me exit. Okay, so now I want to put another kind of indicator on the thank you page. So I can tell the difference between people who hit the front page and then people who actually hit the thank you page and fill out the form. So let's go. So I clicked on the thank you page. Let me hit edit page here. Okay, same thing. I'm going to go ahead and go to settings and then tracking code. Go ahead and just paste everything here in the header. Okay, you notice I still have the view content here. That's fine. Just go ahead and paste everything here. Now quickly go back over to Facebook. And now I'm going to go down to, see where it says lead? I'm going to count everyone who fills out the form as a lead. Okay, so all I did was click lead here and I copied it. Now I'm going to go back. Let me just paste it down here so I can get what I want. All right, now I'm going to highlight just this part, which is the lead. And now I'm going to replace view content with the lead up here. Boom. Okay. Delete this. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. So now when someone visits the front page, it'll count as someone viewed it'll count as a view content. When someone hits the thank you page, meaning that they went through and filled out my form and got to the thank you page, they're going to count in Facebook as a lead. All right, and that's kind of important. So, and we'll talk about that when we set up the ad. Okay. And so let's just go back real quick. Okay, so our pixel is done. If I was to be setting up the refinancing campaign, I would set it up the exact same way. You're going to use the same pixel, right? If it's for the same client. But instead of lead for the thank you page, I'm probably going to do something like complete registration, right? The reason why is that way I can track leads for the home buyers. So I know that that's the home buyers, and the complete registrations, I would know that that's the refi. So that's if I go ahead and not this funnel, not the home buyer funnel, but the refinancing funnel, which we haven't been walking through because it's the same kind of stuff. Essentially, everything works the same. When I put the pixel on the refinancing funnel, I do everything exactly the same, but instead of lead on the thank you page, I use the code for complete registration. Okay, that's the only difference there. Okay, so, but anyway, for the home buyer funnel that we're walking through, I use lead, and we're good to go. I saved it, we're all good to go. So I'm just going to scroll down, ignore all this other stuff, hit next. Okay, and so I'm going to hit close. Oops. Let me hit close. Okay. Right, so it's done. I don't need to do anything else. I'm going to go to Ads Manager and just go ahead and chill there. Okay. And actually, if I sit here, see where it says your pixel test LO account pixel is active. Start using it to track conversions, audiences, and optimize. That's how I know that I installed it correctly. Right? We'll also further validate it once we get the ad set up. All right, but anyway, we're good to go. Okay, so with that, the next video, we're going to go ahead and talk about our ads. All right. Okay, here we are in the video where we are actually going to create our ads. So this is kind of the moment everyone's been waiting on. Like, all right, let's get to the part where we actually can start getting traffic and actually get these ads launched. So well, we're going to do something that probably no one else I've ever seen do, is we're actually going to show some mortgage lead generation ads and exactly how to set them up. All right, so let's just look what the end product looks like here first. Let's see here what we got. Okay, so remember, so this is actually ones we ran for Michael. Remember I showed you the branded page here, so you can see what we got here. So we're going to end up making it look like a post, right? So we're going to run a post or set it up like a post, and this is the exact verbiage that we're going to use. But this is what it looks like with a brand page. So this is Michael's page. We're running it through his page. You can see the verbiage. You can see we have what it looks like, and here's what it looks like when we're running it through our own page, right? So for the one that we created where we needed to create we created our own page because for whatever reason, we needed to do that. But you'll notice that we're using the exact same ad, right? Reason why is because what we're showing you works. So you're literally going to use the same ad to start, right? You notice we use this 3-home style. Now we've done a lot of testing, and right now this is just what's converting really well. So will this always convert really well? I don't know. So we'll just have to pay attention to that. But this is what I suggest starting with. No matter when we're starting, whenever you start your ads, start with this format. So first, real quick, before we launch the ad and get the ad, walk through the ad setup, we actually kind of need to create an image first for the ad. So I just want to show you just real quick where we're creating these. We create them over in Canva, and I'm not sure if let's see here, it's canva.com. I don't know how to let me see if I can grab this here. Yeah, canva.com. See it over here in the corner. It's called Canva. It's a free kind of image builder. I can't remember if I showed this in a different video or not. It's just what we use to create ads, or create images, I'm sorry, for our ads, because they have a little when you log into Canva and you come to the first dashboard, when you pick a new, that you want to create a new image, it actually has some templates, and one of them is the Facebook post, right? So I just use the Facebook post. It automatically sizes it, and it'll bring you into like this little thing here. Of course, these images won't already be here. But you'll have like a white square. So let me just show you what it looks like. Okay. Let me delete all this. Element. Okay, so you just start off with this white square, and then we come over to the section that says layouts over here, layouts. And you're going to scroll down, keep scrolling until you get down to these little parts here. All right, let me fix my screen. Okay. And then I just come to the one where I find this guy right here, which is that 3 image. See how this is the one big flat one and then 2 small ones? That's what this is. So I just go. I love Canva. It's so easy to use. And again, it's free. There is paid options in here. I am on a paid plan, which I think I pay $12 a month, simply because I do so many different things with it. But anyway, there you go. And then you can literally upload photos. So all I did, because we want to use real pictures of houses, right? I just go over to Zillow.com. Oops, I guess I could have typed in Zillow.com. And then I just go through, and so say if I'm doing this in Los Angeles, I'm just going wherever city I'm in. I just go and I try to find pictures of homes that look nice and look normal. They don't have to be fancy, whatever. Just kind of, whatever area you're in, right? So that's why I just kind of Google in the city or type in the city, whatever. So I would maybe click on this one and grab this image here. Homes that are out there for sale. It's not that big of a deal. And I would just kind of screen capture this little picture, and then you literally just open up wherever it is on your, just open it up, or if it's on your desktop, just drag it into Canva, and Canva will kind of add it into an upload section here, and then you just grab it and drag it in, right? So very simple, very simple. If you have questions about this, again, there's a million programs out there. We just use Canva, very easy, very simple, and I can create these like super quick. So once I create this, and I usually create a couple variations. So you can see here I have 2 here for this, whatever. I like to create just 2 different ones. I try to grab stuff that's kind of eye-catching, like see how the colors kind of stand out a little bit and whatever. There's some, play around with it. You may not find the winner on the right one. I just try to find stuff that looks somewhat nice, right? And then once you got it, just hit download, save it to your computer, because you're going to need to use that later, right? So, all right, and then but this is the end product, right? This is what we're shooting for. So, all right, so how do we set that up? Well, actually, real quick, how do these perform? So the question might be, well, why are you doing it this way? Well, here's why. Let me show you just within. This is Mike's campaign. I just popped the last month here so we can show some stats, because we only ran it actually for a very few days. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, so the hung buyer quiz. You can see here I just have a male and a female kind of ad set, 2 different ad sets, and I was spending about $15 a day before we turned this one off, and we spent about $96 on each ad set, so about $192 total. And right here is, now I told you to use lead for the home buyers. For this one, we did it backwards, kind of just mistakenly. So this one's complete registrations, but this is the actual leads. So these are people that submitted. So you can see here, for those long form leads, for females, we're getting about $4 a lead. For males, about just under $7 a lead. So, these work, right? So you don't need to worry about any other stats other than know that this ad that I'm showing you works really super well for mortgage leads. And remember, these people are filling out 15 to 18 questions of information, and you're getting on that cheap. Some people brag about getting a name, email, and a phone number that cost them like $20 to $40. Here we are under $10, under $5 for some of these ad sets. So guess what? It's pretty doggone consistent across the board too. I like to split them out in the male, female, because they respond differently. But again, we'll walk through that here in just a second. But bottom line is, understand that these work, and they work really well. And actually, if we go to ads in this campaign, we'll look at the 2 ads. Yep, here they are here. You know, you can see some other ones that we tested and whatnot, but look, relevance of 9, relevance of 9, right? Not that that stuff matters, but relevance is an indicator kind of Facebook saying, you know, hey, you know, this is how relevant your ad is to your audience. So, you know, the higher the better. It just means you're getting some pretty decent costs. But again, all we care about is the cost per conversion, right? So, all right, bottom line is they work. All right, so how do we set this up? So we're going to walk through. So in your ads manager here, we're going to set this up through Power Editor. So up here in your tab, click it and go down to Power Editor. Some people are very scared of the Power Editor. It's actually very easy to maneuver around. Okay, you can see here, set up a payment method for this ad. If you didn't set up a payment method, up in this tab here, you go to billing and payment methods and add however you're going to pay for these ads, right? So whether that's a client's card or the client's just paying you and you're going to use your card. You can also hook up PayPal, whatever it is. But bottom line is you need to have that set up before you set up your ads. That's why or else you'll see this message. All right, so make sure you do that. All right, so bottom line is we're down here in the campaigns, and these type of ads we set up as they're what's called a dark post, right? So this looks like a normal Facebook post, right? If you went to Michael Sima's page, you would not see this ad there on the page, right? You wouldn't see it there because we set it up as a dark post, meaning that we're running it. You know, it's obviously coming from the page and it's running out there on Facebook, but we hid it from the page. So it's sometimes called as dark post. You maybe have heard them. The reason why is because when we're launching several different ads, you don't want to populate the page with just ad after ad after ad after ad. Every time if we stop one and test a new one, we don't want those appearing on the Facebook page because that can get annoying for the people that actually follow the page. So we hide them, right? So, all right, okay. So let's create a campaign and show you how you do that. Okay. What we're going to do, because these work so well, we already know that they work. You don't have to do a lot of testing. You're just really going to fire it up. You're just going to launch these as what's called a conversion ad. See right here? Okay. And I just call this home buyer, and I like to call it conversion, just so I know what type of ad I'm doing. Right? Ad set name. Let's just put it... this is just the way I name things. I do location, so whatever my location is, plus, let's do 50 miles. I'll tell you what all this means in a second. Let's just leave it at that. And then we'll just call this, I just call P1 for post 1. Let's create it. Okay, don't get too wrapped up in this. Just follow along here, and then we'll walk through each of these pieces. Okay, so we're good here. We don't need to change anything here. All right, and over on the side here. Okay, so here we are. This is the campaign level. So the campaign we created is a home buyer conversion campaign. Down here is the ad set. The ad set is where we pick how much we want to spend and who we're targeting. Who are we showing the ad to? And then the ad is the actual ad itself. It's actually this piece. What are we showing? What are we showing these people that we picked up here to target? Right? That's all that's going on. Okay, so you'll see errors. That means it just, we have to fill out the ad, or else it'll see a little error here. All right, so the first thing is the ad set. Okay, so let's drag this back here. Over here, you'll see like a little tab. So when I highlight, I put the checkbox in this line here. It'll highlight this little tab, or it'll show this little tab, and I can just open it. I just hit it to open it. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, so this is very easy. Oops. Okay, so right up here, the conversion. Remember, because we set it up like a conversion, it's saying, select an event, select a conversion event. So this is where, remember when we set up the pixel? We're going to click this. Remember the 2 things we set up? We set up a view content and a lead. See how they're green? It's because it shows it knows that we installed these because it can detect them on those pages. Pretty cool stuff. And so what we want, it's saying, what do you want me to get more of? This is what Facebook is asking right here. What kind of conversion do you want me to get more of? Well, we want more leads, right? We want as many leads as we possibly can, right? So that's a simple way just to look at that. Okay. What do we want more of? We want more leads. So give me more home buyers, right? All right. So that's all we're going to do there. Pick that pixel. If it was the refis, you know what? We'll walk through the refis in a separate video. So we'll look at that in just a sec. But anyway, so home buyers, we're doing leads. Daily budget, that's just whatever you want to do. I usually just do $10 to start off. You can do $5, whatever. I like to start off with 10. Don't worry about doing anything here. Dates. Don't worry about audiences here. Okay, location. This is just going to be whatever you're targeting, right? So what we typically do for the home buyers, you'll find a lot of LOs like to find home buyers as close as they can to where they are, because home buyers just tend to, especially the first timers, they tend to want to do face-to-face meetings, and they, LOs like that as well, for them to come in and sign the paperwork and have a face-to-face with these folks. So we'll typically do just like a 50-mile radius around whatever location they're targeting, unless it's a super big city. So, for example, like if I was on Los Angeles, that might be, whatever. I might just do Los Angeles. I probably wouldn't do a big radius around it. But let's just say it's whatever. I used to live in Omaha. Let's do Omaha, Nebraska. I'd find Omaha, Nebraska. And yeah, whatever, maybe 25 miles around it. Whatever, maybe 50. Let's do 50. Okay. There we go. So I have my city that I'm targeting, and then, up to 50 miles away, right? Because people are looking for homes. I want to capture anyone who's driving around looking for things. Okay, so here's where we want to pick the age. So the comments, so think about this. Matter of fact, let's don't think about it. Let's just go with what works. That was the whole point of this, right? We're not going to guess. We don't need to go into psychology. We can talk a little bit about it, but we start at 25. 25 to 45, we find is kind of the sweet spot. So you can start, I would start no less than 25. So 25 at a minimum. So ideally, we're trying to get first-time home buyers. They're just good for the FHA loans, and loan officers like working with those guys. The FHA loans have a little bit more flexibility with them. So people who maybe don't have the best credit, they can have maybe a little bit lower credit score. They can put a little less down than say with a different type of loan. So they're good. They're good to get. So your area will determine what ages make sense. But if you're just starting, you don't want to try to guess or whatever. Just do 25, and we did 25 to 45. You don't have to go that low, but let's just start there. I mean, if you want to, you can go to to 55 or whatever, but let's just go 25 to 45, right? Okay, we like to split this out between men and women. We've seen it fluctuate so much that sometimes one gender versus the other converts just really, really well versus the other one. So let's just make this the men. Right, so 25 to 45 men. Okay. Here's where we get to the targeting, right? So let's go ahead and uncheck this. This is one of Facebook's new features where they're like, hey, you know what? If it makes sense to get a conversion, maybe let us venture outside what you're about to indicate for your targeting. Let's uncheck that. I only want Facebook to show the ads to the people I put in here for the targeting, right? I don't want it to make up its own mind and go somewhere else, at least not yet, right? So I want it to be very specific. So what is the targeting? So let's go. Let's pull it up. I'm going to pull up another ad set so I can just see here. So we're going to look at this. All right, let's dig in here. So there's a few things I like to do when I'm just launching the first time for the home buyer campaign, right? Okay, what I like to do is you can see here, there's a behavior called likely to move. I like to include them. All right, so let's do that. Likely to move. There it is, likely to move. It's a behavior. Let's go ahead and pick that, right? If they're likely to move, then they could be prime for a mortgage, right? What else we have? First-time home buyer. I like them. So I clarified this. I was always scared to use this because I'm like, well, does it mean that they've already bought a home and they're a first-time home buyer? But I guess after some further clarification and talking with some Facebook reps and some other kind of smart marketers as well, it seems like that the first-time home buyer group are people that are primed to buy a home, and it will be their first time. Right, so that's good. That's what we want. So let's include them in there. Renters, I want to grab, right? So I want to grab the renters. The reason why I group all these in together is because I initially just want to try to get leads generated in the area. Then I can start testing out and see which ones perform better. But also because I narrow down the audience so much. Sometimes I want to have a good, decent sized audience to target, right? I don't want it to be too small. Because some cities are pretty tiny, right? And even with a 50-mile radius, you just don't have a lot of people in it. You can see right now, we're only going to get about 56,000 in this audience right now, right? So it's not a huge amount. It's because I separated out into men. I will say that when you're just starting off with a client, it may make sense just to do both men and women. Right? Just so you have a bigger audience to start with, and then you can kind of see from there and then split it out when you're ready to scale. It's up to you. Definitely up to you. You're not going to get hurt either way. But if you can afford, if the budget's right and you can afford the budget, I would just go ahead and just split it off right away, men and the women. Okay. All right. What else we got here? So we did renters, and then there's an interest here that's called real estate. All right. We're using kind of interest targeting there, where people who may have been, it's a pretty big audience. It's people who may have been. So here it is up at the top, interest targeting. So it's people who've been visiting real estate websites, liking real estate pages. So they're looking at real estate in one way or another, right? So we want to include them in there. Just in case, right? Because maybe they're looking to buy. All right, that right there is all the interest we'll target. Okay, so now I want to do something else here that actually not a lot of people do. All right, so again, this is why you're in the course, right? To know exactly what works. Okay, so a couple things we're going to do down here in the exclude, right? So over here, I got my interests, and see down here where it says exclude people. I'm going to go ahead and hit that. There's a couple of people I want to exclude. First and foremost, because I'm looking for first-time home buyers and I'm trying to get buyer leads, I'm going to go ahead and actually exclude. You don't have to do this. I just started doing this, and it gets decent results. I've been seeing just fantastic results with it. Is exclude homeowners. All right. Because I'm mainly looking for people that are buying their first home. That's my sweet spot here for this campaign, for the home buyer campaign. So anyone who already owns a home, I don't want them in this. I don't want to target them, right? So I'm going to do that there. When I'm going after the refinancing campaign, that's when I want to include homeowners. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Okay, another group of people I want to exclude. I'm going to exclude anyone in the real estate industry. All right, I think it's this one, behaviors. Let me just look real quick. Okay, so real estate, behaviors, B2B industry. Here's why. I think it's this one. Yep. This is anyone who already works in real estate, right? The only thing that's going to happen if any one of these guys see my ad is they're just going to see what I'm doing for my client, and they're going to copy these ads for themselves. Right. So the people in the real estate industry, they already know what to do. They don't need to find someone to get a mortgage or whatever. So I'm essentially, for my client, I'm kind of protecting him, right? So I want to make sure that anyone in that area that actually works in the real estate industry, that they don't see these ads, even if they meet some of these other, even if they meet one of these requirements. because it's not for them. So I'd be wasting my money to show them ads, right? Does that make sense? And then a recent mortgage borrower. If they've already, let me type that in. See right here, behavior, recent mortgage borrower. If they just recently got a mortgage, they're not my audience, right? That's not who I'm trying to show an ad to. Okay, so we can see here, and that's it. That's all the targeting. That's all I'm doing. So I have my interest that I include, and my interests and behaviors that I'm excluding, right? And so you can see here, my estimated daily reach is about 610 to 1600 with a 40,000 audience. So that's kind of small. I do like it to be a little bit bigger. So this might be an instance where I group everybody all in one. Let's see what that looks like. If you can at least get around 100K, that's good to start. But don't worry. So here's 87K. So maybe I would run this right away as all. But it's not going to kill you to run it as many. Just understand that's a small audience, and down the road it could run into trouble if people start seeing the ad multiple times. But for now, let's just leave it as men, as if we're going to set up two separate, because I'll show you an easy way to duplicate it out for the females. All right, edit placements. We're going to uncheck all this crazy stuff. No audience network, no Instagram, no right column, no instant articles. This is all stuff you can test later if you want. I do go ahead and just leave it mobile and desktop because, let's be honest, Facebook's probably mainly going to show it to people on the mobile device anyway, and that's fine. That converts really well. But I don't mind leaving them together for that reason. One of the things I do, it's optional. Advanced options here. I usually check here only when connected to a Wi-Fi. The reason being is, these days data plans are getting better and people waste data, have unlimited data and all that good stuff. But, been running Facebook ads for a few years. And honestly, if you think about it, when are people more relaxed and scrolling around is when they're connected to Wi-Fi. Because when is that typically happening? So they're at a coffee shop chilling, they're just relaxing there at the coffee shop and scrolling around, or more importantly, they're at home, right? I'm always connected to my Wi-Fi here, so are you probably. And I want them to be comfortable because they got to fill out 15 to 18 questions, right? So sometimes I usually check this because I only want to show the ad to people who are connected to Wi-Fi, because in my head, psychology being that these are people more than likely in a place where they have time to complete that form. I don't want them when they're cruising in the car in the Uber to the next spot, or they're waiting in line somewhere. They don't have time to fill out my form, so I don't want to show them the ad. So that's the reasoning behind that. You can test without that if you want. And then change down here the conversion window. Facebook has all these options. We just want the 1-day click. So after clicking ad, we're saying that after someone clicks the ad, their conversion window is typically right then, right? It's within 1 day. So they don't click it and then 2 days later come back to it and fill it out. Typically they fill it out right then, right? So that's what that means. And then everything else we leave the same. Everything else is exactly the same. I can't scroll down anymore, but there's only a couple other little things here, but I don't touch anything else, right? All right, so we're good to go. We got that set. So I'll typically, I got, whatever, let's say Omaha plus 50. I have male 25 to 45. I just usually just label it something. I just, kind of gives me an idea what I did. All right. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and click on the next tab down, which is my ad. There's my P1, so I need to create my ad now. All right. So now all I'm going to do is, for you'll just copy. Let me find the right page. Okay, got my page here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here because I want to create a post, right? I don't want to create an ad. I don't want it to look like one of those ads that you see in the news feed. I want it to look exactly like a post, as if you just shared a post with a friend, or you're typing something on your timeline. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over to use existing post, and this is how we create a dark post. See this little plus sign? This is create a new page post. When you create a post here, it's only going to be used as a dark post. It will not show on the page, right? It's only going to show as an ad. See, it says save unpublished post. It means unpublished post because it's not going to be published on the actual Facebook page. It's just going to be an ad floating around. The cool thing is, though, it's going to look exactly like a post. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here to upload my picture that I downloaded, right? So let me go to let me open it up here so we can see what happened. Okay, so all I did was I clicked the plus and got the little window. I'm gonna hit photo here and upload my photo, right? So it'll show. So I just grab it off I just literally upload it off my computer. And then I'm gonna type in here. So let me just copy and paste. Obviously you see this, so you can just copy it yourself. Type it in exactly what I have here. I'm gonna paste this in here. Obviously we need to change out the link. So I'm gonna go to my ClickFunnels. I'm just gonna copy it. So after qualify here, I'm gonna post here. Okay, so I have my link, right? So there's my link. Obviously these images won't show. Let's hide all this. These images won't show because I will have uploaded my image here. I would have uploaded this image because I'm not doing that right now. It's showing all this nonsense. You won't see that. And then all I'm going to do, smart home, first time, whatever state you're in. So if I'm doing California, smart, California home buyers are taking advantage of today's low FHA rates and down payment options. This means lower out-of-pocket expenses and monthly payments, even if you've previously turned down before. Qualify with our pre-approval quiz in 60 seconds. Qualify here, link to your quiz, and then you're just going to come down to the blue button that says Save Unpublished Post, right? And then you're at this point. It's going to save and then populate over here. Okay, cool. And then you'll see down below, it'll say track all conversions from my Facebook pixel. You should see the pixel name that you created right there. And that's it, right? So then you're looking like this is what you're looking like, right? You have your post populated over here. And then you can actually, so this is what it looks like on a desktop. Cool, right? And the reason why we use the verbiage we do and not any more, not any less, is because when we go over to the mobile feed, this is what it looks like in the mobile, right? It looks like a post, and all my text shows up here, right? There's no read more, all that crap. I want it to be so freaking easy for these people to click this link and start filling out my stuff that, I create it this way so that there's no like read more and scrolling down and all that other crap. And there you go. This is what my post looks like. And then all I'm going to do is, once I create it, and I have my post created, I would literally just go back up to my ad set. So here's when I launched male and female. I did 30 plus because of the area of targeting. But so let's go back to this one. I created just a male only, right? So I have male. So I'm going to check this box. And then see up here where I say duplicate. So I'm back up at the ad set level where I did the targeting and picked the gender and the budget. So I already created the post. So I come back up to the ad set. I'm going to click it. I'm going to hit duplicate. Leave all this the same. Just hit create. Okay. Up here, I'm going to delete this. It's not going to copy. And then I'm going to change the gender from male to female. And then I'm going to scroll down and change the gender down here to women now. Leave everything else exactly the same. So now I just duplicated it. So now I have a female ad set and a male ad set. When I duplicated the ad set, it duplicated the post. So I do not need to create a new post. It's already there. And now I'm good. All I would do now at this point for the home buyer ad, I would hit review changes and it's going to upload and launch. It's that simple. You'll get a little notification that says your ad was approved. And it's going to look like this. It'll start running. Right, so with that, let me go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll go into the next video, and I'll walk through real quick what the refi looks like. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, here we are back now. We're going to talk about the refi ads. So this here, we're going to skip a lot of the things we talked about in the buyer ads because a lot of this stuff is already set up. So here's what the ad ultimately looks like. So this is a different type of ad than the post ad that we did for the buyer's ad. This is actually looks more like an ad. See, there's like a learn more button. There's text underneath the picture. There's text up here. So the reason why we're going to show you this one is because this is the one that for us has always performed the best, where we're actually doing it like this style ad, right? So let's look at what this looks like. But very simple. I will caveat right now. We haven't run refis in a couple months simply because the rates have gone up. We were at some historic lows. We're at rates at below 3%. So depending on when we're watching this video now, what the rates are, just understand at this time, there was a lot of people doing refis, a lot more at this point in time than maybe than where we are right now. So you just got to kind of pay attention to what's going on out in the market. But you know what? Your numbers, when you run ads, your numbers are going to tell you kind of what's working and what's not. So just understand that just because an ad doesn't necessarily perform well, it doesn't necessarily mean because the ad completely sucks. Like this ad we're going to show you has performed well for us, but depending on what the rates are at the time you're running, people may not be as interested in refis. So just kind of, something to keep in mind when we're running this. But the ad we're going to show you had, really good results. We had a bunch of different ads that we tested. Here's one, this one ran in August, and it was running in conjunction with our buyer ad. And we were getting refi leads. Again, the long form refi, I think, has 17 form data points on that form for $13. Basically just under $15 a refi lead for a long form refi lead. So very good perform. We have a lot of other similar ads just with different images that have similar metrics. So I'm just kind of highlighting one that was one of the better ones in terms of cost per conversion. But honestly, this is a good point to show you relevance of 1. So remember we talked about relevance. If you remember the buyer ad, it was like a relevance of 9. The refi ads, we never have really gotten great relevance scores on these ads. But they've always, again, it's not really about what the relevance score is saying. It's about what the cost per conversion is telling you. So that's, again, keep that stuff in mind too when you're running ads. All right, so let's actually set up a refi ad and see what that looks like. I'm going to jump to the Power Editor. So I'm back in the test account. So we're going to go ahead and create a campaign. Okay. This one right here, we're going to run as what's called a clicks. Well, it's a traffic campaign. So we're more concerned right now about driving the traffic to the page. So that's just the style that we ran here. Now we could possibly run this as conversions like we did for the buyer and get some decent results. Just at the time, and we're really getting the good results, we were running it as traffic. So you can test back and forth. But let's say refi campaign. We'll say traffic, right? There's traffic style. It just means that we're trying to get people to the landing page versus trying to optimize for the conversion event. Again, we're just going to do, this one's going to be real easy. We're just going to be targeting homeowners, male, and, I'll look at the age when we get into the targeting. And then here is going to be image. I1 for image 1 is what I'm going to set up here. Okay, again, before you set up your ad, have your image ready. Oops, these are easier. These we aren't using like the 3-house style. I would test those though. Relaunch a refi ad, and when we start running refi ads again, more common, or more often, we'll update. We'll keep you updated on what's working and what's not. I mean, this isn't just like, we're just going to show you this and that's it. We're going to let you know what's working for us as, as new stuff comes out and, more data comes in, depending on what we're running for our clients. So anyway, so this is just a single ad. This is very simple. We're noticing pictures with families were working really well, whether it's, them kind of hanging out with kids here in this inner setting, people out in the yard, playing out in the yard was good, but we noticed the families, you know, mom, dad, and a baby or a kid, you know, little kids were performing well, better than, like, say, the picture of the houses like they did for the buyer, right? Where are we at? Okay, right, so we created it, so we have it here, and let's go ahead and go to the ad set, right? Okay, all we're seeing down here is the home buyer ones we created earlier, so that's all that is. Just ignore that. All right, I have a check mark. This is my refi ad. Let's go ahead and open up the tab and get into it. Okay, so what do we need to do here? Okay, so, you know, here's the, looks like 35 to 60, right? So, you know, an older demographic than what we were doing for the first-time home buyers. First-time home buyers are, you know, potentially a little younger. The homeowners is what we're after. You know, they're the ones that already have a home, right? So we're just working up a different age bracket. Okay, again, I suggest start with $10. Don't worry about the dates here. Don't worry about any of this stuff. Now for refis, so for the buyers, we wanted to kind of keep it close to wherever the loan officer was. You know, we did like a 50-mile radius, which is, you know, that's still semi-close. Versus what we can do for the refis. Refis, we typically run statewide. I take that back. Refis, you can run up to statewide. You can reach out a little further than you do for the buyers. Some we do statewide, some we don't. It also depends on how many clients we have in a specific state. But bottom line is for the refis, a lot of those can be done. You know, those are homeowners. They've already been through the process. They're more comfortable doing you know, taking care of the paperwork and all that long distance. They don't necessarily have to come into the office. When I refied, you know, the first home I bought and did a refinance on it, I actually did it with a loan officer in a whole entirely different state. So everything was just done electronically. So you don't necessarily have to be there, and you know, homeowners don't necessarily need to have that interaction. So it just really depends on what the loan officer wants. You know, on how you target. But say in our other example, say we just did Omaha again, and with the 50-mile radius. So we'll just stick to what we did for the buyer. Just understand you have a little bit more flexibility to go bigger if you want there. It just depends on what, you know, the client you're working with. Okay, here again, we're going up to the age 35. Again, we're just giving you the starting point. Remember, so, you know, this is what works for us. You can, you know, obviously as your ads run and you're able to test more things and see what's working for your specific client, your specific area. But literally, we have clients, loan officer clients across the country, and we start the same every single time because it just works over and over and over again. Okay, here's one of those ones here. Again, you can do men, women. You know, it just depends on how big your audience is when we do that. So let's just say we're going to do men, you know, basically split it out like we did before. Here, the only thing we're targeting is homeowners. We want the demographic of the homeowners. Okay. And so that's a decent sized audience, right? That's good. We're going to go exclude people again. I'm going to exclude, this time I'm going to do the opposite of what I did with the buyers. I'm going to exclude the renters, right? If they're renting, I don't want, this isn't for them. This is for people that already own a home, already have a mortgage. Okay. And then I will do the same thing. I will leave out the real estate, you know, the real estate, you know, people who work in real estate. I will exclude them. The same thing we did for the home buyers in terms of excluding. And actually, let's look at that real quick. Who did we exclude? We exclude real estate, recent mortgage borrower. Okay, so yeah, so these other ones don't apply. Recent mortgage borrower, that's fine. We don't care if we target them for the refi ad. So for the refi ad, you know, it's even simpler. We're just excluding people in the real estate industry, you know, the people that actually work in the industry. We don't want to target them, and we don't want to target renters. And we're just going to target homeowners. It's actually very simple. It's actually even easier to target. Edit placements are the same thing. Same thing. We're going to run desktop and mobile. Now I will say, I take that back. I will say that for the most part, desktop converts well, or has always converted better for us. I don't know why that is, because the forms are pretty similar in size. They're not necessarily like the refi is only a couple more questions. So I don't know why. Again, I'm going to get rid of right column. I'm just going to leave the feed. So test it both ways in your area, because we have had luck with other loan officers in different areas, or various loan officers in different areas with mobile converting. It just, for whatever reason, more times than not, desktop has always converted best for us for the refis. I don't know why. So you can do it a couple different ways. Now, the reason why this is important is because if you run it all together, all devices, with mobile and desktop targeting the same, Facebook will always spend most of your advertising money on the mobile side of the house, because that's where most of the Facebook users are. So if my goal was to honestly see if desktop's going to be better than mobile, then I need to split this out. The reason why I don't with the buyers is because the mobile audience actually tends to convert, always has converted better for us. But it's opposite for refi. So test it. So I recommend for the refis, you can start off all devices and just monitor it and see how it goes. But if you don't get conversions after a few days, don't just throw in the towel. Go ahead and create, relaunch the ad, relaunch with just desktop. So you make sure that desktop is getting clicks, is getting shown, so that we can test it, because it could be that in your specific area the desktop is the best one. So either start with it, or just keep it in your back pocket, that if it doesn't convert, if you're running all devices, that you need to test it with desktop, right? So in this instance, we're just going to start with desktop because, again, I know it works. I just want to start with that here. All right, and that's it. Link clicks, good to go. I mean, everything's good to go. So, all right, so we're good. Now let's create the ad. Okay, this one's we're going to create a little different because we don't need to. We're not going to create a post. We actually are going to create an ad. So let me pull up the page again. Okay. So once you have your page, you actually are going to create an ad. So image, you're going to go ahead and select your image. Here's the image size. You can create that in Canva, right? 1200 by 628. Matter of fact, I think they have a preset, just like for, matter of fact, they do for, how we did, they already have a template for Facebook post. They actually have a template called Facebook ad, and it's exactly these dimensions. It's already set up for you. So you do the same thing. Just drag and drop, create your images. Website URL. That's just your funnel URL again. Again, you would be using your refi page here, for this setup. And you would just post it, and then display URL, leave that blank. For text, all we're going to do is we're going to come over here and copy this text. Okay, so we're going to take a look at this. So smart homeowners with current rates of, so here's where we're taking advantage of the super low rates. I would just add it to, so right now rates are in the 3s, so I would change this to 4. Because believe it or not, there's still, despite how low rates have been, there's plenty of people that just don't or haven't refinanced. So I always just say, okay, what are they currently? They're in the 3s. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump up to the next level. So 4% and above. That way, if this is flying through and I'm a homeowner and I see this and I'm like, well, heck, yeah, my current rate is 4% or whatever and above. So I'm going to pay attention to this, right? They're benefiting from the perfect storm for refinancing with, again, I'm going to change my state to wherever my client is. So if they're in California, with California property values rising and rates at historic lows, you may be sitting on a lower monthly payment and a ton of cash out value. Click below to take our quick 60-second quiz to see if you can benefit from refinancing today. We've played with various versions. There are several versions that actually work with this, but so we're just going to show you this one. But just understand that this isn't necessarily the only one that's converted. And you can play around with this as you want. The headline, We keep it here. See how much you can save by refinancing in 60 seconds. We want to keep it very simple. So we want to indicate, see how much, why we say it like that. $60. Why we say it like that is we want to make it seem like it's very quick to go through this process, because technically it is, and you're just flying through and filling out the form. It's not like a super long thing, but we want to make it just seem like it's very simple and easy. We want it to seem like it's very little hassle for them to complete this process. All right, news feed link description, that's down here. And we just simply put, all it takes is 60 seconds to find out your new monthly payment and available cash. We just kind of put ... All right, just kind of leave them hanging. This only shows when desktop ads are running. If it's a mobile ad, they won't see this part. What does it say? Find out your new monthly payment and available cash value. To find out new monthly payment and cash. We'll just put ... And we'll leave a button here. Learn more. Sometimes we do no button. Just test it. It'll vary on what's working for you for your specific ad set. For this case, since the example shows learn more, let's just leave it. And then, okay, down here again in the tracking. So we want to check this. It says do not track conversions. We actually do want to track conversions. Yep. So click that and make sure that your pixel's showing, which again it should. That way, since we're still running a traffic, so we're running a campaign that's for traffic to get people clicking, but it's still going to track conversions, and we want it to, right? It's going to show us. Remember, we put the pixel on the thank you page that's for complete registration, right? So we want to see that. We want to see every time there's a complete. We want Facebook to be counting that, because that's what we're paying attention to, right? And then that's it. That is it. That is your ad. Obviously, you'll have your different image, but we have our desktop, and actually that's all I'm running is desktop. But if I go back and turn this on for mobile as well, we can look at what the mobile ad looks like. We can preview it. So I'm going to go ahead and just change it to all devices, so we can go back and look what the mobile ad would look like. So there's desktop. Get this thing. We get this thing scrolled up. Here it is. Okay, so there's the ad on desktop. So if I scroll, what does it look like on mobile? Here's what it looks like on mobile. So here again, I'm not as terribly worried here because I'm not running it on mobile. But see how it does this more? I like to avoid that. So I would play with the text here if I am going to run it on mobile. Again, because we've had so much success on desktop, that's what we typically run it on. But just understand, if you do want to run mobile with this, that you need to adjust the text. You can test it without adjusting this text and leave it like this to see what happens. Because technically, this kind of ad, it's not like a post where they have to click the link. This one has a button. Like if anyone clicks on this image or the button, then it'll take them to the landing page. So it's less important to be able to show all the text and everything. But I still like to do that. Again, I want it to be as quick as possible for them to get from my ad to my landing page. So I don't want them to have to click to read more. I want them to see all the information I want to provide them. And then their next step is if they click, they go to my landing page, right? So again, this one's geared up for a desktop because that's just what performs the best for us. But that's it. Once we've put that together, then again, it's no different than the home buyer. We're just going to come up here and hit review changes, and it's going to launch the ad. So really that simple. That's the refi. So the refi targeting is even easier than the home buyers. And yeah, we're after homeowners at this point, and everything else is exactly the same. So okay, that's it for this video. What I'm going to do, I'll do one more quick video to show you how we set up kind of the ads manager so you can monitor and check the stats on how these ads are performing. So with that, we'll just see you in the next video. Okay, so welcome to this last video here of the week 3 for the Facebook ads module. Here, the last thing we want to do is we want to be able to monitor accurately what's going on with our ads, right? So, this is the test account. Let me get over to another account here. Okay, so here's an account. This is just this is the California home buyers that's actually currently running. So you can see here, we can actually see stats of what's going on. So this is a home buyer program. We got the website conversion ad. You can see here we have 9 leads. We're looking at the last 7 days. Spent $100, average about $11 per lead. I will go ahead and tell you right away that California is some of the most expensive leads across the country. So just a heads up on that. But you notice on one of the other campaigns we showed you like $5 and $4 a lead. But so just understand, depending on where you're at in the country, depending on what's going on in that specific market, we've seen lead cost per lead range anywhere from like $5 to $15, cost per lead. But here on Facebook, so just FYI on that. But anyway, so bottom line is, but I want to be able to see this. So if you look here, I can see the lead, I can see the cost per lead. All kinds of little stats here, right? If I'm back to my account that I just created, I don't see those columns. So here's how you create your own custom kind of columns, reporting columns here in Facebook. So you can quickly check, the status of your ads and see how they're doing. Okay, so what I always do first is I come down here. So see where it says columns, it says performance. Facebook has some pre-built columns. I always go to performance and clicks, right? So here that's going to show me, actually let's look at what it looks like here with the populated stuff. Performance and clicks. Okay, so see here, CPC, CPR. So you notice how it doesn't say lead and cost per lead anywhere here. All right, it has all these other weird columns, CPMs, all this other stuff that really honestly I don't matter, or I don't care about. You can see up here it does say leads 9 and cost per lead here. But anyway, I like to have my stuff really organized. So I always start with performance and clicks, right? So performance and clicks, and then what we're going to do is we're going to come down here and go customize columns. Okay. All right, so perfect. So right away I'm just going to come over here. I'm going to delete a few things I really don't care about. I don't care about the schedule. So this clicks here, you see how there's clicks, CTR, and CPC, and then you see clicks, CPC, and CTR down here as well. Okay, this one up here, this clicks where it says all, that counts any click on your ad, right? So whether someone just likes the post, someone likes the page, someone clicks a link in your ad, someone clicks the ad image, that's what counts up here. So I'm less concerned about that. I don't mind seeing the clicks. But I don't care about the other things. Down here, these link clicks and the link CPC and link CTR, this is any link that you have in your ad that leads off of Facebook, right? So this is what's important to me. I want to see how many people click and go to my, click off through my ad. I want to see about how much it's costing me, cost per click, and the conversion, kind of the click-through ratio. Again, I'm more concerned about conversions, but I just like, as a marketer, I just like to see those stats. I delete CPM. A lot of people get all excited about it. I don't care. I don't care about this stuff. The only thing I honestly really care about is, all this other stuff is fine to see. Results, the reach, frequency is good to see. That'll tell you, frequency will tell you how many times your ad has been seen by a single member of the audience that you're targeting. So for example, in my buyer ad, I'm targeting, say, Omaha. If my frequency is 1, that means on average, the average person in my target audience, basically Omaha and the 50-mile radius, has seen the ad only once, right? If the frequency gets up to 2, that means on average, every person in my audience has seen my ad twice, right? So you want to keep an eye on that. You don't want to get that too high. Cost is how much I spent. Budget is how much I'm budgeting. When the ad set ends, if I do something where I'm doing a schedule, I just kind of want to see that. Relevant score we looked at. Impressions, cool. Link clicks, we looked at that. So I want to actually see, I want to get my lead data. That's what's more important to me. So you're going to come down here, see where it says conversions. We're going to go website. All right, a couple of things I want to see. Remember how we set up the view content, right? Remember we set that up on our pixel? So I want to see that. So if I just click the box, see how it adds it down here? Okay, cool. I also want to see the lead, right? I want to see how many leads we get. Now, if I also set up the refi and I'm running a refi campaign, remember how I set up complete registration? I would just set that up here. And then I also want to know what the cost per lead is, right? I want to know my cost per lead. And if I'm running refi and I'm doing complete registration, then I want to see how much it costs per, essentially cost per refi lead as well. So I would come over here and I can drag and drop these, right? So I like to keep it in order. So view content is the first thing that's going to happen, right? Right, because they're going to go to landing page. Now, if they become a lead, that's the next step. But they're all the leads start off by going to the landing page. So I just want to see that number first. And then for my buyer campaign, I want to see the lead. That's how many leads. And then what the cost per lead is, right? If I have the refi campaign going as well, I want to see how many complete, what's the number of leads there, complete registration, and then how much it costs per refi lead. Okay, so I got it in the order I want. Down here, I'm going to come to this bottom left corner, hit Save as Preset, and I just name it whatever you want. I like to name mine Performance and Conversions. Name it whatever you want. It can be whatever you want. You can be, Jason's View or whatever you want it to be. I just keep it. I just have always done it like this, so this is what I name it. Once you click Save as Preset and name it, go ahead and hit Apply. And now you see Performance and Conversions populates. And now I have all those columns. All right, so let me get there. Performance and Conversions. And here, let me flip out of that. Okay, how do I scroll down here? I'm having a problem scrolling. Of course, when I'm trying to show you here. Let's see here. Okay, because I don't have any information populating here, it's not going to show me. So, but if you look here, it will pop up Performance and Conversions, and now I can see those things. Here's my here's my lead. Here's my complete. I'm not running refi ads right now for this campaign, so you don't see any information down here. But here you go. Here's my lead. Here's my cost per lead. Here's how many people viewed the content. Here's all the information that we just made sure that we populated, right? So that's what happens there. So the next, there's one more little thing you want to do. So once you have it created, I always change, pick your time period that you'd like to see right away. Like when you log in and look at your account. I just like to go to today. So I change it to today. I want to see what's going on right now and update it. Just give me. So as soon as I go into this ad account, what I want to happen is I want it to be Performance and Conversions as showing, the one I just created. And I want it to show today's stats, right? So once I have it set up like that, once I have that selected what I want to see, I go down here again to the columns and I come all the way down here and see where it says Set as Default. I'm just going to hit Set as Default. So now if I close out of this account and come back in to look at the stats, or if I'm clicking around and always go back to the main screen here, I've set as default this view that it'll show me the Performance and Conversions columns that I set up and the view of today, right? So for example, and here's one that I set up. Let me go into the buyer campaign. I click in, I'm looking at the ad set, how is things going, and I come back out. And this one I set up for the last 7 days. So, but you see how it's right back to where it was, right? Anyway, bottom line is I just customized my view, and then I also set it as default, what I want to see every time I close out and come back in. So really that simple. That way I can monitor the progress of my campaigns and always have an idea of what's going on without having to, click around and do, look at different views. So, all right, hope that was helpful. And that's it for week 3. We went through the whole process of launching what the ads look like and how to launch the, what the targeting, the buyer campaign and the refi campaign. And then we just we just set up our dashboard so we can view the stats. All right, so that's it. That's it for week 3. Now you're good to go. Like, you can literally start driving traffic right now to these landing pages, and getting leads. Like it's these campaigns work really well. Next week, we're actually going to get into a whole different traffic source that you can use to supplement your campaigns that really no one messes with. And it just blows my mind because the quality of leads we're getting there are awesome, and they're not much more expensive than they are here on Facebook. And that's with pay-per-click. We'll take a look at Google AdWords. So, all right, holler if you have questions. Holler in the group, post questions. Yeah, look forward to seeing the results here on these Facebook campaigns. All right, cheers. Hey, everybody, welcome to week 4. And this week is a pretty exciting topic since no one is really doing this at all when it comes to getting mortgage referral leads. Just no one's talking about it. Everybody's stuck on Facebook, and we're going to show you how to go to Google AdWords. It actually works for Bing too. Basically, you start using pay-per-click to generate mortgage referral leads, and we'll show you that it's actually not that. For one, it's not that complicated, and then 2, it's not that much. It's not as expensive as people think, and you can get some great results, and you'll have a head start because you're going to have the exact keywords, the exact ad copy, everything that we use to generate home buyer and refi leads using pay-per-click. So a couple of the resources you're going to use Google AdWords Manager, sometimes called an MCC account. It's basically the equivalent of the Facebook Business Manager. It's where you'll set up an account that you'll have that you'll be able to have all of your client accounts in. So it's just like the Facebook Business Manager where you can have multiple clients in your Business Manager. It's the same thing here. It's just one kind of account. So every time you get a new client, you can just set up their ad account in your manager and see them all like in your main dashboard there. Because of it's a very simple thing to set up, but again, we want to streamline things. So Google does a very good job of explaining and walking through. It's just a couple of steps to set up an MCC account. So we're going to put those instructions underneath this video. So please go ahead and knock that out before you get into the further videos. That way you already have that set up, and then you're going to use a Google AdWords account, which you'll set up after you set up your AdWords Manager account. So pretty simple stuff. And of course, at any time, if you need help, we'll have some Q&A calls. Definitely the Facebook group is probably the easiest place to get help as quick as you can. And then the support email, contact@mmmsupporthelp.com, and we can help you out there as well. All right, so that's it for this video. We will get started over in AdWords in the next video. All right, so you have your MCC account created, hopefully. If not, go back to the overview video, and below there is a link for you to create your Google AdWords MCC account. So what we're going to be doing is we have our landing page, we're running Facebook ads traffic, and now we're going to head to Google AdWords to start running some pay-per-click traffic to our sites. So first, real quick, let's look at the results of these campaigns, how they typically perform. That way, just gives you an idea on what's going on. So this right here is a company we just did, we actually just finished a trial on, and converting them over to a full-time client. But this was their trial campaign, so I just want to show that because it was pretty recent. This is a home buyer campaign. And don't worry about the budget at the moment. We won't really discuss that here, but we're not going to discuss that in this video. But pay attention to some of these other stats here. So, for one, we just ran a home buyer campaign for this loan officer, and this one is in North Carolina, but the stats are somewhat pretty much the same across the country. If you are running, ads in some of the, I guess more expensive states like California and New York and some areas of Florida. Just it depends on where you're running these ads. They can get a little bit expensive, but for the most part, they're going to stick around what I'm about to show you right here. So right here was about 500 whatever. We spent $567. That's not important here, but what's important is you see the ads that which I'll show you in just a second, got about a over 6% click-through rate, which is really good. Cost per click was only around $8 a pop. We had 22 conversions on this little campaign at an average of $25 a conversion. The conversion rate was about 32%, right? So pretty good conversion rate there for long form leads. But even more important, I just want to focus on this cost here for just a second. We showed you Facebook getting leads for as cheaper than like $5, but those can range all the way up to, we've seen them go $5 to $15. But here's the kicker here: if you pay attention on Facebook, there's a lot of people that think they're really good at running ads, and that's fine. There's a lot of people out there, but a lot of talk I've seen in the mortgage space is a lot of people were talking about getting mortgage leads on Facebook for like $40 or something. It was something ridiculous. Even 20 to $40. 20 wouldn't be so terrible, but anyway, bottom line is what we're showing you here is just use our methods here, and you can get leads on pay per click for cheaper than some of these I guess guru type people or people that like to brag about their campaigns. You can get those cheaper on pay per click. So here's the good deal. Here's the thing about pay per click. So Facebook is more like a billboard. It's like a targeted billboard, right? So we can only kind of put our ads in front of people, right? So pay per click is people searching for our ads, if that makes sense. So pay per click, we're utilizing keywords, whereas on Facebook we're using like interest targeting and behavior targeting, trying to get in front of certain people. Well, on pay per click, those people are actually searching for us. So we're just putting our ads in front of them when they do search. So there's higher intent, if you will, meaning that these people are for sure. Now, Facebook, don't get me wrong, we'll get some good conversion rates and whatnot there, and convert it over to signed applications and whatnot. But here, the quality is just a little tad bit higher because these are people actually actively searching for loan officers, but not necessarily loan officers, but mortgages, if you will. So anyway, just some cool stat there. So for the home buyer, refis are going to be a lot more expensive, right? So here's a campaign that we're running. I'm just kind of showing you this month here for this one. Kind of high. Now these refinance is going to vary depending on the rates, right? So if the rates are really low, everyone's trying to refinance their mortgage. And we just went through a period of that pretty much all of last year. We were in a big frenzy of refinancing. Towards the end of the year, things started slowing down because the rates started to rise, right? So we didn't see, so keyword, so it cost a little bit more for a conversion. Not many conversions on this one. I just don't want to, I'm going to show you something that's a little bit lower because some of the recent campaigns over the last couple months have just been a little bit expensive because of the rates. So I just want to kind of show you though that for the refinance, definitely expect those keywords to cost a little bit more than the home buyer. Definitely, here almost 3 times. But you can see the conversion rate is still really good. It's just expensive for these clicks. You can see the average cost per click is about $18 here, and that's just over double of what it is for the buyer keywords, even with a decent click-through rate. So bottom line is, don't be surprised to pay more for refinance keywords. But here's the kicker: if for one, not every loan officer is going to want you to specifically go after refinancing, and that's fine. Again, it might depend on what the market is doing. And then also for the ones that do refinancing, a lot of them will tell you that they are easier to do and they prefer those over the buyers. So it's just going to depend from loan officer to loan officer. But just know that when you do run a refinance campaign, based on the loan officer wanting those type of leads, You can get those on Facebook, and we showed you those. We showed you how to get them there. You'll get them cheaper there for sure. Always cheaper on Facebook. But you can pull them on PPC. They'll just be a little bit more expensive, so you'll just kind of calculate that into your budget. But again, we got higher intent searches here going on versus Facebook, which is like the billboard, right? So, okay, so with that, I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of what the campaign was all about, I guess, of each one of these, what they kind of look like. Then what we're going to do here is in the next couple videos, we're actually going to set up a campaign. We're going to do the home buyer, but we will walk through, what the ads and the keywords are for the refi. But we'll actually just show you the actions with the home buyer campaign. So, all right, with that, the next video is we're going to actually set up the ad account for a client. So we'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, and now we're actually going to walk through setting up a campaign. I didn't mention in the last video, but one thing is really great about running PPC is we're just going to use the same landing page. We don't have to create a separate one for PPC at all. So that's what's really cool. But yeah, with that, let's go ahead and get in and set up our new account. So once you have your MCC account, you'll have the red button up here, and it'll tell you to or help you create a new account. So we're just going to go here. It says new AdWords account. Going to go ahead and create that. We're going to name it. I'm going to name this one David L.O. North Carolina. Just something that helps you know what it is or what account it's for. I like to put the time zone in the actual client's time zone. So this client is actually in North Carolina, which is Eastern time. And then I need US dollars, and that's it. I'm just going to hit create account. Okay, and done. So I'm going to go ahead and go down and get into that account. Okay, as soon as you click it, after it's created, it's going to kind of bring you in there and kind of bring you and try to get you to set up a campaign right away. But here's what we're going to do first. We are actually going to go to Tools, and we're going to set up our conversion pixel first. We're going to go ahead and get that on there. That way when we set up the campaign, it will automatically, AdWords will do something. If you have a conversion pixel that's already created, it'll kind of open up some features that'll help, kind of like what Facebook does. It helps optimize for conversions. So we kind of want that to happen. So let's go ahead and set up a conversion first. Get conversions. Okay, let me see if I can get this over here. Okay, I'm just going to come over here to website. Okay, we're going to do the home buyer, so I'm going to call this a buyer lead. It's just the name of what you want this conversion to know. The value, I'm going to put don't assign a value. Count every conversion. I just want it to count 1. So that means if one person went and they accidentally submitted the form twice, it would still only count as 1 conversion. Whereas if I did it with every, it would count them as 2 separate conversions. I don't want that. I just want 1 per person. Conversion window, 30 days is fine. Category, lead, done. And that's it. I'm going to just go ahead and hit create here. Boom. I'm just going to copy it. And now I'm just going to go to ClickFunnels into the funnel and paste it in there. Okay, so I'm going to go in and open up the funnel. Okay, and I'm just going to go to the thank you page here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to edit. Okay, and now let's go up here to settings to tracking code. There's my Facebook pixel. Okay, so the footer code, or in the footer here, I'm just going to click footer. In here, I'm going to go ahead and delete what's in here because I'm not sure what that is or whose that was. And then go ahead and paste. That's it. So I go to footer code and paste, and I'm good. I'm going to just close that and hit save. and we're good to go. Okay. Now I'm just going to come down here at done. All right, there it is. There's my pixel, I guess, or conversion action. It's fine. Okay, so now we are going to actually create our campaign. So let's pop over real quick. What we do, okay, in the homebuyer campaign, we'll end up creating two. We'll create one that's called FHA and one that's called home loan. So that's what we're going to do here. We're just going to create one of these right now, and then we'll show you how to duplicate it. So let's walk through the FHA. Let's go ahead and hit create first campaign. All right, so this campaign, I'm just going to call it's a home buyer. I want this to be just the search network. That means it's just the text ads that you see when you do a search. And I'm going to do all features. Okay, so home buyer, search network, all features. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the include search partners. I just want it to be Google searches. I don't want my ad showing on any other random thing. Okay, locations is, you're always going to come down to let me choose because you're going to target where the loan officer wants you to target. This specific one is Wake County, North Carolina. And there it is, Wake County, North Carolina. So I'm just going to add. All right, that's good. So location options. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to mess with that. So don't worry about that. Nothing there. Okay, so manual CPC, bid strategy. That's fine. You're just going to leave it like that. And this right here, as I was talking about, this normally wouldn't be checked if I didn't have that conversion pixel already set up. So what this is saying here, this enabled enhanced CPC, it means I'm going to put a default manual cost per click bid in this little spot here of how much I'm willing to pay for a click. But the enhanced CPC, when Google knows, once it starts getting conversions, my ads, it'll know, kind of have an idea on what, you know, the right biddings and keywords are for the conversions. It'll start optimizing, and this just says, hey, we'll help adjust your bids as we go, just a tad, to help maximize conversion opportunities. So yeah, no big deal there. So for the default bid for the FHA, I usually started at $10. The budget per day, we're doing a trial, and we'll talk a little bit about that. What the trials are and all that with the loan officers, but here I'm going to spend up to $50 a day on this trial initially, at least, and then I'll adjust it as I see how the conversions are coming in. But you know, $50 a day is fine. Delivery method, nothing there, nothing there. I'm going to come down to add delivery right here. And I'm going to rotate indefinitely, show lower performing ads more evenly with higher performing ads. The reason why I'm going to do this is if I don't do this, Google's just going to, if I put, say, 2 ads, which we're going to do, we're going to put 2 ads in there. If I don't click this, Google may, it may just pick one automatically that it thinks is going to do the best. I don't want it to think. I want to see which one is doing the best and then be able to choose from there, right? So rotate indefinitely means it's going to keep just alternating between all my ads no matter what. It's not going to try to do anything with it. It's just going to keep show one ad once, and the next time my ad shows, it'll show the other ad, and keeps going back and forth. That way I can get a good even distribution to see which one, you know, see which ones are truly the better performer. Up in the schedule, this is, I will typically, see the ad scheduling down here? I will typically adjust this to make it more business type hours, because I want my loan officer to be able to follow up with the referrals as soon as possible. So on PPC, On Facebook, we don't really worry about it too much, but on PPC, we sort of do, at least initially. If I see that volume, they're not getting any lead volume at all or really any clicks, then I will kind of open it wide up. But for the most part, I'm going to keep it somewhere between 6 a.m. Actually, sorry, about 7 a.m. to like 8 p.m. All right, so I'll do something like that. That's just somewhat normal kind of hours. That way, it's a better opportunity for my loan officer to again, to contact these referrals as soon as they possibly can. It's no big deal if they miss some and come in and contact them the next day as early as they, first thing in the morning. It's not that big of a deal, but we want to maximize the opportunity. If after time is going on, I see that not many clicks are coming in, or we're not getting that many conversions, then I may open this up. But for now, just go ahead and set that up. At least you know how to do that for sure. Okay, save and continue. Okay, so ad group name. Here, this is going to be our FHA ad group. So we have a campaign overall, which is buyers. And within that campaign, we have kind of different topics of keywords and ads. So this one is going to be based on FHA. And then we'll do another one after that too. I'll show you that. So final URL. That's just, that's just our landing page URL. So I'm just going to copy it up here. Paste it in. Okay. All right. So here's the ads here. We're going to do 2 to start with. This, we're just creating one right now. So we'll create this one. Okay, quick FHA loan pre-approval. Lock in now before rates rise. Okay. I'm just going to do FHA-loan. Okay. And you can see it kind of populating over here as I fill it in. This is what it's going to look like. And then my description is, see exactly how much qualify for with put your state initials. This one's North Carolina. FHA home loan in 60 seconds. So similar wording that like we had on the Facebook ad. So okay, we don't need to do anything else down here. We're going to come down here. Okay, so that's our ad. That's the first ad. You only create one initially. I'll show you how to create the other one in just a minute. And then here we just add our keywords. So with that, let me just pull these up. Okay. Okay, I'm back with you now. I got the keywords. So we're not going to get crazy with it. We don't really use that many. So let me explain kind of what's going on. So you'll see a lot of symbols, a lot of random things. The last thing you want to do is just put in like words like this, FHA loan. Okay, you notice how I have pluses here. Okay, so when I do this, anytime you put a plus in front of a word, it means that anytime someone searches and it has this word and this word, because they both have pluses, then you can show my ad. Don't show my ad unless it has both this one and this one. Is that okay? Right? So same thing here. Apply FHA loan. So this says show my ad when the words apply, FHA, and loan are all in the search phrase. So if someone typed, apply for a FHA loan today, because apply, FHA, and loan are in the words, there's this keyword that will trigger that, so my ad will show. The reason why we like to do stuff like this is because it gets the long tail keywords like this, apply for a FHA loan. Whereas if we just did something like this or something like this, if someone just said, what are FHA rates today? Like, we don't want to show our ad for that. We don't want people shopping around for rates or looking at the rates. They just want to take a peek. We don't want that at all. We want to get people that are actually looking to take action and get a mortgage, right? So we're kind of trying to catch as many of the good long tail keywords as we possibly can. Some, a lot of the variety of searches that people do. Okay, when we use the brackets, so let's delete this. When we use these brackets like this, put a word in here. It means the search has to be exactly this. So if someone just types in FHA loans and nothing else, then my ad will show. If they typed in FHA loans, from Georgia or something, whatever, then this keyword would not trigger the ad. Okay, that's just what that is. That's what the brackets mean. And that's all it is. You can see, so we're just using a combination of some plus keywords and some bracket keywords. Here you can see, when I put NC, obviously put your state's initials. It doesn't matter if they're just targeting a city or town, just put in the state. And this is kind of what we start off with every single time. And then what this also does in AdWords is, as people search and click on our ads, Google will kind of give us some data and show us exactly what keywords people are using to click, that get to our ads. And then also, since we're tracking conversions, we'll see what keywords convert the best, and we'll start building out this list a little bit more based on that data. But this right here is a good start and good enough to get us going. So just copy these exact keywords and fire away with those. That's all you need. My default bid is $10. I already put that in there. So there's nothing else here. So we just did our ad and did our keywords right here. This is for the FHA. So we're going to save and continue to billing. Okay, and so this part here is just, when I hit continue, it's just going to have me enter a credit card, a payment, way to pay. So I'm just going to enter our business credit card for that. So I'll just come back when that's done. All right, and I just entered the payment info, and we're good to go. All right, so you can see here, it just brings you, I hit campaigns once I entered my information, and it said it saved all my info. I'm just going to come over here and just look real quick at my, at the campaign here. So I'm going to click Home Buyer, and you can see here, here's FHA. Here's the ad group we created. So if I click FHA, I can see here's my keywords. There they all are there, right? And then I can see my ads. Okay, it's under review. It'll go through an initial review. Now I'm going to go ahead and create my second ad real quick here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and hit copy and edit. And it's basically just going to take the same ad, duplicate it. And then now I can just quickly change the words I'm going to change. So this one is, I'm literally just going to change this second. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm going to change this second little line down here. That is low minimum down payment. That's what FHA loans are, one of the good things about them. So I want to make that, kind of change that up and see if that attracts more clicks. And then I'm also going to say, see if you qualify for an NC FHA low down payment home loan in 60 seconds, right? So okay, so it's just a different version, just some slight variations, and we'll see what gets the most clicks. I'm gonna hit save, and because we did that little option where it says rotate indefinitely, it's going to alternate between these equally. That way I can get a good feel as the ads start running. It'll just alternate naturally between these two, and I'll be able to get good stats on both to see, what which ones actually performs the best. Okay, so we have our keywords, we have our ads. We're going to do something here in the ads extension, but this video is getting kind of long, so I'm going to go ahead and end this video, and then we're going to set up the ad extensions, and then also we'll show you the other, home buyer ad set and how to set that up. All right, so with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, everybody. We just created the campaign and got our ads. They're under review. Got our keywords in there. Okay, so there's a couple more things we want to do here. We want to set up ad extensions, but let's go ahead and go up to the campaign level, which is the home buyer campaign, right? Let's get up here. So campaigns. So you just click this all campaigns so you can get up here to the campaign tab. And we're going to set up ad extensions. And what we're doing is these extensions, if we go at the campaign level, and whenever we create anything we create in here, it will actually, the ad extensions will apply to all of them. Can spit that out. All right, so we're going to hit add extensions, and there's a couple we're going to use. The first one we're going to use is the call extension. And what that is we're just going to put our call tracking number in here. That way, when someone's on, when someone searches and our ad shows, it'll also show our phone number. That way, it just and it'll be a click to call, right? Meaning that they can just click on our ad and dial the loan officer directly. So we definitely want that. So here's a home buyer campaign. Okay. If you already had a phone number, it would be listed here, but not. We're going to come down here to new phone number. All right, now I just need to grab my call tracking number. So I got it here. Okay, and it tells you how to put it down here, which is exactly how I have it in that format. And there we go. In call reporting, we're going to leave that on. That means if someone does click the ad, clicks the phone number, when my ad shows, instead of clicking the ad itself and they just click the phone number, it'll automatically dial the phone number, and then Google will count that as a conversion also. So that way we know, because a phone call is definitely a conversion, right? So we want to count that for sure. And that's it. We're just going to save. We just put our number, hit save. Okay, there's our phone number, and now we're just going to hit save. Okay, so now it's just going to do a quick review. So now our phone number is there. So that means, so now when our ad shows, as soon as this gets approved, our phone number will also show right next to our ad. So people can just call right away, which is nice. People will sometimes do that. They'll just go ahead and just click and call and speak to the loan officer directly without even going to the landing page. So, all right, the next kind of extension we're going to do is the call out extension. And all it is just extra text. So the name of the game with PPC is making your ad as big as it possibly can be. The more it stands out, the more chance your ad is going to get clicked versus someone else's. So this call out extension is just adding extra text to our ad, right? So we're just going to set new call out, which I did down there, and call out text. So let's put a couple like bullet points basically. So the ones we like to use are easy to qualify. All right, just saying it's easy to, the process is easy. And for the FHA, the limits are loose, so it is easier to qualify for that. No cost or obligation, meaning that it doesn't cost them anything to, fill out the form, do the pre-approval, and they're not obligated to do anything. All right, new call out here. We're going to do low down payment options. Sometimes we use the word specials, but we've been using options lately. I don't know why. They kind of are equal. So just a preference. And same day pre-approvals, because it's really actually quick. Once they get a hold of them, the loan officer will essentially run some of the data and can do it very quickly. So we want to indicate and let people know that it's a very simple process. And that's it. We just put 4, and then because Google will only list up to 4, and then sometimes it'll just show 2, it'll just rotate around. So we put 4 in and fill them out. And same thing. So now when our ad, so these are pending review, and our number, our number's already approved. Easy. All right, so now when our ads show these ads, which are approved now and actually live. So this campaign is live. This campaign is running. As soon as the ads get approved, your campaign is live. It's actually ready to go. So as soon as people start searching, now again, we put in a schedule, right? So our ads will only show during that schedule when someone searches their keywords. But basically, as soon as the ads are approved, then your campaign is live. So now instead of just this text, because we added these ad extensions, our phone number is going to be listed here, and then all those text call outs we added. So it's just going to make this ad nice, big, and huge, right? And that's what we want. We want to just be gigantic. We want to be a big target for people to click on, right? So, all right, so that's it for the ad extensions. What I want to do, I want to walk through the setting up the other campaign that we run underneath the home buyer. We'll walk through that, and then we'll also walk through the refi, setting up the refi campaign. So with that, let's go to the next video, which is setting up the next home buyer kind of ad set here. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so now we're back, and we have the FHA ad set all set up. So there's actually one more that we run. I guess ad group is the best name for it, not ad set. So what we do is here, so you're going to come to the ad group. So, all right, get to home buyer, right? Home buyer is the campaign, and then within the campaign, we're going to have a couple ad groups. FHA is the first one. Now we're going to create a second one, but to make things easier, since we've already went through all the settings and ad extensions and everything for FHA, we're literally just going to duplicate the FHA and then change up the ads and the keywords so that everything else stays the same, because we're still targeting the same area. We still want the same budget. We want everything else the same. So we don't want to have to walk through that whole setup process again. So now all we're going to do is we're going to put a check mark here next to the FHA and the ad group tab. And then I'm going to, right here in edit, it says copy. And you see up here it says one ad group copied. Okay, so I'm going to stay in the ad group tabs. I'm going to hit edit, and where's it at? Paste. And it says pause new ad groups after pasting. I want to go ahead and do that because I don't want it to run, because it's going to be all the same data as a FHA. So I want to be able to change the ads and change the keywords before it runs again. Okay, you can see now. Now it just created and it's automatically paused. Here it is, FHA2. We're going to just change that. And we're going to change this to home loan. Save. Okay, there we go. So now I'm going to click into home loan. So I can actually start changing all the keywords and whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all these FHA keywords. Just go to edit, remove. Yep. Remove. Okay. All right, so they're gone. So now I'm just going to come here to keywords, and now I'm just going to paste in the new ones. Actually, I'm going to type them in. So there's only a few of these. So loan for a house, mortgage approval, how to get a loan for a house. You can see how we're using the certain symbols there. So put them in exactly like that. And I'll walk through these in just a second on why we're doing what we're doing. You know, and honestly, all this is just based on us running, spending thousands of dollars on these campaigns, and already knows what works. And that's why you're in the program. So you don't have to try to guess on all this stuff. We've already done all the hard work for you. You just got to copy what we're doing. All right, so what's going on here? There's a new symbol here. We got the quotation marks. Quotation marks is basically when you use that, it means anything in the quotation marks has to be together in the search phrase that is searched. But there can also be extra words outside, or excuse me, outside the back of the quotation or in front of the phrase. So meaning like here, loan for a house. So if someone types in the search bar, loan for a house, because they're all together, like here, everything in the quotations has to be in the same order, right? So if someone said house loan or a loan for a house or whatever, that wouldn't trigger this ad, right? It has to be all in a row. But someone can put loan for a house in North Carolina, but get a loan for a house in North Carolina. Because loan for a house is all together, just like it is here, this will trigger from this keyword. This search phrase would trigger this keyword to show an ad, right? So that's what we're doing there. It's just common. Again, we have the data already. A lot of people search with this phrase together. Same thing with mortgage approval, right? This one right here, there's the bracket, so it means exact. It's exact match. So someone has to type how to get a loan for a house for this to trigger the ad, and nothing else. They can't have anything before it, anything after it. Can't be mixed out of order. Has to be exactly this. What else we got here? Yeah, apply house loan and get pre-approved mortgage. So again, we're using plus signs there. That means the search phrase they use has to include all these words, but it can be in any order. Okay. All right, so we have the keywords, and that's it. That's all we're going to use. So we're going to hit save. Okay, so it's good, and you see here they're just paused. It's just saying the ad group's paused. And now because we want to change now the ads real quick. Okay. So these are just going to be slightly different. So here we're just going to edit. So when you hit the pen here, you can hit the little thing here. You can either hit the pen. Pen means edit, or I can just click the arrow and hit edit. But when you do that, it's saying, hey, we're going to reset the stats if you edit the ad instead of copying it like we did for the FHA. But because we need to change these ads anyway, you're just going to hit yes, I understand. And this one is going to be quick. We're going to replace FHA with home. So quick home loan pre-approval. Lock in now before rates rise. We'll leave it as a FHA loan. That's fine. See exactly how much you qualify for with a FHA or with the NC FHA home loan. Okay, that's all the same. So we're just changing the title up here. We're going to hit save. Okay, and now we're going to edit the second one. And it's the same thing. We're just going to quick home loan pre-approval, and low minimum down payment stays the same, and that stays the same, and see if you qualify for an FHA low down payment home loan 6. That stays the same, right? So all we did was just kind of change a few of the words there. That's it. I'm just going to hit save. Okay, so now we changed everything. A real quick check, if we go to add extensions, let's see here. I think, yeah. So it's going to be using the extension. So if I go here, we're just doing a double check. I'm pretty sure because I have it up here. Yeah, the ad extension. So for the whole campaign, so this one for FHA and the home loan, all the campaign call extensions are what are there. So there's call outs, and there they are there. Yep, campaign call outs. Okay, so bottom line is we don't need this. So I'm going to go back to home loan here. I got my ads, my keywords. So all I'm going to do is go back to home buyer. I'm going to go to the ad groups, and then see where it says the little pause button here next to home loan. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it. I'm going to enable it. One other thing we need to change is change the default cost per click. So for FHA, we did a standard bid of $10. For home loan, we need to raise that up. We need to take that to 15, and that's where we're going to start. And then as the keywords run, because these keywords are just a little bit more expensive, that's all. And as things run, it'll start populating the data, so we'll see what the average cost per click is, and it'll tell us, whether we need to raise the bid or if we're fine just leaving the bid where we are. So, and we'll look at that in a different video on how to measure the stats of all this. But that's it. So all we did was duplicate the FHA campaign so that we can have this extra one, or this new little ad group here called home loan. And then within home loan, we added different keywords and different ads. And again, the ad extensions are the same for both of these, because we created the ad extensions up at the campaign level. So we're good there. And that's it. That's it for the buyer campaigns. Now your ads are running. Again, once the ads are approved, as long as it's within the schedule you set for the ads to run, it's live. The campaign's live. You'll start getting clicks, and you'll start getting leads right away to your landing page. That's the great thing about pay-per-click. There's no waiting around for optimization. It's literally we're setting the bids so we can be kind of first in line, so that if anyone searches any of these or combinations of these words, which they will, these are popular. We got the best kind of keywords here. At least the good ones to get started with, that you will, sometimes as quick as 24 hours, you'll start getting referrals in. It's really that quick. So, all right, with that, I'm going to end this video, and then I'm just going to walk quickly through setting up what the refinance campaign looks like. Okay, with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, and we are back in the last video of week 4. So you've gone through pretty much everything in AdWords other than setting up the refinancing campaign. I will start this video by saying that the refinancing, again, we talked about it in a previous video, that these are more expensive leads, and they tend to be more volatile in terms of volume and cost compared to the buyers. There's always way more buyer volume than there is refinancing volume for the most part. So just a heads up, we don't run any, you'll learn in the client attraction process and how we use the funnel and everything to attract loan officer clients. We have a trial kind of that we usually use. We never use a refinancing at all until someone is a permanent client. And even then, we would never work with someone that only wanted refinancing leads. Reason why is you're just kind of setting yourself up for failure if that's all you tried to get, just because these leads are very volatile. Now, again, I'm speaking from a PPC standpoint. Facebook, again, is another way to get these leads, but from a PPC standpoint, we usually save refinancing PPC until someone is a permanent client and their budget makes sense for them to do that. Because again, you've seen how expensive they can be. Again, although they are still very high quality leads, they just can eat up the budget. So just a little warning there. Having said that, this PPC is a great way to get refinance leads, because Facebook, again, can be very volatile. And again, when the market's the way it can be, again, Facebook's that billboard advertising, so it's even harder to pull the leads there. Whereas in PPC, you're only paying when someone actually searches and clicks on your ad. So it's kind of free to run these ads until someone who's actually, as long as we use the right keywords, you only pay when one of those people who are interested in a refinancing click on your ad. So, it's just kind of weigh it in the grand scheme of things in your strategy. But with that, let's go ahead and show you how to do that, how you do refinancing leads. So buyer was a campaign. We need to set up a whole entirely new campaign that is its own thing, and it's going to be refinancing. So we're actually just going to set that up from scratch. So we're going to go to campaign up here, this red button, and then I'm going to go down to search network only. All right, so we're going to set up a whole new one, and I'll just call this one refinance. Yeah, refinance, search network only. I want to use all features. Okay. We're going to, again, uncheck search partners. Let me choose again, you're just going to be targeting. Now, again, check with your loan officer. They may just want to, target the same area that they target buyers in, or they may want, a bigger area like the state or whatnot, because refinancing is easier to accomplish in terms of, the process, in terms of the way, people are inclined to do that transaction. So again, it can be very virtual, online and distant. So they may open up their net, if you will, to catch leads across the state versus just a county. So with that, let's just say North Carolina. Let's just say we want to do North Carolina. We'll just add that. Okay, I don't need to do anything there. Again, we have the manual CPC conversions. Now, understand you would go to tools and set up another conversion, except for you would call it refinance, and you would take that code and paste it on the thank you page of the refinancing landing page, right? Same process as you did with the buyer, just that you're going to create a separate one for refinance and put that one on the refinancing thank you page. The default bid, we always start $20, and this is across the country. Doesn't matter where we're at. The budget for per day, we'll set up to 75 to start. Okay, and ad scheduling. Let's do all days. Again, same thing. We want to make sure that it's, that there's a good chance of getting a hold of these as soon as we possibly can. So we're just going to delete all these other ones here. Okay, so all days, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then same thing with the ad rotation. We want to rotate indefinitely, right? Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to set it. Okay, here we go. So we're just going to do ad group. We're just going to call it refinancing keywords. We're just going to run one. Okay, final URL. I'm just going to grab a URL, but again, you would grab the URL of, let's just say it's that one. Oops, actually, let's just grab this one. Again, you would grab the refinancing URL and put it here. I'm just using this for example. Okay, so this is very easy. Can you save by refinancing? Question mark. Take our 60-second refinancing quiz. Oh, refinance quiz, sorry. Okay. Refinance. Here we, yeah. Oh no. Yeah, same one. So refinance quiz is the, again, you can see it over here. And then see exactly how much you'd save refinancing at today's historically low rates. Okay, and that's it. All right, keywords, even easier than the buyers. We're just going to use 2 to get started with. House refinance, both with the plus signs, and then FHA refinance loan. That's it. We're just going to use those 2 keywords. All right. Now, don't get me wrong. There may be other keywords that we, we'll throw to you in updates or on in the group or whatever, because we're always changing these around. We've tested just a bunch, and these are the ones that convert the best at the moment. So, all right. So now we got it. We got a campaign set up. Just that easy. We just walk through it. We're going to add one more ad. So again, we're going to go here and go copy and edit. And this one is, okay, so this one we're going to change refinance for a lower payment, lock in a lower rate today. We're going to leave it refinance quiz, and then see exactly how much you'd save refinancing today. Okay, so free financing. Today at a lower rate. At a lower rate in 60 seconds. Okay, so there's the change. So refinance for a lower payment, lock in a lower rate today, and see exactly how much you'd save refinancing today at a lower rate, 60 seconds. That's it. Save. We're good. Okay. Now same thing for the ad extensions. You're just going to pop over real quick. And okay, we got so I'm here's the ad group. I'm going to click now on the campaign level or refinance and add the ad extensions there, right? So that way, in case I add other refinancing ad groups, the ad extensions apply to all of them, just like they do for the home buyer, right? So I want to do the call extension like we did before. I'm going to add that. Now, because I've already set up a phone number before, it's already in there. So now all I got to do is just add it, and there it is. Save. Just like that. So the same phone number, right? Because it's the same call tracking number. And then the call out extensions. Again, because I've already created them, they're already kind of saved in the AdWords account. So now all I got to literally do is just go boom, 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 just add them over and hit save. Oh, but we're not going to do that. Sorry, we're actually going to create new ones because these are for the buyers, right? So we need new ones for the refinance. So they're just slightly different. So let's knock that out. Sorry, I gave you false hope. All right, we're going to do calculate a lower payment. Okay. So because we need to make them refinancing specific. Low credit score. Okay, for the refinance. Oops, and close within 30 days. The process to refinance is actually usually really quick. Check with your loan officer on how long it usually takes them. For the majority of the ones we've worked with, they'll typically are able to close within 30 days. And not necessarily that it will close, but just they have that opportunity to close as long as all the paperwork flows right with the client and all that. So, or with the with the referral that they get. But it's just good to show that it can be pretty quick. And see your cash out value. That's another thing, like why people refinance, because they want to pull cash out. And so it's just that we've always found that those keywords are very expensive to bid on for cash out refinancing. So we typically just leave it as a call out text here just so people can see it when they are searching for refinancing. All right. And then we just save. So now we got we have our refinancing call out extensions here for the refinance. So, and that's it. All right. So we got our keywords and we got our ads and that's it. We're done. That's the refinancing campaign. So at any point in time, you can come up to the campaigns tab. And when you're at the campaigns tab and you look at ads, you can see everyone in all the campaigns. You can see all the campaigns listed here. Here's the ad groups. And then same thing with the keywords. You can go and see them all together. So whatever level you're at over here, you'll see everything in that level. Here's all the ad groups together. And then here's all the campaigns, right? So I'm going to go ahead and actually pause the refinance campaign since we don't actually want to run that. I was just demonstrating it, but that's it. Now you've got an entire PPC set up and you're armed and dangerous and now can run pay-per-click. Again, we love running pay-per-click. Not too many people are really doing it. There are people out there, some of the big spenders, but there's not a lot of the little spenders. You have your Quicken Loans and your Zillows and your Lending Tree and all those guys spending a lot on pay-per-click, but no one else is really doing that. Everyone else is trying to hang around on Facebook, which is very good, and we showed you how to do that. But pay-per-click just gives you that upper advantage, and we use it to it makes our client getting process very smooth and efficient, and we'll show you that here coming up. But bottom line is you can now get leads, mortgage referrals on demand. Again, they may be a little bit more expensive than Facebook, but you can get them without, there's no guessing. You have everything that you need to get these rocking and rolling. So that's it for this week. All the AdWords stuff. Any questions, post in the group, hit us up. Next week, we'll be analyzing all the results. We'll show you how to look at all the campaigns across Facebook, across PPC, just to do some quick checks to know, how to optimize the campaigns, how to know if they're doing okay, how to measure the results, and which is very important. You got to know all that stuff to be an asset to your loan officer clients. So, all right, with that, we will see you in the next week. All right, how's everybody doing? Welcome to week 5 of the Mortgage Marketing Mastery program. And this week we're going to talk about something called custom audiences. Custom audiences are going to allow us to help maximize the results of our campaign, specifically on Facebook. And what it kind of does is it kind of allows us to use data that Facebook has already collected to basically improve the Facebook's targeting to allow us to get better results, ultimately getting us more leads at a cheaper cost. And we're going to go over the exact kind of custom audience and lookalike audience sequencing we use. Don't get too wrapped up and worried right now and what those mean. We're going to show you exactly what those mean in the next couple of videos and how to set them up, and also how we use them in our campaigns. Basically, the only thing you're going to need in this in this week is the Facebook Ads Manager, where we'll go and I'll show you how to create these audiences and, again, how we work those into the campaign. If you need any help or have any questions about this, just exactly where to go. Just the Facebook group is probably going to be the fastest response at this point, it seems like. So hit us there. But if you have something you want to keep private, feel sure. Shoot us a support email, and we can answer your question that way as well. So, all right, with that, we'll just see you in the next videos. All right, how's everybody doing? So here we are going to talk about audiences. I'm going to call this Audiences 101. So again, I mentioned in the overview video that Facebook allows us to leverage the data that it collects on the pixels. So if you remember, week 1, we took the Facebook pixels maybe it was the Facebook lesson. Either way, one of the lessons there in the beginning, we showed you how to place the Facebook pixel on our landing page and our thank you page, right? So we have the pixel there. So what's going on when we start sending traffic is Facebook is measuring all that traffic, and it's also collecting data, like what types of people, what kind of people are visiting. So, right, most everyone is on Facebook. So especially if they come from Facebook, if the traffic is coming from Facebook, then it's basically keeping track of who goes there. No, not just by name, but or by person or individual, but also all their attributes. Their income levels, their basically their financial data, what interests. What interest do they fall in? What different categories or behaviors do they fall in? Facebook is kind of keeping track of all that. So that's what we're going to kind of leverage. We're going to leverage that data because, if you can imagine everyone who becomes a lead, right? So the more leads we get, the more data Facebook has about who those people are, right? So that's kind of the theme of the audiences, because we would want to go after people that look more like our leads, right? So if we knew the characteristics that all of our leads had in common, we would target them all the time, right? So let's look at a visual. So audiences really is nothing more than just almost think of it as an email list, essentially, that we create inside Facebook. Except for it's pretty easy to set up. So basically, here's our typical setup, right? So we have a landing page, right? We have the first page that people go to, and then there's the thank you page, right? So when they get to the landing page, they fill out the form, and when they submit the form, they go to the thank you page, right? So we understand that. The pixels we set up on each of these pages, right? We set up view content. So I'm speaking from the buyer perspective, the buyer funnel. But again, for the refi funnel, it's the same thing. Although, we're probably going to, again, we use a different pixel type for the thank you page. Maybe it's purchase or complete registration. We won't use leads. We'll use something different. But bottom line is the same concept here. So everyone that touches the landing page, right, they hit the view content pixel. Everyone who hits the thank you page, they hit the lead pixel, right? Makes sense, right? Very easy. So what we're going to do is we're going to end up creating an audience inside Facebook, and we'll look at that in the next video. We're actually going to go into Facebook and show you where all this is. We're going to create a custom audience called all view content visitors. And basically that Facebook, we're going to set it up so that Facebook basically collects a digital list of everyone who hits this page, right? Then we're going to create a custom audience that is all leads. And again, we're telling Facebook to build a digital list of everyone who hits this page, right? All of those same people hit this page, but only, not everyone that hits this page is going to hit this page, right? So we're going to build a separate audience of just the people that became a lead, right? Follow me there. That's very easy concept. Then what we're going to do, we're going to use something called a lookalike audience. So after a certain amount of visits, so let's just start with the view content. We're collecting data, right? So every time one visitor hits the landing page, Facebook gets that much smarter, right? It goes, the first person hits it, and it's like, okay, that person liked this, and this, and this. Their income was this. This is what they typically do, whatever. All their information. Then the second person hits it. And Facebook says, okay, there's another person, and here's, they like this, and this. Here's their income. And then after a while, Facebook starts painting a picture, and it sort of knows the typical person that hits this page, right? So what we're going to do is after we get 300 visitors, 300, I wouldn't go any less than 300. After we have 300 visitors, Facebook's going to kind of be able to get a good idea who's coming to this page, right? So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to go back into audiences and create a lookalike audience of the view content digital list, right? So once there's approximately 300 people on this custom digital list here called, all view content visitors, we're going to create a lookalike based on that. So we're telling Facebook, hey, look at this list and build me a bigger list of people that are similar to these guys, right? So that makes sense. That's what a lookalike is. We're saying, hey, build something that looks just like this, okay? So the reason why we're going to do that is as the longer our campaign goes, we collect this data, when we want to really start increasing the amount of leads we get and driving down the cost per lead, if we can use a targeting, use a lookalike to target, because we can. So basically, once you create these lists, you can use them in your targeting, just like an interest, just like we said, renters, for example. We want all renters, or all people interested in real estate, whatever. Lookalikes and custom audiences also are targetable, right? So what we'll end up doing is we'll just go to our buyer campaign and then we'll add in our lookalike audience on top of everything. It's called layering an audience. And basically what I mean is instead of just targeting renters and first-time home buyers and all the things that we showed you, I'm also going to say, also make sure they're in this lookalike audience, right? So basically we've just kind of added another layer on top of the targeting that gives Facebook more information. So now instead of just trying to find everybody that, meets all those interest categories that we were targeting, we're saying, hey, when you're looking for this, look inside this big lookalike audience. So Facebook, the typical audience, lookalike audience, is at least around 2 million in size. So we're basically giving 2 million people. We're saying, hey, Facebook, instead of everyone in, this state or this city, I'm going to slap this lookalike on top and say, just look, in my targeting area for people that are interested in, that are renters, that are first-time home buyers, that are possibly first-time home buyers, but look in the lookalike. So that'll make sense here in just a second. The next thing lookalike we're going to do, next audience we'll create, is once we have 100 visitors to the thank you page, so 100 leads, basically 100 leads, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to build a lookalike audience that is based on the lead digital list, right? So again, why would we want to do that? Well, as we get leads in here, we want to find more leads, right? So we want Facebook to take a look and, and find more of those people, right? So we're going to build a lookalike audience of the leads and then eventually add that as an ad set to target, saying, hey, go find me people that look like all these guys, right? So this is going to be pretty targeted because, hey, if they're clicking and going to the landing page, then they're probably interested, potentially interested in, getting a home loan. So that's pretty good, right? That's better than just anyone off the street. But if they fill out the form and come here, well, that's a lead, right? So that's what we really want. We want these people here. So we'll end up building a lookalike off them. So let's look at what that looks like on text, right? So the first thing we're going to end up doing is we're going to create a custom audience. It's called all view content 180 days. Again, we're going to look at this. We're going to look at how to do this and what this looks like in the next video. Then after 300 visitors, we're going to create a 1% lookalike of this audience. Okay? The second custom audience we're going to create is all leads in the last 180 days. Now, why I say 180 days? Facebook, it might have increased, but the max limit that you could create is 180 days worth of data, right? So basically, it'll collect in this instance, every lead from the last 180 days, if there was a lead 181 days ago, they would not fall in this audience. Does that make sense? Right. So I always do 180 because that was the max, longest period of time that you could do it. That might have changed now, but 6 months worth of 6 months worth of data is completely fine. And then after 100 visitors, basically 100 leads is probably a better way to say that, you're going to create a 1% lookalike off of this audience, right? And we're ultimately, all we're going to do, we're just going to end up using these in the targeting, right? Now, another thing that pops up is retargeting. So retargeting essentially, let's go back to the diagram. Retargeting is simply someone goes to the landing page, they look around, maybe they start filling out the form, but then they say, nah, you know what, screw it, and they go off somewhere else. So they don't complete the process. They don't end up on the thank you page. Well, it may be, we may want to go after those people that hit this page and then leave without doing anything, right? So they come here, they look around, they leave. So we may want to show them another ad, right? To say, hey, well, where'd you go? Come back and, come back and complete the form, right? Come here and, you're just a few steps away from, pre-qualifying for a home loan, right? So if we have audiences set up, right? In this case, all view content, this one up here, and all leads, 180 days there. So basically, remember, we have a digital list of everyone who hits this page and a digital list of everyone who hits this page. So retargeting is simply setting up a ad set or a campaign, just like we showed you in Facebook there. You would set up the same thing, except for when it comes to the targeting, the only targeting you're going to do is you're just going to do include up in the audiences. It's going to be include the all view content. So include everyone that comes here. Exclude all the leads. Basically, if they do become a lead, we're saying exclude them. We don't want to target them because, right, they already became a lead, so we don't need to target them. We just want to target the people that hit the landing page and disappeared. So that's how you would use audiences to retarget. It's really that simple. Everything else is the same. You set up everything else the same. This is the only difference is you're just targeting, this way. Include and exclude. You're not using any interests. You're not using any other targeting other than the custom audiences here. So again, this will make sense when we look at what how these are set up and what they look like in the next video. But this is the concept. It's really that simple. We're just building digital lists on Facebook and basically going to use them to make our campaigns better, right? Because Facebook is just the ultimate in data collection. So we're gonna leverage that. The more data we give it, the smarter Facebook becomes, and this, the better it works for us, and to make our campaigns more effective in terms of more leads and a cheaper cost per lead. So, all right. So with that, the next video we're actually gonna walk through and look at what all this looks like as far as how to set up custom audiences, lookalike audiences, and then what they look like when you're using them to target. So with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so welcome back, everyone. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to walk over here and we're going to take this audiences kind of diagram and lesson and kind of put it into real life and show you, how all this works here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to, let's see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is popped over to the ad account again for, this is just, basically I'm in Ads Manager. So, and up in the top left corner, you can't see it. The tab just came down here. There's actually, let me see if I can move this over. Yeah. See this thing? It says audiences, right? So that's where we are. And I clicked audiences and we came here. Okay. And so basically this is where you're going to create any of your audiences here. So it looks like I've got a big mess of audiences here. So I'm going to try to clean this up just real quick. Let's go custom audiences and based on the website. Okay. Okay. So basically I'm in the audiences tab. So obviously you probably won't have anything in here yet. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go up here to create audience. And so what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create our view content custom audience and our all leads custom audience, right? So even if you don't have, like, say you don't even have a lead yet, it's fine. We're gonna create that anyway, right? We want to create these two base audiences. So I'm gonna come up here. So I'm just gonna go up here to create audience. See where it says custom audience. And how do you want to create this audience? So we want to use the website traffic, right? So I'm going to create website traffic. Now, right here, so this is kind of a catch-all. Anyone who visits your website, right? That's fine. You do that. But since I typically in the same account will run both refis and buyers and even VA loans and all that, I kind of want to keep it separate somehow. So for this instance, we want to create a view content. Right, all view content. Remember that pixel? So we're going to use the pixel to build the audience. So I'm going to click anyone who visits your website. I'm actually going to come down to custom combination. Okay, so it kind of changes things here. See this where it says URL? I'm going to click that. I'm going to make it go event. Right. So now I can click choose event. So this is the different pixels I have installed. So in this instance, we would say view content, and then in the last 180 days, and then I would just name this all view content visits, and I go 180 days. All right, so I leave this checked because potentially you've already started running your campaigns. So as long as you have the pixel on there, which is one of the reasons why we start, we get it on there first, is you can check this box and it'll go back from the time that the pixel has been on the site and pull data, right? So, so I'll leave that checked, and then I'm just going to come here and hit create audience. I think I'm okay. Perfect. Okay, and it'll always start off like audience is too small, but what'll happen is it'll end up building. It'll tell you how much is in the audience here. Usually it'll keep up with you, but initially it'll be kind of slow, but eventually you'll get a little notification that says your custom audience is ready, right? And then it'll populate and tell you the size, right? So, and again, if you remember, our ultimate goal is to get to 300 visitors in that audience here, right? That's what we want to do. So let's also now go to, now we want to create the all leads custom audience. I don't think I have leads installed on this. I might. Let's see. We'll do website traffic again. And then I'm going to go back to custom combination. I'm going to go event. And I'm going to click. I don't have lead. So I'm just going to pick another random one. So I'm just going to say complete registration. Whatever. Yours would say lead because that's what you have on your buyer thank you page, right? You put the lead pixel code. If it's the refi, again, I typically will use purchase. That way I can keep my buyers and my refis separate, right? Because when I'm building a lookalike, my refis, they're different people. They're already homeowners. They already have a home. They're just looking to refinance their mortgage. So they're different than the home buyers, right? So I'm going to keep those separate. So I would build, separate ones for, use a different pixel code for the refi, just like I showed you in the lessons to put those pixels on there. So let's just pretend that this is my my lead pixel, right? So bottom line is what you're doing. You just select the pixel code that you want to build the audience off of. Again, I'm just go 180, include past traffic, and then I would just say all home buyer leads. That's how I would keep it separate. 180 days. And then I'm actually not going to create this because this is not the case here. I used a different name accidentally. Or not accidentally. I have a bunch of different things going on here. But anyway, this is how you'd set it up. This would be lead 180 days. And then I would label it all home buyer leads 180 days. Right? And then create audience. Right? Same thing. Same thing we just got done doing here. All right. So now the next part. So now we have these basic audiences, right? We're just populating. So there's things I can do with that. So, right, I can go ahead and retarget like we said here. All I would do is in my targeting, I would say all view content, include, and exclude all leads. So let's take a look actually at that real quick. All right, so let's just pop into, I'm going to pick a random, whatever. I'm just going to pick a random campaign here. Oops, let me try to get this. Here we are. Okay. Oops, let me unselect this one. Okay. So bottom line is, if I want to set up a retargeting campaign, I would end up coming to campaigns and create a new campaign exactly like the campaign I created the first time. So if this is my home buyer, right, I'm creating the conversion campaign. You're going to set it up the same way, same exact way, except for when you come to the targeting. So in the ad set level, right, we do the targeting. Let's look what that is. Okay, everything's going to stay the same. And in fact, you can literally duplicate the campaign. So take your original buyer campaign, put a check mark by it, and then there's a duplicate. You would just duplicate it and rename it retargeting buyer campaign, right? All right, so then everything is the same, right? You're going to come here to the targeting though. You can leave everything the same, but you got this custom audience part up at the top of the audience section. It says custom audiences. So all we would do is we would include, here it is here. I'll just start typing the name. So all view content visits, right? Now you can see here it says fewer than 1,000 people. Obviously we just created it, so it doesn't obviously have anybody in there yet. And then just like this, we would exclude. So here's one I created. Here's the lead. So this is the lead audience. The leads audience I created. I would just put it here and exclude all HB leads. And then that way, and then what I would do here is I would delete out all my targeting down here, right? I'm just going to delete all the detailed targeting. I'm not going to do that because this is a campaign that's actually in there, but bottom line is, and actually let me see here. Let me just duplicate this. Okay, I would call this, here it is, retargeting. Retargeting. I'll just leave it at retargeting. The pixel is going to stay the same, right? I'm still going to optimize for whatever pixel I am. The budget I would actually bring down for a retargeting campaign, I would bring it down really low, like $5 low. $1 if I could. Until this audience gets a little bigger, right? The reason why is this audience is going to be super, super, super small. So here it is, all view content visits. So all view content, I'd make sure in the exclude I have all leads. My targeting area stays the same. I'm still targeting the people in the same area. All my age and gender, that's all the same. But then I would just delete all this. I would delete all the detailed targeting down here in the include section. Okay. Perfect. I can leave all the excludes because I still don't want them to sneak in there and see my ad. And then your placements. Everything else is the same. Honestly, everything else is the same. And then I would just change the ad, right? I'm going to probably use a different ad. If I'm already running, already running a campaign and I'm just trying to pick up the people that don't come here, the people they've already visited the landing page, right? So they've already seen the ad and clicked it. So I'm going to change my ad. But again, just follow the same, kind of procedure. Use some real houses. Just change up the houses and just change up the text a little. Honestly, you don't have to vary it much different. You're just trying to give them a new look and hit them again. And then images will stay the same as in terms of again using houses to just find a different house to use, or a different picture. Basically, that's similar to use. It's really that simple. Okay. But the biggest thing with the retargeting is just the actual targeting part itself. So, right. So all we did again is we included all view content and excluded all leads, right? And that's how we pick up the people that come here but don't turn into a lead right away. We end up hitting them with a retargeting ad and send them back to the landing page, right? That's simple. Okay, so we got that. The other piece here is now the lookalikes, right? So we got this figured out. We know how to retarget now using the pixels, right? The targets. So now we want to build lookalikes. So once we got 300 people in the all view content, once the size hits 300, we want to build a lookalike audience. So how we do that is we put a little checkbox here, right next to it, or check the one that we want to work with. Come up here to actions. And it'll say create lookalike. And then it'll say the source. You just leave that the way it is because we want the source to be that view content. The country, whatever country you're running the traffic in. For me, it's the United States. And then audience size. We're just going to go to the 1. This is a percentage. See percent? So I want to do a 1% lookalike. That's the best. That's the closest to the original audiences I can make it, right? And you can see here, estimated reach. It's like 2 million people. It's 2 million people it can build an audience of based on the information on the pixel, right? And then I would just create audience. Really that simple. And that's it. And then it'll start looking at all the people on this pixel, on the view content, and it'll start finding people just like it and populate it up. The size will end up being about 2 million. Now, obviously, it'll say not ready until it's updated. But obviously it's not going to build anything because I don't have anything in this audience. However, When it's done, you'll get a notification that says your lookalike audience is ready, and then you can use it to target. It's really that simple. Again, the same process. So my leads pixel, once I have 100 people in that audience size, right? Then I do the same thing. I build a lookalike audience of the leads, right? That's simple. So then I have my lookalike audiences, right? And then how I employ them is, again, I'm just going to go into the so let me delete this ad set. Okay, just deleting this retargeting one. All right, so I'm actually going to go to a 1%. Okay, so here we are here, and now I'm going to simply go into one of the lookalikes that already exists, just so you can see what's going on. So all I would do is I already have my regular ad sets that are running. So when I'm ready to use these audiences, and basically I want to use them as soon as I can build them, right? So as soon as I get this data, I can get up to 300 visitors, I want to make sure I get these lookalikes built so I can start using them. Right, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to put a checkbox next to a running ad set that's already running. Right, I'm going to duplicate it. Yep, it's going to create. Okay, so I get a checkbox. I duplicated it, and then all I'm going to do is exactly what I did here. So I called this LA 1%. You know, and I left everything else the same. Everything else, I delete this little copy, right? So if I name this home buyer, you know, whatever I name this, all I do is I go into the little brackets and I add LA 1% right in front of it. And then I set it up like a normal ad. The only difference is that I leave everything the same. All my targeting, everything's the same, right? Because I duplicated it. I've duplicated it from a campaign that's already running. All I'm going to do is I'm going to come over and I'm going to change the name, scroll down, make sure my dates are good, or excuse me, my time's right, the budget, everything should stay the same. And then I'm going to add in the lookalike. Here it is right here. I literally just grab the lookalike. Here it is here, and add it in. And then I'm going to target it. And then now it stays. Now everything else stays the same. So now all I did was I took the targeting that I already had, right? Because I'm trying to find people that meet these interests and whatnot. And then I'm adding the lookalike on top of it, right? So now Facebook's going to get even more targeted because it's now it's looking for people like these guys, right? So now it narrowed down that audience so that Facebook goes, oh, okay, I know, you know, they're looking for people that, you know, meet these interests and all that good stuff. Well, now I know where to look. Right? I can look in this lookalike audience of people that are just like the people that I've already targeted before that clicked and all that. So that's kind of what's going on. And then once I get my lookalike audience once this fills up for 100 visitors, the all leads audience, I'm going to build the 1% lookalike off that. And then I'm going to end up duplicating the original ad set again and then setting it up. And instead of using the view content lookalike, I'm going to use the all leads lookalike. It's that simple. And I run the same ad. And again, I'm running the same ad. You know, I'm not changing anything else. I'm just creating a new ad set under the same campaign, just duplicated an existing ad set that's already running, already getting results, and then I'm just adding the 1%. I'm just adding the lookalike 1% on top. And then once I get the next lookalike that is further down the funnel, you know, so this one's good, this one's better because this one's based on the leads themselves, right? So I'll end up with another lookalike. So I'll end up running two different lookalike ad sets. Again, the ads stay the same. All that's changed is what I'm targeting. So that's it. That's the whole process. So it's real easy. You create the audiences right in the audiences tab, and then when they're ready, and you create and get your lookalikes ready. Once it's finally you got enough data to create your lookalikes, then you just create a new ad set again to do targeting for the lookalikes. So if you have any questions about this, drop them in the Facebook group for sure. But it's really not as complicated as it seems. But it's really not. Create the audiences, and then once you have enough data to create lookalikes, start targeting the lookalikes. In the meantime, you can create the retargeting campaign, which again is the same campaign you're already running, except for your targeting, you're going to end up targeting the custom audience, all view content visits, and excluding all leads. That way you just show it to people who hit the landing page but did not turn into a lead. That's your retargeting. It's really that simple, right? So any questions you have, drop them in the group. And with that, yeah, we'll just see you in the next lessons. All right, so welcome to week 6 in the Mortgage Marketing Program. This one's a pretty exciting week because we're going to go over how to generate VA loan leads, which is one of the more sought out campaigns, not only from mortgage loan officers themselves, because those leads are valuable to them, but also marketers in general, because really there's so many people that just have no clue how to run this properly. There are a handful of people that I have seen do this right, but even then, the strategies and processes differ. So our strategy works really well. Get some good cheap quality VA leads. So let's take a look at what it's going to look like. So week 6 is a culmination of all the stuff that you've learned up to this point. That's why the VA loans isn't one of the things we teach first, because you kind of have to understand how everything works to get to this point, to run this correctly without being confused throughout the whole entire process, right? So we're going to build on basically, if you're here right now and you have not watched week 1, week 2, week 3, or week 5, you need to go back and watch those now. The reason being is we're going to build and take all the information from those weeks and apply it here. So this week here, when I go over things, it will be a little abbreviated in the instance that I'm going to leave out some of the basic things that you will have picked up through those weeks. If not, this lesson would take days to teach. So, all right. So, but this is the concept, just so you can understand what's going to happen. And I'll go ahead and a little bonus point to make is, honestly, this works for a lot of niches and a lot of things that you ever want to do on Facebook. All right. So this is a strategy that you can use for pretty much anything, and it'll work. Now, for the mortgage, but stick to this and do this how we say for the mortgage, but just understand that this can be applied in other ways. But it all starts with a phase 1, a content ad. Okay, or excuse me. Let's just break it down. It starts there's 2 phases. Phase 1 is content, and phase 2 is the actual pre-qualification application, right? Similar to the home buyer and refi. So that the stuff that we did for the home buyers and the refi, that's actually going to happen in what I'm just going to call phase 2, because it's like the second step in the process. Before we just send people to a VA quiz to get pre-approved, we want to try to build an audience of people. We want to try to really target in and dial in the people that we are sending to this quiz. Okay, so what I mean is, the first phase is we're going to use VA or military-related content, okay, specifically VA-related content. So we're going to have a landing page that we set up that is content-based. It's not necessarily based on selling someone or getting them to fill out an application. Okay, so think of it like an article. Okay, that's essentially what's going to happen. We're essentially going to use an article about VA loan benefits. We're going to run an ad talking about this article, and we're going to send traffic to the article. Who is more likely to read an article about VA loan benefits? Someone that qualifies for a VA loan, right? Someone that this applies to. Okay, we're going to have our Facebook pixel here, and we're going to have our Facebook pixel here as normal. But up here, we're also going to have it, because what's going to happen is we're going to start pixeling, building a custom audience like we talked about in week 5, building an audience up, we are going to, all the traffic that hits this, we're going to get pixels. And then once we get to about 100 or so visitors, we're going to build a lookalike off the people who visited this page. And then we're going to run an ad that is targeting, veterans, military, that also looks like the audience that hits this. We're going to run that to what's in basically phase 2. Phase 2 is going to be essentially an ad that says, hey, check out VA home loan benefits, see if you qualify, and then sends them to the landing page. It's very short and sweet, and the landing page pretty much just goes to the application, right? The pre-qualifying application quiz, right, that we do on the other landing pages. Okay, so basically an ad to an article, and in that article we have there's a few banner ads, and you'll see these in a second. We're going to look at these in the next videos, and you'll also, just like the other, the home buyer and the refi, you'll get both of these funnels. So don't worry about that. You'll get both pages, and we'll go over them. But there's some banners that will have, and a closing statement of the article that will have links to, actually I should have put this, bring this down. Oops, this is a picture, sorry. Anyway, this arrow, dotted arrow, people can still get to the quiz from this page. And you'll get a few people that will fill out the form right from this content. But the purpose is we're actually just kind of pixeling this content to build the audience, so we get highly qualified people to target in phase 2 that we're sending right to the page, right? So you will get a few leads this way from the landing page straight to the quiz, but most of them will come from the quiz ad to the landing page. Okay, so this will all make sense when we start looking at it, but just understand this is how it all flows, right? So it's really not that crazy. There's a lot of pictures here, but it's really not that easy. Add to an article, and then we're building an audience of people that look like the people that land on this article, and then we're targeting we're actually targeting the same people that we targeted here, but we're going to slap on this lookalike audience on top and send and target that traffic right to the page. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. We're going to show you how to set up and run your own VA loan lead gen system, like I just walked through, and you're going to get our exact templates and ads and targeting, all that good stuff for the VA loan leads. So don't worry about that. So resources, we are going to use the landing page software, which ClickFunnels at this point. Facebook Power Editor, the Facebook ad account. We're going to go through everything and show you exactly how we set all this up. Okay. Now, if you need help, our weekly calls will be posted soon. So you'll be able to jump on there, ask questions. We'll also record all the calls. The Smart Marketer Facebook group, feel free to post questions in there. And if you have something you want to keep private or personal, you don't want to share in the group, then just go to just email contact@mmmsupporthelp.com, and we'll get you taken care of via email. Okay. So with that, let's dive in to the first video of week 6. All right. So welcome back. And again, what we're going to be doing is walking everyone through the 2 phases. So now what we're going to do now is first we're going to focus on the landing pages for each of these. And how they're set up and what you would need to do. So below this video, you'll have a button for the VA content funnel and the VA quiz funnel, right? So you'll click both of those. You can upload both of these directly to your ClickFunnels account, start maneuvering them, customizing them. So let's just start with the VA content page. Okay, so what we've done is I left a lot of things in here so that you can easily, so you really don't have to change much. Okay, so it's kind of, you'll notice this here, it's kind of set up like a blog, and it's a pain in the butt to try to set up yourself. So we're kind of making things a lot easier for you just by giving you this, and you just got to change a few things, right? So let's point out and walk through this. So this is, right? This is this piece here. It's a piece of content, right? I recommend you start with this article right here. Or this content right here if you want. I've been using this for a long time. And it still works just fine. And you'll see, how we set up the ad. It gets people clicking over. But you can see here, it's all about veteran VA home loans, right? So people reading this are, ideally our target audience, right? So all this is really, this was an article pulled from Chicago Tribune a while ago. I want to say like a year or so ago. And then we're crediting it here. And but everything else is, like these images and stuff we pulled ourselves, right? So you can use these. These are stock images that I pulled. So you're more than welcome to use these. But let's walk through on what you need to change. Okay. So let's get into the. So nothing really changes. You already know how to edit and do things, right? So let's just walk through what you're going to change, right? We don't need to dwell too much on it. So up here is going to be the logo of whatever it is you want it to be. Okay, so, or whatever you want this to be. So what I used is, you can see it right here. Let's just go here. NJ Veteran Report. This was one for one from New Jersey. Or for a loan officer in New Jersey. And so I created basically a Facebook page called NJ Veteran Report. And that's just the brand I created, right? So I recommend you can create put whatever state Veteran Report, right? And that's the domain I used. So you could, whatever, CA Veteran Report for California or whatever, FL Florida Report, whatever. Just keep it super simple. And all I did is I went to Canva and created I just literally typed in NJ Veteran Report, and that was the logo I used. If you needed a logo, go to Fiverr or just create something and just type the words and like make them colorful or something in Canva and then upload it there. Really that simple, nothing crazy. Down here, all you need to do is change the date. Change the date for whatever day you set this up, right? This right here, just leave it alone. That is this little calendar symbol, right? So you can just leave it alone. So you're just changing the date, right? Underneath the title, you're going to say it's posted by. You're going to change this. Obviously, I left it NJ Veteran Report so you can see what we did. Change that name to whatever you are. If veteran, so say there's someone else in the program that is, or you want to say you're in New Jersey, and I've already gotten NJ Veteran Report. NJ Veteran Issues, NJ, Veteran Updates, whatever, just something that's just kind of related. So it doesn't have to be. Don't worry if it's not the exact same as this. Just keep it something along the lines that people understand it's veteran. Have veteran in the name, in the state, and the abbreviation in the name. Okay, or you don't have to abbreviate. You can just spell it out. California Veteran Report, whatever. But change that here. And then, of course, when you make these changes, make them normal font. Don't, change the bold color or unbold it. So it's not yellow. Don't leave it yellow, okay? All right, let's continue down this column. You don't have to change any of this text. This is the actual article, okay? All right, so right here I left in a banner. All this is an image. It's a 728 by 90, typical like what you would do for AdWords if you're uploading a display banner or whatever. You see, I left this here so you can see it. Now, you can do one of two things to create this. You can go to Canva and again, make matter of fact, in their templates. Again, Canva's free. That's why I bring this up. So you go into their templates, and one of them is you'll see is ad templates, and one will say banner, I think, or it'll say like 728 by 90. You'll see it. It's this one here. Okay. So matter of fact, let me just click on this. Yeah, I already sized it the way it is. So you'll just create this in Canva. Again, just drag a few things and type it on. I think that's all I did here. Change out, obviously, your state, but everything else stays the same. Or just show this to Fiverr, right? Some dude on Fiverr screenshot this and say, hey, I need this, but I need the words to say, California veteran. Someone will do that for you within 24 hours, right? So if you know you're not going to do this, go ahead and do that first. Just go to Fiverr, search for graphic design or whatever. You'll find plenty of people there. show them, screenshot this, and then purchase your gig for $5 or $10, whatever it costs. Say, hey, I need this exact thing in 728 by 90. And I needed to say, instead of New Jersey, I needed to say whatever state you're in, okay? And then what I do is we'll link this to, you'll just type in, you'll paste in the URL of your quiz page, okay? This banner here, okay? Text, you don't have to touch, you don't have to touch, you don't have to touch this, you don't have to touch any of this. Here's another banner, okay? Same thing. Nothing changes. We just have different text. If you want to adjust the rate, you can, because rates have gone up, so you can say rate of 4% or more, whatever. This just kind of talks about refinancing. But change up, see NJ Veterans, make that whatever it is. Again, make something like this in Canva, or change it in, or have like a designer in like Fiverr or something do it. Okay. You don't, and then again, this right here, I'm going to click. See this link? I'm going to link it to my, I'm going to link it to what my quiz page is, which we'll look at in just a second. Okay. All right. Scroll down more. Nothing needs to change. Nothing needs to change. And then you get down here. Make sure that you change the text here. So this right here is a text block. All right. So I'm going to click it. And then see here, open text editor. I'm going to click it. And now I can edit this. Okay, so I'm going to change this now. So when you guys see this, you should see state. All right. Okay, so change your state. And then you don't need to change anything else here other than right here, click here now to get started. You're going to highlight that and see this link. You're going to hit link, insert link, and you're going to paste in the landing page URL of the quiz. Okay, and then you'll just hit insert and then update. Okay, and that's it. See how it updated? Okay, perfect. I did have this blue. I made this red so it could stand out, but let's see here. Let me just make it blue, since that's the color of the link. Is this it? Yep, font color. Yeah, there we are. There you go. All right, so you'll click that, or you'll make that, you'll link this text to your landing page, okay? Let me save this before I forget. Okay, all right, you don't need to touch this at all, okay? So you can just leave that. That credits the article writer. And then here, share with a fellow vet. Okay, I got some share. This will get shared, so you can leave these in here. If you don't want to do this, you can definitely delete it, right? You can delete and delete. But all it is you click here and everything's set up. All you have to do is put the share URL, which you're going to make this page. So this domain was njveteranreport.com, I believe, is what I made this. So that's what I put in here, right? So that when they hit share, when they hit any of these to share them, they're sharing this page. Okay, that's what we want to do. So you put the URL of whatever you decide to make this this domain, okay? Because you are going to want to get a new domain of whatever you name it. So if you, like me, again, I was NJ Veteran Report, so this domain is njveteranreport.com, I believe. If you're whatever, CA Veteran Report, then get that domain. If you're, again, if the report's already taken, then whatever, NJ Veterans Report, NJ Veterans Issues, NJ Veterans Update. You see what I'm saying? So just pick a domain, and that's what you'll make this site. And we'll look at that more in just a second. But bottom line is that's what you'll put in the share URL. And then here down in disclaimer, terms, conditions, and privacy, all I did, you can see here, you just paste in the URL just like on the other landing pages. Paste in the URL of whoever you're sending these leads to. Put their disclaimer link in there, their terms and conditions, and their privacy link. Okay? And that's all you got to do for that. And then down here, of course, change it to your, whatever you name your page. You can update the year. And then hit save. All right, now column 2. Let's look at this. This banner, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to get remade because it's generic, right? So you can just leave this here, and you're just going to click it, and you're going to paste right here. Again, you're going to paste in the URL of your quiz page. And then this right here, you can just leave alone as well. It makes it look like a blog. Matter of fact, let me just double check though. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to delete this. You're going to want to link. You're going to want to link this text here. You're just going to highlight it. You're going to highlight the text. Hold on one sec. Okay, you're going to highlight the text and just paste in this URL. So I had NJ Veterans Report linked here. That way, someone did click it, just like a real blog. If someone clicked this, this is the post here, right? So this is what I made it, or this is what I made this link. Okay, and then that's it. That's it for this content page. Okay, let's look at the URLs though real quick, because I named it like a blog post, right? So in the settings, you'll name this, whatever. You'll pick your domain, and then, I think I just put like veteran content, or I put, so this path, made it like, oh no, I put /blog. Sorry. So I put blog, right? So that's because, if you, because I want to name, I don't want to name it the articles. That's what I'm going to use for the landing page URL. Okay. So bottom line is put blog here. Okay. And then here in the publishing is where I named it the article. So I think I actually named it, just 5 VA myths. Okay. Right? So because that's like the name of the article. 5 VA myths. That would be the path. Let me just update the funnel steps so it'll save for you. And then you'll just add your domain. Okay. And of course, remember to change it here in the gear. 5 VA myths, and you'll pick your domain. Okay. And then let's go back in real quick. So now that I know, now we know that the article, the landing page itself, we're calling 5 VA myths. Okay. So down in this link right here, you'll make this link right here the 5 VA myths one, right? That's what you'll link to, because that's the actual article, if that makes sense. Okay. If you have questions about this, just feel free to ask. It's not that I'm not trying to make this complicated. I'm just trying to help you with the URL naming. So, all right. So that's it for the content page. Okay. So let's get out of here. Okay, the next page is the actual quiz page, right? So they go to the content page, they do their thing. Ideally, ultimately, we're going to get them to this quiz landing page. This is what we're looking at here. Okay. Here, it's pretty much the same landing page that you've already seen, right? Very easy. Put your logo up here, whatever it is. We have New Jersey veterans. Put whatever state. Military families in. We have New Jersey. Put whatever state. Again, even if you're targeting a city, you're going to put the state. Okay, so put the state. Could be eligible for zero down financing on up to $625,000. This varies by state to state. For New Jersey, VA has zero down financing for VA loans all the way up to $625,000. Just find out from your client what the zero down financing limit is, and then put that number there. Okay, and then here, see what you qualify or what you pre-qualify for with this quick 60-second VA quiz. What's missing is the quiz, right? So we'll look at the landing page in a second. The call tracking number here. Questions about your VA benefit, call us now. And then the rest is the same, pretty much as every other of the refi and the buyer, right? So how to use your, here's our VA approval process, client testimonials, call tracking number again, and then company name down here. And then the privacy disclaimer links again, and then the licensing and legal stuff. But let's look real quick at that. Okay, so I'm in the VA quiz page. Pick your domains. Whatever it could be. What did I have? I'm trying to think of what this was. Actually, I think I used the same I use the same domain. So for this was NJ Veteran Report / VA quiz exposed or whatever. 5 VA myths is what I made this, right? So njveteranreport.com/blog was the overall domain, and then the landing page was njveteranreport.com/5 VA myths. I used the same domain here, so njveteranreport.com/VA-quiz. Okay, so that's all I did here, and that's how I linked to this page. Okay, so let's look. Right, so up here was in the settings. I selected njveteranreport.com/VA-quiz, right? And then the landing page, right, because I have to pick that domain. Again, I selected njveteranreport.com/VA-quiz-LP for landing page. And then down here was the same thing as that, remember? njveteranreport.com. This was VA-quiz-LP. And then here is the thank you page, which was njveteranreport.com/VA-quiz-TY. And then down here, njveteranreport.com, VA-quiz-TY. Okay. Okay, so let's just dive in. Let's just jump in this real quick, and then that'll wrap up the landing pages. Okay, here's where the quiz is going to go, right? So open code editor, you'll embed your Wufoo quiz, which we'll look at in just a second. Logo, change the state. Call tracking number. If you don't want this in here, go up to the green section here, just trash it, this whole thing. Client testimonials, put them in here, just take screenshots and put them in there. You can use the same ones you used on the buyer quiz or the refi. If you don't want the client testimonials area, just hit the trash can. And then again, call tracking number, company name, licensing and legal stuff, disclosure, privacy policy, terms and conditions. Okay, now let's look at the thank you page. All right. And then the thank you page is even easier. It's just like the other ones. Put your client's logo again up here, and then call tracking number here, and then company name, licensing, and legal info, and then that's it. Okay, you're good to go. You don't need to change anything else, but go ahead and upload those 2 landing pages to your ClickFunnels and go ahead and make your changes. And in the next video, we're actually going to go over the pre-qualification VA quiz that you'll embed onto your VA quiz landing page here. Okay, so with that, we'll see you in the next video. All right, so now here we are in the VA loan quiz kind of set up in Wufoo. A couple of quick things. The theme that we use, it's the same as we use for the it's the same buttons that you use for the other quiz. Okay, so just wanted to get that out of the way. All right, so let's get to what we're actually doing here. Again, it's all set up the exact same way. The only thing changing is the questions, which below this link, below this video, we'll have a button that you can download the text file or whatnot that has all the questions and answers here, but you can see them right here as well. First question, are you a veteran? And then, this is a checkbox. Again, you can make this a multiple choice if you want, since we only want one answer here, but we have a checkbox. Yes, we are a veteran household. No, we're not a veteran household. Okay, then the page break, grab the page break and bring it over. Are you looking to purchase or refinance a home? Again, you can home purchase loan, home refinance loan. We use the checkbox here. You can use multiple choice again if you want to make it so that they can only pick one. Okay, drag a page break. And then when are you considering using your VA loan benefit? Within a month, and 2 to 6 months, and more than 6 months, unsure. Okay, again, this could be multiple choice. We use checkbox. Drag your page break over. How much would you like to borrow? Estimate is fine. We have this as a drop down, but you can definitely make this and actually you can actually cut this to 4,000 plus. Okay, so let's change that. Okay, so this is what we typically have. Again, use the ones I have on the sheet. But anyway, less than 100, 100, 200, 200, 300, 304, 400 plus. We have it as a drop down. You can definitely do it as a multiple choice if you want. Either will work fine. Okay, then drag your page break over. Okay, and then next down here we have the check boxes here. I'd recommend maybe leaving them check boxes because some people might just to not lock. Someone might say, "Well, I'm in Department of Defense and Army, whatever," and they make it confused. You don't want any. Let them check as many of these as they want. It doesn't matter. Select your military branch. I mean, I guess it does matter, but bottom line is don't try to lock them in with a multiple choice here. I recommend sticking with check boxes. You can also make this a drop down, I guess, if you wanted to. That would make it kind of like they only can pick one, but this is better because they can see all the options right away since there are a decent amount. Okay, page break again, and then a name, page break, and then credit score. You can see how we did it here. You know, so you can use it like this or the other method, and the other, like the home buyer quiz, you can use that one or use this one. Page break, and then email to send pre-approval info. Okay, then page break, and then verify current mobile number. You can see how we did it on the page. You know, when you click on the file that has all the questions, we put verify mobile number, and then in parentheses, we'll only call to update you on your answers. Page break, zip code, page break, and then we use a paragraph box, right? So this paragraph text is what we use down here. Drag that over and then ask them, you know, do you have any questions? And let them just type in whatever they want to type. You don't have to make this required, but we typically make everything required, okay? So again, just like in the other ones, we make make sure the checkbox that says required is checked next to every single question, okay? We want to have complete leads. And all they have to do here, if they don't have a question, they'll just type no, okay? But a lot of times we get a lot of feedback here. Not feedback, but a lot of information. You know, they'll ask specific questions, and it gives the loan officers a lot more information to use, okay? So nothing crazy there. And then, yeah, everything else is set up the same. You know, use your buttons. Just, again, all the training applies, right? You're going to set up your, let's see, save form. Let's go to set up email notifications, right? So put in the email address of the loan officers that you want to send these leads to. Customize notification. Put your company name here. And then in the message subject, we usually just put VA loan lead. And then BCC yourself on this, right? Whatever your email is. Just put it in there, and then anyone else you need to, you know, send this to as well. And then don't forget to redirect your form, right? So redirect the form to your thank you page. Okay? So that's that. So, all right, so your form, again, you're going to grab the embed code, and it'll be embedded here, right? You're going to embed the form here. Remember to, when you paste the code, remember you change the header from show to hide, right? And then, again, when you redirect, or in the form settings, you'll make sure you redirect the form to go to your thank you page URL. Okay? So that's simple. That's it. You know, now you have your form set up, you have your content page set up, you have your quiz page set up, and again, you did all the customization that you need to do. You got your domains hooked up, and then the last step is we're going to run the traffic, right? So the next video, we're going to jump into the Facebook ads that you're going to run for both the phase 1 and the phase 2. So with that, we'll just see you in the next video. All right, so welcome back to the week 6 in this case, Facebook ads training. Where we're at now is we've already set up the content landing page, right? We already set up the VA quiz landing page plus the quiz form. We embedded that already. And so now we need to set up a few things in Facebook ads. Specifically, let's talk about custom audiences first. So we're going to go over to Ads Manager. Okay. So in this case, we're going to come up here and go to, in the Ads Manager, we're going to come up to what's called custom conversions. Okay. So to create a custom conversion, technically, sorry, so the custom conversions, if you remember right, we talked about in week 5. Custom conversions are, we want to track specific events. You know, before we use like the lead on the pixel, right, the lead pixel or whatnot. So, and again, we got the pixel on both, you know, we got the pixel on this landing page. We also got the pixel on our, you know, we have the pixel on our quiz page, right? So we need to track the conversions now. We want to track them separate from the normal home buyers and refis. So we're going to set up what's called a custom conversion, which means we want to track them specifically, a specific way. So you can see here I've created 3. I got one called VA Myth Page Visit. I have one called VA Quiz Page Visit. And one called VA Lead. All right, so let's look at each of these. First, here's how you create a custom conversion. Let's do that first. You click Create Custom Conversion, and then all you're going to do is say URL contains, and then you're just going to grab the URL. So in this case, I grabbed the content URL, right? So I would just paste it here, hit Enter. Okay, see how it has my domain? Okay, I'm going to call this a view content, right? That's what I'd call the landing page, view content. Hit Next, and this is VA, you know, content visit. So let's just do that. So we'll create that. Okay. Now I'm going to grab the URL of the quiz page. Let's create a custom conversion for that. All right, so URL contains, I'm going to paste in that, hit Enter. Okay, this is my quiz page. And choose category. This is again a view content, right? Because they're just getting to the page, so I'm just tracking it as a view content. All right, hit Next. VA quiz landing page visit. Create. Okay. All right, and then next I need to create the lead conversion. So when they hit the thank you page of my funnel, so I got, yep, on my thank you page, so I'll grab this one. Of course, you'll have your domain already set up. Let's go custom conversion. So URL contains, I'm going to paste it in there. Oops, get rid of the space. Enter. And then I'm going to call this a lead. So it tracks as a lead conversion. Next. Yay. Quiz lead. Okay. Let's just create it. All right. Done. So now I have it. So basically now what happens is when someone visits, it'll track it, right? So in my ad account, I can set up, let's see here. Let's go to Ads Manager and how we'd set this up. Okay, so you can see here I have a category in my columns. Remember, we configured our columns to look at different conversions and whatnot. So in this case, I have one that I set up called VA Performance and Conversions. So I can track the VA leads. And all it did is I just changed the columns back here. So I added a column. So if you remember on the other one, for the normal home buyers and refis, I have a view content and I have a lead, right? So for VA performance conversions, I create the columns, and we'll look at it in just a sec. I create, let's see here, how's it go? All right, well, let's just drag it out. Actually, you know what? Let's look in the customized columns. Okay, everything stays the same up here like I set it up initially. But now what happens is when you create the custom conversions, if I come over here to the left and hit website, if I scroll down, there will be a section called custom conversions. Where is it at? There it is. See website custom conversions, and all the ones I created and named are over here, right? So all I'm going to do is I'm going to check the boxes of the ones I went. And then right here it says cost website custom conversions. I want the cost per lead and the cost per myth page visit. So what I end up with is I want to see every content visit, right? I want to see every content page visit cost, right? I just want to see what that's costing me to get someone over to that page. I'm going to take a look at the VA quiz page visit. And then I want to see how many VA leads we get, and then the cost per lead. And then I just save the preset as, you know, the VA performance and conversions, and hit apply, and I'm good. Okay, so that's how I created these columns. VA quiz, VA myth page visit, the cost per myth page visit, and you can get rid of the cost per myth page visit. It's really not that important. The main ones are the VA myth page visit, the VA quiz page visit, VA leads, and then the cost per lead. Okay, so that's how I set up the columns. So that's easy. So now let's look at. So after I created the custom conversions, and now I've created my columns. So I created an additional an additional selector here that I can select now. All right, I'm going to Power Editor. And let's look at the content one first. So this right here is a clicks the website campaign, right? A traffic objective, right? So I select traffic and I name it whatever. This one I just called VA myths post, 5 VA myths post, and I just named it CTW. Okay. The ad set I create. Okay, I'm gonna come over. Let's walk through this. All right, so this one here I name vet interests. I target both males and females with this, 25 plus. And then this just indicated this is image 1 that I'm using for this ad set. Okay. Traffic, website, or messenger, I want to make sure selected. Budget, you can start at, $5-10. We just happen to be using 15 right here. Okay. You can put don't end schedule. Okay. Locations. We typically target the whole state when we're doing these. You can target, you can target cities. You can target the state. Whatever you want to do. Whatever your loan officer prefers or is what they're looking for. Okay. We just happen to be targeting the state for this one. You can see here 25 plus. We target both genders. Okay, so here's what we do here. We do a layer targeting for the VAs. So we start off with first-time homebuyer, homeowners, renters, and apartment. So the first 3 here are demographics, home ownership. So we're looking for first-time homebuyers, homeowners, and renters. So we're just kind of looking for anybody and everybody here. If they live in an apartment, that's fine too. Okay. Then we layer in some military interests, right? So what we'll do is I'll put these in a text file below so that you can add them real quick. You can copy and paste and add them in. But bottom line is we picked a lot of typical military interests. We also picked like Fort Dix. That's in New Jersey, right? So we picked some of the bases. some of the military installations that are in that state. So you may want to Google, like if you're targeting wherever you're targeting, Google military installations in, New Jersey or California, whatever state you're targeting, and then see if you can target some of them as interests. Some of those are actually interests and that you can actually add. So you would want to add those. Okay. So we'll give you this list of veterans kind of interest to target. The main one to make sure that you have in there is the one here that says veterans, right? So this is the one that is the hobbies and activities, political and social issues. So veterans, and then all these other ones, veterans benefits. Again, we'll have the list. U.S. military veterans, wives, all the good stuff that relates to being a veteran, that more than likely a veteran will like. And then the third layer is veterans, U.S. work industry, demographics, work industries. It'll be veterans, U.S. Okay, these are anyone that have been identified previously employed as a military. And there's actually one here that I'm missing called military. Not sure why I missed that here. Maybe it was in here. No, it wasn't. All right, anyway, bottom line is military. You would add that to military, which is demographics, work industry, and then veterans. Okay. All right, so it's 3 layers, right? So you remember how to set up the layers. You put in these, and then you'll hit narrow further, and it'll bring up the second box, and you start putting all these. Then you hit narrow further again, and you hit 3. So the reason why we do this super layer, so don't get alarmed. The targeting is going to be very small. Like this audience here is very small. What we're trying to do is get this very narrowed down so that between all these layers, we're highly likely to be targeting military people or veterans, people who would qualify for the VA loans, that are also... well, I guess the easy answer is that they're military. That's what we want to see, and they're potentially renters, right, or they're homeowners, right? So they already own a home, so they'd be eligible for refinancing, or they're renters, or potentially going to be a first-time home buyer. They'd be eligible for the loan, right? So we get the real estate part out of the way first, and now we want to narrow it really narrow it down, right? With all the military interests, right? Things that military folks or veterans are more than likely to like. And then we cap it off with people who identified or who have been identified as military and veterans, right? We're just adding the extra layers to just really make it super targeted. Because if they like all this, plus they match this, they're really highly likely our target audience. But there's not that many of them. So our goal is to really build a lookalike audience off of the custom audience that we created. Let's see here if I can go back to custom audiences or custom conversions. Okay. So we have this one called, so for example, the myth page visit, right? The myth page is this, the myths exposed content. Basically, once we get to a certain amount of people, our goal is to at least get to 100 of the myth page visit. We're going to build a lookalike off that. So I'm going to come up to the lookalikes, to audiences. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to search. No, of course not. Let's just do VA. See what we got here. Okay, here we go. All right. Here it is. Okay, so we created a lookalike. So what we would do is we create an audience. We create a custom audience first based on website traffic. Any people who visit specific web pages. There it is. URL contains. Okay, there it are. Oh, geez. Okay, so it took me a minute to figure that out. All right, so you're just going to grab the URL for the content page and pop in people who visit specific web pages. URL contains, just drop it in there. And then I'm going to do 180 days and include past website traffic and then name it VA content visitors. 180 days. And then create this audience. And then what happens is when this audience gets to be 100 visitors, right? So I called it VA content visitors, 180 days. I would put a check mark once it has 100 visitors. I'm going to come over to actions and create lookalike. Yep, I want United States. And then 1, then create audience. Then there we go. Obviously, the audiences aren't, yeah, there's a lookalike. So obviously very small. All right, so what's going on is, back to the targeting, to why this all makes sense now, right? So let's recap. We got the ad that we're setting up now, we're walking through, that's sending people to this content page. We're using very targeted interests, right? So we're really dialing it down to make sure that the people coming to the landing page are more than likely veterans, military personnel, or someone who would qualify for a VA loan. It's just very highly likely, right? Now initially, so we have the pixel again on this page. We also have the pixel on this page. So we set up custom conversions. So we know every time someone hits this page, we know when someone hits this page, and we also know when someone hits the thank you page. Let me just pull that up too, so it's part of this, right? So we know also when they hit the thank you page. Now, if they hit the thank you page, they're a lead, right? If they hit this one or this one, they're just viewing the content. That's what we set it up as, all right? So they're a lead if they hit this. So we set up the custom conversion, so we know when they hit this, and we know when they hit this. And now we also just set up a custom audience, right, in the asset up in the audiences to build an audience, of the people who hit this page. That's what we just said we're going to do. When we launch our ads and we get 100 visitors, we're going to build a lookalike audience of the people who visited this page, okay, which is what I just showed you how to do, okay? The reason why all this works is because we're so targeted on who hits this page. We're going to take that lookalike audience and target this page, right? Okay, so let's finish walking through. We have the layers. Okay, so let's finish walking through this ad. All right, so that's why this works, because we really layer it down to make sure that the people hitting this page are more than likely veterans. Okay. All right, so then we're going to come down, edit placements. We just run on mobile desktop, again on the feeds. Make sure nothing else is checked. It's just the feeds. Optimize for link clicks, automatic bid. Let's go to ads. Okay, let's just open it up, take a look at the ad. All right. Yep. So we got our page, right? Create one that's called whatever your thing. Mine was called NJ Veteran Report. Name yours whatever. CA Veteran Report, CA Veterans Issues, whatever it is. And then create ad. Here's what the ad looks like. Very simple. Okay. Grab you several military images. Okay. So just grab several. Just type in, go to, Pixabay, go to Canva, search on Google, just type in military and see what kind of images pop up. You're looking for images like this, where it's someone in uniform and they're smiling and with their family. They don't have to be posing like this, but just people in uniform kind of smiling with their family. Okay. It could be whether they're hugging their wife or holding a baby or whatever it is, right? And then here's what the tech ad copy is you're going to write. So let's go. So you do your image, right? And then the website URL, right? This is your myths page. This is your content URL that you're putting in. Okay. Let's see here. You can leave the display blank. Okay. Okay, here's the text that you're putting in, right? So that's what's up here. So nearly 9 out of 10, California or New Jersey veterans say they don't know about this benefit. VA exposes myths. Read more. And then the link to this content page again, right? So you're putting it in twice. You're putting it up in the website URL destination here, and then in the text here, right? So that they can just click on it. The reason why is so that if they're on mobile device, this is what it looks like. They just click here, right? It just increases the click-through. And then the headline down here, VA exposes 5 home loan myths that hurt veteran home buyers in whatever state. Okay. And then the text down here, find out why this is one of the best things for veterans right now. And then learn more. Okay. So you can see here, news link description, the call to action. Make sure you're tracking conversion from your Facebook pixel. Make sure that's selected. Okay. And that's it. Okay. Then you launch this ad. Okay. Your goal is to wait until you get 100 clicks. That's what your goal is. So don't be too concerned about getting the leads here, because what you're trying to do is build up the audience of people that hit this page. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is, since this video is really long, I'm going to stop here, and then the next video we're going to walk through the conversion ad, right? The phase 2. Okay, so what's happened is we just launched the phase 1 ad, and we're sending clicks to this page. Some people will turn into leads, but don't get too concerned about the cost per lead and conversion percentages and all that. You're just trying to get people to this page. And then once you get about 100 visits, that's when you're going to launch the phase 2 ads. Okay, so I'm going to show you what that looks like in the next video. All right, so here we are in the last video, actually, of of week 6, where we are actually setting up the phase 2 ad. So far what we've done is we created the content page, right? We got our article page, and it's all set up and customized. And then we have our VA quiz landing page, right? So that's this landing page that we've configured. We have our Wufoo form configured, and it's embedded. We also have our thank you page configured. Okay. And then what we did is we set up a couple things. We set up a couple custom conversions, right? So we went over to let's see here, in Ads Manager, we went to custom conversions, and we created a couple conversions that we could use to measure, how the ads are doing. So we got the content, I got it down here, content visit. We also have the quiz page visit, and then we have the VA quiz lead, right? And all we did was grab the URLs for each of these pages, and that's how we created. This is the VA content visit. This is the VA quiz visit, and then VA quiz lead, right? So we just put those URLs in and created the custom conversions. Then we went over and created to audiences and created a custom audience, right? The custom audience we created is, let's just let it load here. The custom audience we created, we'll just type in VA. So we went to create audience based on website traffic and created one called VA content visitors, which again, we just simply grabbed this URL and we put it in there, right? And so it's in there now, and it'll start tracking. Once we launched the phase 1 ad. Okay, it's starting to hit this page. So traffic's just hitting the page. We went through, walked through, created the phase 1 content ad. We may get some leads, right, that go to the quiz page. That's fine, but our goal is just to get traffic to this page so that the custom audience can start building up. Then once we get 100 visitors in the VA content visitors custom audience, we're going to click it, go up to actions, and create a lookalike, a 1% lookalike. So now we have lookalike 1% VA content visitors, 180 days. So it's just a lookalike audience based on the people in this audience, right? So we got 100, and we're going to keep going. We're going to let it keep going, build up to 200, 300, ideally get it up to 500 if we can. Keep it on a low budget. And this 1% will just keep getting better and better. But basically we're saying, hey, there's been 100 visitors here. So Facebook, go take a look at these 100 visitors and find me more people that are similar to them. Okay, so Facebook looks at over their 2,000 data points and says, okay, yeah, here's some common things that these guys have. So let me go find more people like that. Okay, pretty simple, and that's what the lookalike does. And then So once we do that and we have a lookalike, we're going to end up now launching the phase 2 ad, right? So let's look at what that looks like. So we're going to come back to the Power Editor, and this campaign is going to be a conversion campaign. Okay, so here it is, conversion, right? And I just called mine VA Quiz -WC for website conversion. Okay. All right, then we got an ad set. So let's look at how we do that. Okay. All right, so I just named it LA 1% VA content. So basically just saying this is the look. This ad set is based on the lookalike, the 1% lookalike of the VA content. Still targeting male, female, 25 plus. Okay. I'm not sure what I was doing here. Just, I just named it, I think, for the images I was using. So you can start it with I1 if you want to for image 1. Okay, the conversion event. Okay, so here for the website conversion, you're just going to go to, you want the lead, the VA quiz lead. Here it is. So VA lead. Okay. And then ignore this. You typically won't see this. So you're going to make sure that your lead is selected. Okay. And then $5 a day is completely fine. And then you're going to put in the custom audience up here. Include lookalike 1%, all VA content, right? So you're just going to put it there. Okay. You don't have to, you can ignore the exclude. For locations, put, again, the same targeting that you were using. So in this case, we were targeting a state. Yours might be cities, whatever. I will say that the bigger your area you target with VAs, the better it's going to work, because there's just more spread out across the state versus in certain cities, unless you're in a really big city. Okay. Age, 25 to 65, gender, all. Really, that doesn't change. The detailed targeting, all we're going to do is, in the previous, for the phase 1 ad, we had all those different layers. The only thing that's going to happen now is you're going to get rid of the real estate ones, the apartment, the renters, the homeowners. You're going to delete that whole section, and you're going to take all the other ones and put them into one ad set. Okay. So again, you're going to take the same list that's below this video, and the same list that's below this video, and just plop them in here in the detailed targeting, and combined with the lookalike audience up here, you're going to have a. Let me just get rid of this so it's not confusing. Combined with the lookalike, you're going to have a very targeted audience. Okay. Make sure this is unchecked. Sometimes it'll automatically check for you. For the placements, same placements. We're going to just run the Facebook feeds. And then scroll down. Optimized for ad delivery is going to be conversions and 1-day click. Right? That's it there. Now let's look at the ad. Okay. You can call this whatever you want. I called this page post 2 for whatever reason. It was the second one, but I'm showing you the ad that did the best, or was one of our top performers. So you can just call it, image 1 or whatever. Select your page again, and then you're going to create the dark post. Remember, so we create the dark post here. We click plus, and you add your image here, and you type your text here, and then you hit save. And then this is what it looks like. Okay, go ahead, make sure your conversion pixel is selected here as well. All right, so now let's look at the ad. Oops, you know when it does this little game here. Okay, there we are. Okay, so here's what the text is. Okay, this. Okay, obviously you're going to change it for your state. New Jersey veteran ? Don't miss out on one of the best benefits available to veterans today. See if you qualify for the Veterans Benefits Homeowners Program or the Veteran Smart Refi Program in less than 60 seconds. Tag a fellow vet or service member that should see this too. See if you qualify here, and then the link to your quiz page. Okay, this is all in a post, and then again another image. Okay. And you don't have to. So you notice that the image we used in the traffic campaign had the same guy, the same like the same military member. You don't have to keep it consistent like that because we tested several different images. But this kind of stuff is what works, right? People with their families, military members with their families. Okay, so just keep it like that. It doesn't have to. Again, it doesn't have to be consistent. It doesn't have to be the same person you showed in the traffic video be the same person in this video, in the phase 2 ad, or not video. It doesn't have to be the same image, people in the image from phase 1 as it is in phase 2. But that just just happens that that's what we're showing you here. So, but bottom line, you get the picture of the type of pictures. Military people smiling, happy with family. Okay. And then again, make sure your pixel's selected, and then you're good. Then you run this campaign. Okay. So now what happens is you just review changes like you always do. Okay. So what happens is now we're running the phase 2 ad that's direct to the quiz landing page, just like you did for the home buyer or the refi. So now we're just kind of doing the same thing, except for this is a conversion, dark post ad, right? Which you already know how to set up anyway. It's the same as the home buyer, same exact way. Okay. Again, you're going to use the targeting that we give you, the targeting interests that are in the file below this video, or below the previous video. And for the interest, for the military, the veteran interests. And then the only difference is you're adding in that lookalike layer targeting, okay? And then you're just running as normal, right? You're optimizing it for the conversions, and you're just going to be generating more leads now. You're going to be generating a lot more leads, and that price should, the price cost per lead should continue to drop and get pretty cheap for you. The next piece of the strategy, just to add on, it's nothing I need to show you. Actually, I will go and just show you, is we start off targeting the lookalikes here, right? So right now, we're targeting the lookalike based on the VA content, right? The people that built that came to this page, right? So we built the lookalike based on the content visitors. Well, now that you're running the conversion campaign directly here, now the next step is, once you get 100 conversions, 100 leads, so once you've generated 100 VA leads, so right here, so all VA quiz leads, we created this custom audience. Once you get 100 in that audience, then you're going to check that and create a lookalike based off the leads, right? Because they're the most targeted. The leads are the people we want. Leave it at 1%, create audience. And then boom. All right, so now we have leads, right? So now what we did is the people that hit this obviously are pretty targeted for us. So that's what we start off with, the lookalike we start with when we run this conversion campaign to get leads. But once we have 100 leads, right, the leads are the most valuable. So the people that hit this page essentially is what we did. Everyone who hit this page is a lead. So those are the most targeted people, right? The actual leads, that's what we want. So now we're going to create a lookalike. Said, hey, Facebook, take a look at this audience and now find me people more like that, right? Because now as these leads happen, they're going to differentiate themselves a little bit from the content people, right? So the people that actually commit and become a lead, those guys are a little bit different than the people who just came to this page, right? So that's the next step. So basically, you'll end up duplicating the campaign, right? So you'll just click here, hit duplicate. Right, and it's going to keep all the same information, but instead of VA quiz content, we're going to call it VA quiz. VA quiz. Okay, and I can get rid of all this junk. We're still going to be optimized for the lead. Nothing's going to change on the budget, but here instead of lookalike 1% all VA content, I'm going to go. Yep, I'm going to go lookalike 1% all VA quiz leads. Build the lookalike off that. Then I would delete this. And all the other stuff stays the same. The targeting, the genders, all the interests, everything stays the same. Everything else stays the same. And I'm even going to run the same ad. Okay? So it just duplicated itself. Okay? So that's it. So now you have it. Now you're even more targeted, and your leads should come in nice and cheap. They'll continue to get cheaper. The more leads you get, Facebook's going to get smarter, and smarter, and continue to be better about finding you more leads, which will make the costs go down. All right, so that's it. Right, it's pretty aggressive, this campaign, or not aggressive, just pretty massive in the way it's set up and operated. And I know it seems like a lot, but honestly, it took a lot more to explain it than when you're actually just going through and setting it up. Okay, so once you get it going, this produces the VA leads at the kind of the super high quality VA leads that these are highly coveted in the mortgage industry, and the fact that you'll be able to set up a system to deliver those will help differentiate you from other marketers in the mortgage industry. So, all right. So with that, don't hesitate to ask questions in the group or shoot us an email. And again, we have our calls that you'll be able to come on and talk about campaigns and how you get things set up and all that good stuff. We can help you where you're stuck, get you unstuck, and get you generating these leads. So with that, we'll see you in the community, and look forward to seeing your success with this campaign. Hey, welcome to the bonus content here, which is actually how to get mortgage clients, right? So we've been learning all this time how to deliver and generate mortgage leads. So now that we know what we're doing, now we can go ahead and confidently go out and land clients and provide services for them. So that is kind of where we're at here. So let's talk about what we got going on. So we use an automated funnel to consistently bring in mortgage clients. It's actually pretty cool what we do. May or may not be familiar with the setup that we're running, but I promise you it's super effective, and it will get you clients. Okay, so we're going to give you the exact basically walk through the exact systems and processes we use. Now, this does require some tools, right? So there's going to be some external things here if you want to set it up like we do. You can, I guess you can set this up to run without all the different tools we use, but it would be kind of tough. So, we're going to list what we use, and then if you are already using services or utilize any services that can replace anything we're using, then that's fine. The functionality is all we're after. All right, so resources you'll use. We use a chatbot type software called Message Hero. We were fortunate enough to pick it up, like 6 months ago or something when it launched. Maybe longer than that. Anyway, it's a while ago where it came out, like a beta launch or whatnot. And what it actually does is it will allow you to send automated messages when someone comments on one of your posts. In this case, one of our ads. So it's pretty cool. So you can go to, we're not affiliated with any of these things. So if there's other software that you use that can accomplish the same thing that you're more comfortable with or already using, then by all means go ahead and do that. But we'll look at that here in just a second. Appointment scheduling software, we use Calendly. This is basically where it's essentially, online kind of software or whatever, or web service or whatever that connects to your calendar and, provides a way for clients or prospects to schedule, basically book an appointment with you. So we use Calendly.com. It's pretty cheap. Back to Message Hero real quick. We bought it a while ago. I'm not sure how much it is now. I know it's more expensive now than when we picked it up in the beta. I want to say I maybe paid like $37 or $47 for it, but I want to say it's $100 something for the lifetime, and I think they have a monthly cost now or something. Just buy it lifetime. I promise you'll see like a million other uses for this, besides just simply using this to, again, help you land clients. So to me, it's worth the investment. but again, I'm not 100% sure on the cost. The Calendly, I think that's like $9 a month we pay. And there might even be a free option. We just use $9 a month. We run several different appointment calendars or whatever through that. So Zapier, that's free. We use that to connect Calendly, basically our appointment scheduling software, to an email autoresponder. Now, the autoresponder doesn't matter. You just need to be able to. It just needs to be able to send out emails, right, across a kind of a drip campaign. We actually use the email autoresponder called Drip, but there's a million of them out there to work with any of them. We use Zapier to connect Calendly to the autoresponder, so that when someone books a call, they not only get scheduled on the calendar, but they get added to an email list. Right, so that's kind of what's going on there. And then, of course, we use Facebook. We'll use ads, and then you should already have a business page that you use, that you, I guess, had to create anyway to set up your business manager. If you don't want to use that one, create a business page that you want to represent you or your business. Right, so that's what you're doing there. So let's look real quick at what this looks like in a visual form. Okay. And then what we'll do is the videos after this will go into each portion of this to walk you through the setup. Okay, so this is the overall concept. You will end up running a page post engagement ad on Facebook. The reason why we're going to do that is because we are trying to get people to comment, right? And we have some specific text. You'll see exactly what we use to basically get interested loan officers or mortgage brokers or whatnot commenting on our ad, our post. As soon as they drop a comment, that's when Message Hero kicks in. We have Message Hero with a preloaded message that will come from our Facebook page directly to whoever commented. So as soon as they comment, Message Hero sends an automated message with our appointment booking link in it. Right, so we don't even talk to these people. We started off that way. We just got overwhelmed with the volume of interest. So, and you'll get the same. So again, you don't have to use the automated setup. Just the basic ad will work, and you can just manually do all this. Okay, I guess that's the workaround without having to do all this automated. We prefer to do it automated and only talk to people who actually book a call from the message. Right, so they'll get a message basically from Message Hero or our chat bot that says, provides some basic information, and then says, hey, if you're interested in learning more or seeing what it takes to work with us, go ahead and book your call. They click the link and they get a booked call, and then what we'll do is we'll close them on a trial. We don't want to just if you can land a client, you can land a client. We just always, especially off these cold. Not necessarily cold. I mean, they're booking the call, but off this process, we typically book them on trials first. We have had a few people just right out say, no, we just want, let's skip the trial, let's go full up service, and that's fine. But the ultimate goal is after the trial, we'll close them as a long-term client. If we can skip the trial, then that's completely fine as well. So that's kind of what the process looks like, right? So what we'll end up doing is, go ahead and what we can do is I can show you, you can watch the videos and see how all this works. And then you can go back and if you decide you want to do it the automated way, you can pick up the tools that we go through and the setup. If not, you'll be able to skip kind of ahead to where we actually run the ad, right? And you'll just manually answer comments and messages and whatnot. So, all right. So with that, we will reference this kind of chart throughout the other videos, so you can kind of keep pictured the entire process. So, real quick, if you need any help on this, it's not necessarily something super simple, but that's good, right? Not everyone can set up something like this. Again, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it, but it takes some steps. So if you need some help, definitely ask questions, and we'll help you get set up and running. So that's the bottom line here, so that you can get running, and start getting clients now. All right. So with that, we'll see you in the next video, which is going to start with the Message Hero, basically the chat software. All right, we'll see you there. All right, so welcome back, and here's the first video of the process. In the overview, I said we're going to start with the messaging software, but actually we're going to work backwards. So we need to we're going to set up the call here. So we're going to set up our calendar software. So again, we use Calendly. It's calendly.com, and basically, super simple. Let me just see here. I'll bring this down. Yeah, so you can try for free for a 14-day trial period, which is pretty cool because you'll, heck, you can even have calls already booked by that time. That's why we don't show you this process earlier in the process, because when you're at this point, you're ready to go. So you can go ahead and literally sign up for any trials that there are and take advantage of free trials in terms of all this software here. But worst case, you pay $8 a month. Or $10. Sorry, $10 a month, or it's worth $8 a month if you buy just annual plan. Bottom line, super cheap. All right, so once you sign up, we're not going to walk through that. Just utilize their site to sign up. What we're going to end up doing is creating events, right? So it pretty much brings you to setting up your first event when you sign up for Calendly. So and it'll also have you connect to your calendar. We use Google Calendar, or excuse me, the basic, Google Calendar is what it is. Just the free whatever calendar that's there. You can use obviously whatever software, connect it to whatever software you want. All we're going to do is we're going to call this thing. This one here is what we are using for the mortgage. It's called 15-minute quick consult call. Call it whatever you want. It's just a name. We call it something like this because I think this shows in the emails that Calendly sends out to whoever signs up, right? So don't make it something stupid, or again, you steal what we use. That's completely fine. No big deal. And we make these 15-minute time slots, right? So let's see here. When you do the link, we ended up setting this up as 30-minute time slots, but we ended up changing to 15. That's why it says 30 here. But anyway, when you do the link, it'll end up being probably 15 or whatever. Anyway, 15-minute quick consult. So let's just walk through this here. Okay, so we'll start at the top. So this is pretty much how it walks you through, right? So, what event is this? 15-minute, quick consult call, location. Again, this is kind of stuff that shows, when people, book the call. So we do display location while booking. And we'll just say we will call you at the scheduled time for the location. Description, we just make it very simple. Quick 15-minute max call to discuss your business and see if we can help. Myself or my business partner, James, will call you. Very simple. We didn't change the length because, again, it's in all our systems, but we would have made it 15 minutes, not 30. This right here just this is the color that it'll appear, that the schedule, whenever someone books and it goes to your calendar, this is the color of the square, I guess, that goes on your calendar. So in our case, Google Calendar, it would be the same for you, whatever. Okay, so that's all the first part. Okay, when can people book? When can people book this event? We keep the duration 15 minutes. We don't want it to seem like it's going to drag out, and honestly, it doesn't really take too long. Let's see here. Events can be scheduled over 4 rolling days. Okay, so we do that. When can events be scheduled over a period of 4 rolling days? We don't let it go out further than 4 days. Okay, the reason why is the longer in advance people can book, the more likely they are not to be around when the call time comes. So we max it out at 4 rolling days. Okay. We also, let me see here. Let me see where it shows the times. There's somewhere on here where we don't want calls on the weekends. I think we'll get to that part here in just a second. So show availability in increments of 15 minutes. We got it down to prevent events less than 3 hours away. For a while, we were running this at I want to say 36 hours, 24 to 36 hours. This means basically how soon from the current time can someone book an event, or basically an appointment. So we didn't want appointments to just pop up on us. So we had it out at 24 to 36 hours. Once we were, actively taking some calls, or actively, taking appointments at the time, we moved this up to 3 hours. So put this, make it something comfortable. I recommend 24 or 36 hours. That way you have time to see that the appointment gets booked. And then 2, it also gives time for these, for the drip emails to go out. That's part of the process, part of the system, that we use is drip emails. There's like 3 that go out, 1 right away when they book, and then 1 the very next morning, and then 1 the following morning. So that's kind of why we did a 36 hour, because it always tended to allow all the emails to go out, which helps. There's FAQ emails, there's like some samples and whatever, sample leads. So it helped answer a lot of questions. So by the time they got to the call, everything was kind of taken care of. But again, you can see that we did it as early as 3 hours to try to capture people in the moment. So you do whatever you want to do. I would suggest do one of the things we're doing. Either make it super quick, and who cares if they get the emails or not, and then or set it out for like 24 to 36 hours in advance, so that you have time to, basically, you don't want to miss one of these events, right? These are calls, these are potential clients. We just do 10-minute before after buffers. Nothing crazy there. Let's see here. Invitee questions. It defaults name and email right here. We added, you can just add a new question. We added your phone number, and we made that required, and company name, we made that required, right? Phone number is the most important. You want to get the phone number, because that's what you're going to call. You definitely don't want to let people book without putting in their phone number. If they don't put their phone number, then they can't book. That's simple, right? So we're not going to waste time on people who are playing games. All right. Let's see here. Okay, we just left the default kind of reminders. That's why we like Calendly. It's very easy. So email confirmation, we just leave it recommended. And then let's see here. Basically, let's see here. I think it has the times that these go out. Let's see here. Somewhere in here it lets you pick the times. Okay, so here we go. Here's the reminder. So the confirmation and cancellation will leave default. We don't touch those. Then here's the reminders. We turn on reminders, and we just leave it default. Right? We'll leave it default, and the timing is 24 hours before the call and 1 hour before. Right? That's what we run. You can add other ones if you want, but since we also use a drip email campaign, we don't overwhelm them here with these. But if you want to skip the autoresponder emails, you definitely can, and you can add in some extra. I mean, you can have it go minutes before, if you wanted. So you can maybe even add a 30-minute or a 15-minute warning as well, or reminder. Okay. And then, yeah, nothing there. That's it. Once you have that, let's just look at what a live one looks like. This is all it is. We have a 4-day rolling. I want to see if I can figure out where they can book. Oh, okay. This calendar is what you use to set up when and when not people can book. So we just kind of picked, we picked, what is this? Here it is. Tuesday. We put in our times. I want to say there's an easier way to do this where it doesn't, let's see here one more time. Yeah, there's an easier way, and I can't remember off the top of my head, that you can pick what, to not have it on the weekends or whatnot. So maybe it's down here in advanced settings. No clue. Okay, well, I apologize. That you can ask Calendly support, or maybe do a search to see how you can block off like the weekends if you don't want to take calls on the weekends. Again, we set it for 4 rolling days, but we also again set it up so that we don't take calls on the weekends, and I just can't seem to figure that out right now on how we did that. So I apologize. But other than that, you're set up for your Calendly link. This is what it looks like. They would just click, and then there's their time slots. Whatever you pick. You can pick the window through that little calendar of. You can pick that calendar right here. You can kind of pick on and make whatever times available that you want, right? So we just made it, at different. Every 2 hours, we just had a slot. You can have this as open as much as you want. It just depends on how much volume you're looking for. When when you have I honestly, as you start building up clients, we didn't have a really huge team of phone people. It was just me or James taking these calls. So we just we kept it easy that we knew we can manage the times. But you can adjust this however you want just by clicking around in the calendar of how many time slots a day. Like you see here, this little plus, like I can add a plus there, or I can delete one, whatever you want to do. And then, okay, so this is how you do it. You pick your intervals by clicking on each day. And then, like if I clicked on Saturdays here, I can say make me unavailable on Saturdays. So I click that and, it'd say override it or whatever. So I'm actually just going to delete that. Okay, get that. But anyway, so that's how you do it. It used to be a little selector. So now you can just click on the calendar to select your availability. So, and then that's it. That's it for setting up your Calendly link. Now you're good. Again, now people can book. And then you grab your link. So here it is here. Here's copy link right here. So once your event's all set up, you just literally click on the little gear and grab copy link, and now you got it. So that's where you'll get your link that you'll drop into the chat messenger. So, all right, next video here, we're actually going to look at the autoresponder option, connecting that to Zapier, kind of what that process looks like if you want to use email autoresponders. We'll show you what all that looks like. So we'll see you in the next video. All right, so back with you here for the continuation of setting up our automated funnel, right? So what we've done so far is we walk through, basically getting our appointment booking link through Calendly, so that our prospects can book a call with us. So one of the last things we want to do before we move to the ad section and start running the ad is we want to, this is optional. We added it in about midway. I guess, through our entire time of working with mortgage loan officers, which we still do today. We went a decent amount of time before we added in autoresponders, right? So just bottom line is, what I'm saying is, you don't necessarily need this part. We just added it in to help nurture the prospect a little bit more before we got on the phone with them to help with conversion rates, and it did help. It did help us improve conversions to actual clients, right? So that's why we're going to share this with you. So, but don't feel like if this process starts getting way overwhelming, just start with the basics and work your way up. Okay, this isn't nothing crazy though. We're just going to be adding in a email sequence. So I left it out of the diagram, of course, but bottom line is, once they comment, again, they get an automated message that has kind of a message kind of templated message that has the appointment link for them to book a call. Once they book a call, what we do here that you don't see is when they book a call with Calendly, again, they get scheduled on the calendar that's connected to Calendly, which in our case, it's our Google Calendar. So it gets put on the calendar. And then we also use Zapier, which is a kind of a free, I say free. We were on a paid plan, but I think they have a free option. But basically, it connects apps with each other. So it helps connect Calendly to an autoresponder, which we use Drip. And then basically it drops them into an email sequence where they'll get 3 emails. So let's take a look at that real quick. So first, what we're going to do is let's actually look at Drip, right? Okay. You don't have to use Drip. You can use any autoresponder that you want. We used Drip. Let's see here, getdrip.com, whatever. or drip.com. And let's see here. And actually, let me just see if I can pull it up on so we can see how much that costs. Oops, I messed it up. Yeah, here it is. Here, pricing. Let's just see. Okay, so your first 100 subscribers are free, right? So that's perfect because if you have 100 loan officers on your email list already, then you're doing pretty good and you can afford any of this other stuff. So Drip could be an option for you. So perfect. So all we did was create a campaign called VC Lead Subscribe, and it's really that simple. Then we just created emails so that when someone campaign is their equivalent of like a list. So really that simple. So all right. So all we did, we got 3 emails here. And you can see exactly what they look like. What I'll do is I have a text. Let's see. I have a text here that has the entire 3 email sequence, right? But we'll walk through it. And this this document should be a button underneath or a file or whatnot underneath this video. All right, so but let's just look at what it is real quick. So bottom line is we have phone call, appointment confirmation. These are the subject lines. This is email 1, phone call, appointment confirmation. And you can see here high open rates. I mean again, they're going out to people who just booked a call, so they are very responsive to these to these emails. So phone call, appointment confirmation is the first one. And that goes out immediately. So basically, as soon as they get added to this list, they go there. And let's just click on it real quick. And we'll take a look at each one just super quick. All we do is just a quick HTML. And you can see here, hey, just want to confirm that your call is booked. It's really that simple. Again, you're going to have the text, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time here. On the next email 2, that'll go out 1 day later. And we have it go out at 7:30 a.m. the subscriber's time, basically their time zone, right? So we have it do that. Basically because we want it to go out immediately the next morning, early in the day, right? We want them to get that right away. So if their call is the next day, we make sure that they get this email before they talk to us. And basically here are some sample partner referrals, is what we call this. That's the subject line. And again, you'll have the text, but I just want to show you what we did here. The text, good morning. But what we say here is that we are attaching a couple samples. So what we did is we just took a screenshot of one of the leads. Like here's a home buyer one, for example. And we just marked out the personal information, but just show all the different fields. We did that for the buyer, and we did it for refi. So you can do the same thing if you already have generated any leads. If you haven't, don't worry about it, okay? You can even skip this email if you want to. But if you already have generated a lead, recommend go ahead and just screenshot it and just show this information. I mean, love to see it. It's good social proof that just shows, oh, wow, okay, they have generated a lead. Here you are. Even if you do a test lead on yourself and generate this, have it go to your email. Go ahead and do it. It works. It's just as good. Fill it out and just have it. So basically, bottom line is we're just trying to show them what a sample lead is because we want them to see how much information they're getting. Again, this is a long form lead. There's a lot of valuable information. So we just want to show that it's not just some little name, email, phone number lead, right? So we pasted that in there because I couldn't figure out how to attach it to the email. So there actually might be a way to attach it as an attachment, but I just copied it and pasted it right at the end of my email. So I just labeled it home buyer. Again, you don't have to be fancy with this stuff, right? That's what's cool. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that so you can see what we did there. Just so you know on the text here, I show here, say attach a sample home buyer lead image, right? You can do the same thing for refi if you have one. Okay, that's what we're doing there. And then the last one is FAQs about our referral service. And again, just another quick email where we actually try to knock out as many quick questions that they would more than likely have, and help, help kind of sell, help kind of pre-sell. So by the time we get on the phone, there's like very little questions, very little of the common questions, and then we can just talk about doing business together, right? So we cover guarantees, we cover pricing, everything. You just, use this word for word. Yeah, it works. It's good. Obviously, change your name unless your name's Jason, right? All right, so let's see here. So, all right, so there's our emails. There's the emails we're going to set up. Again, you'll have the text underneath this video. All you're going to do is, let's pop over to Zapier. Okay. Zapier is, try to shrink this thing down or something. Yeah. Okay. Zapier.com. Okay, so bottom line is what Zapier does here is allows us to connect all these two here. So we're just going to make a Zap. And again, Zapier has multiple pricing options. I think it's pretty cheap if you're just doing, if you're just going to set up a 1 or 2 Zaps. It might even be free. But basically, we want to connect we want to connect Calendly that we've already set up. So search the trigger whenever an invitee is created. So whenever someone schedules an event, right? We already set up the event, the 15-minute consult call. Okay, just find your account, whatever one it is. We're going to skip this test. You would just connect and continue. Right, then we're going to continue. And then we're going to go to drip we want. All right, so basically we want to subscribe someone to a campaign. That's what we want to trigger. That's the action that we want to happen whenever someone, basically whenever someone books a call. Okay. And you just, again, make sure that you have your drip account. Okay. The account, let's just see, lead. And then we have an email. Let's see here. Which one is this? Yeah. So it'd be the invitee's email. So whenever they fill in that email slot that we created in Calendly, this optional I leave it. Optional I leave it. Leave it. That's it. Honestly. Once you set up the account and the campaign that you want them to go, and then what email to use, which again, it'll show, it'll pull from Calendly and show the email. So it'd be invitee email because it automatically default. It's a mandatory email collection from Calendly. So it knows where to grab the email. Once you do that, and then you come down and you hit continue, it's not going to let me do it because I'm not filling in. I'm not filling in the email. Actually, let me just go and do it. All right, invitee email. I'm going to hit continue at the bottom, and then there it goes. And then I would just hit create and continue. That simple. So now, basically, and then I would name it. It'll have you name it as soon as you do that. All right. So actually, let's do this. And there it is. You just hit finish, and then give it a name, and then turn it on. That's simple. That's simple. And then then you're connected, and then what you have is, go back here. So now whenever someone books a call, they're going to get added to, Calendly is going to take over, going to add them to the calendar, and then Zapier is going to take over and add them into your sequence, and they're going to start getting these emails. Okay. So your emails are going to be below this video that you can just copy and paste, including the subject line, when they go out, what, and the exact text to include in every email. So now you're set up. So now what we are going to do is we are set up here where we have they can book a call, and they're going to get the follow-ups up to the time that they call. So now what we're going to set up, we need to set up our post for the ad before we can connect the messaging bot. So we're going to go ahead and move to Facebook now and see what the ad and the post looks like. All right, so with that, we'll see you in the next video. All right, so we're back in the process here, and we are ready to get our ad launched, right? Because we have our calendar link, and we have our our email follow-up campaign. So when they do book a call, we're good to go there. So we got it covered for the time they booked the call. Now we just got to get them to book the call. So this is a two-step process here, or the remaining 2 steps of the process are launch our ad, which is going to be a page post engagement ad. And then after that, we'll connect up the chatbot. But let's go and get our ad launched, right? So we need our ad launched before we can hook up the chatbot. So I'm going to pop over to our Power Editor, right? So let's see here. Okay, so I'm in Power Editor. Let me see if I can try to get this going here. All right, so I'm in Power Editor. So basically, all we're going to do is we're going to create a new campaign, and it's going to be a page post engagement. So right here, post engagement. All right, so let's go ahead and let's just name it. You know, yeah, whatever. Mortgage lead gen, whatever we want to call it. I always just do PPE for post engagement, page post engagement. That's just an old naming habit for me. And then we're actually just going to we'll keep it simple by job titles. Pretty simple. We'll say it's male, female, 30 years and up. And then we're just going to say post 1 there. And then I'm going to create. All right, so I got it. Post engagement here. Let's see. Now I'm going to go to my ad set, right? Called job title. So I'm going to open up my tab, right? By the little pen. Edit placements. And I am going to leave it all devices, but I'm going to get rid of Instagram, and then I'm going to get rid of the right column, and I'm just going to leave it feeds. Okay, that's all I'm going to do there. Budget, whatever you want, $5 to $10, I'd say. Whatever, I'm just going to do 5. And here we go. I'm going to leave it US. You can focus on cities. You can focus on your state. And you can focus on across the country, right? So whatever you want to do. You know, you may just want to pick states initially, so you can keep the audience kind of leveled down and really get it focused. And but you can do whatever you want. Again, age. I like to start at least no younger than 30, but understand you can go a little lower than that if you want, or a little higher, whatever you want to do. So I'm going to leave it just all gender. Because again, this is all stuff you can just test and play around with. The real big thing is here is, as you can already see, it's already used to me targeting. All I do is I come down here in detail targeting and I target by job title. So anything that has mortgage in it, right? So you'll see a lot of things. So there's mortgage loan specialist, mortgage agent, senior mortgage loan officer, senior mortgage loan officer. I'm just going to keep adding them until I get, you know, a nice size audience to target. Mortgage banker, mortgage loan officer, home loan consultant, so mortgage specialist, mortgage consultant, mortgage loan, anything with mortgage in it. Again, I'm just kind of clicking. Your audience isn't going to get huge, okay? So just understand that. Your audience is not going to get huge. Let's see, we got mortgage broker. So you get the point. Fill it up with anything that has mortgage in it, okay? And by job title. That's what you're doing. Get your audience. You know, right now I have about 17,000 in this audience. That's fine. You don't need a huge audience, right? We want to keep it focused. The more of these you add, the bigger this audience would get. And especially if you start spilling out into the loan officer columns here, you know, you can end up getting people in here that aren't necessarily who you want to target. But again, it can't hurt to have a bigger audience. But again, we're just trying to land some clients here, specific clients. So I don't need this. I don't care how big the audience is. I just want to make sure I'm targeting the right people. Okay. I mean, so this right here, I could literally, I might launch this, you know, whatever. You can go through and, you know, all you need to do is just type in the word mortgage. And that's how we do this. Again, stay away from interests. We're looking for job titles. Mortgage advice. There you go. There's one. Now, who knows what that guy is? Home mortgage consultant. Again, they'll start popping up as you start adding in these, right? So that's the simple targeting. Let's see here. Let's get this. And then everything else stays the same. Post engagement, automatic, nothing else we're going to change. All right, so that's all we do here. The ad. Okay, so I have my page selected. What we're going to do is you're going to do use existing post, and you're just going to hit this plus to create a new page post. This creates a dark post, which is called a dark post. Again, we talked about this when you set up the home buyer ad. But bottom line is, when I create this, it's just like any other post, right? So I'm going to upload a photo, that's post size, and then I'm going to type my verbiage. So we're actually going to look at the ad, all right, that I would type right here. And then you just hit save unpublished post. And then that's it. That's it. Then you'd hit review changes. Okay. So let's look at the actual ad itself. All right, let me find it here. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So here's the actual ad. Okay. And you can copy this word for word. The only thing I ask is that you use a different picture, because this is actually one of my clients, and you'll end up deleting out that little part. That's the only part that's personalized for me for this ad, right? You can use this same exact copy and play around with different versions. This is what we typically use. All right, so I'm going to leave this highlighted so you know where to take it out. And I'll show you what image that you can use here in just a second. All right, so want to help more people become a homeowner or refinance their existing home without having to rely on a realtor or crummy lending tree leads, right? Big pain that loan officers have. You can talk to, this is nothing crazy. This is just, us being, having worked with so many. A lot of them, they hate relying on a realtor, or, they found themselves relying on realtors for leads and didn't really know how to generate them themselves. And so they want to break away from that. They don't feel, because realtors really have no obligation to the loan officer. It's usually the other way around. Loan officers are always wanting to pair up with realtors so that when someone grabs a realtor, that the realtor would recommend, that loan officer. So they're always wanting to pair up with realtors. So it can be a pain though, because again, the realtors don't really have no obligation, because everyone's going to pretty much go to a realtor, but when it comes to the financing, there's going to be a lot of shopping around. Whereas if a realtor just recommends a loan officer, it saves a lot of problems, saves a lot of time for the loan officer, and gives them a steady flow of leads. So that's why we mentioned that here. Or crummy lending tree leads. Lending Tree and Zillow, again, are notorious for, they're well known in the industry, so a lot of people use them. But loan officer after loan officer ends up getting burnt by them. It seems like it's hit or miss, honestly. But usually more stories than not, you'll hear that the leads just kind of sucked, or they're paying out the wazoo for these leads. They're so expensive to get exclusive ones. That's where we come in and save the day. We can provide good quality leads that are exclusive to them. You can see here we open up our high demand service, providing qualified, exclusive live buyer and refi referrals. And our demand is higher than we have loan officers to take them. We're opening up to 2 loan officers to add more new applications per month to their pipeline. So this isn't for the average Joe. These aren't crummy shared Zillow leads you buy online. So what do you get? We just kind of list the information on here that they get, just to show, hey, you're getting all kinds of good stuff here. So this is just really highlights what you do. Say, hey, again, these aren't for any LO. LO is loan officer, in case I haven't mentioned that. I've probably used that phrase several times, or those abbreviations. These are live, exclusive, qualified referrals who are ready to move forward. You'll be the only one getting their info at the exact moment they request your help. My current LOs, and then again, I'm playing off a current client because he ended up making the Inc. 500, or excuse me, 5,000 or whatever. So I highlighted that. So just, again, remove that and don't use Mike. you know, I'll be pissed by now you use that picture. Again, this works without this. I changed it to this ad. I'm going to show you what image to use that worked just fine. Again, I added this in to change it up a little. And they're apping between 9 to 15% of these within 30 to 45 days. You can use these numbers because this is the stuff I showed you is exactly what delivers those results, right? No matter where you use them. Leave a comment or send a PM if you want more info or to see samples. But please don't waste our time and yours if you're not interested. I recommend don't be afraid to put this in your ad because you'll get a lot of people say they're interested, and some even book calls and not show up. So I don't mind showing this, right? Because there's plenty of people that are interested. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so that's it. That's your ad, right? And then what's going to happen, the play here is, you notice there's no links to anything. The play here is leave a comment, right? And going forward, I might even remove or send a PM. I'll say, I may just, I recommend maybe even saying just leave, if you're going to use the system we're showing you, just say leave a comment. Because then it's like, okay, cool, whatever. Some people prefer to PM, so maybe just leave it in there. Test it both ways, see what happens. And then what happens is, we get, you can see this ad here is like 87 comments on this one, a lot of likes. And basically people just drop in comments, right? So the next video, we're going to show how to set up the messenger chat so that every time someone comments, they get a message, and we'll show you what that looks like. But bottom line is here, there is the text, there's the copy. So you can copy this ad, use it for yourself, and that's what you'll create in the post. You're going to take all this text and create that in the post. Now, image-wise, let's go here. This right here is what we used to begin with. Performed fantastic. So recommend testing different images of American flags. Nice and bright. See how that pops? Here's another one, nice and big. So test American flags. If you're just targeting states, try the state flag of that state. You could also try pictures of houses as well, right? You can use pictures of houses in your post, similar to the way we run the buyers ads and the refis ads, right? Just look, you grab some pictures of the houses. But make sure they're good. They're attractive houses that pop, Again, test different things. Again, flags and houses work completely fine. So nothing crazy. It's really that easy. And you're going to be, again, even if you stop here and just use this process and have them leave a comment or send you a PM and you just respond manually, you're done. I mean, at this point, you can rock and roll if you don't want to continue with the automated chat. We like the automated chat because it filters out people and it's more hands off. Because again, you're gonna get people commenting. Okay, so let me just go back real quick. So that's it. Once I've created that post, that's all I need to do. I just review changes and launch it, just like you launch any other ad, and you're good to go. All right. So last video, we're gonna show you how to connect to a message bot and how that all works. All right. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, and now for the very last video of this automated funnel setup. And this video here is going to cover the something that kind of happens at the beginning is actually the automated message that kind of kicks everything off here. So in the last video we did the ad, and you have to do the post ad first before you can set up the chat. Because the chat will use the post ID. All right, so first let's talk real quick about this little software that we use. We use something called Message Hero. Let me just find it here. Okay. Yeah, again, it's messagehero.com. It's here, msghero.com. And then take you to this thing. Ignore all this hype stuff and just click get instant access and just pick it up. Again, I think there's two different payment options at this point in time now. There's a lifetime purchase and a monthly cost. I would say just go ahead and buy the lifetime, because I think you get unlimited updates. That's what we have. We have the lifetime. anyway, bottom line is you're going to get just a ton of use out of it, and I know you can get a lot of uses out of it that we're not even going to even talk about or use really for our little funnel here. So it would be worth it, in my opinion, to buy this. Again, I'm not associated with it, and heck, if I had an affiliate link, I would have thrown it in there because I think it's pretty cool software. But I don't. So just go to Message Hero, msghero.com, and pick up the software. Just buy it. All right, and then what will end up happening is you'll end up over here. All right, so you'll end up in Message Hero. So when you end up logging in, it'll have you connect to your Facebook account, right? And then you can access, because you can run this on multiple pages, multiple posts, whatever. It's not just tied up to one thing. So in your setup, you'll end up connecting, like it'll do one of those things where it'll say, can Message Hero have access to your Facebook account or whatever the crap, whatever that is. Just go ahead and give it access, and then you're good to go. Then you'll come into a screen here. This will show your active campaigns. You can see here the post that we just got done looking at in the last video, my ad, right? So I actually kind of highlighted it so just this one shows. But bottom line is you can, trying to think of what it is, update campaign. It would be setup. You would hit setup. Let me just try here. I think this would be how you would set up a normal, set up your first post. Let me just click here real quick. Yep, and so then you select your page. Okay, and then so basically it'll pull up all your posts, right? So something that you won't get on, that you won't see pop up in your list here is dark posts, right? The post that we created on our page that's kind of hidden, right? So what you would do is you would come to the advanced filter and then search by post ID, right? So let me show you where that is. Let's go to our post. Let's go back to our post, our ad here. Drag this down. See this last number right here? That's your post ID. So let's go ahead and just double check that, copy. And then I'm gonna hit search. Yep, and there it is down there, right? Let me bring this up. Okay, there's this specific post. Okay, so now it's also recognizing that we already have a kind of campaign set up on this one, right? So I'm going to go ahead back and, or let's go in and just edit it. So normally you would just hit the post and then it'll automatically, let's just show you what it looks like. You'd be brought into this screen. Let's see here. So we are. Let me try to shrink this thing down a little bit. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so here we are here, editing creating your campaign message. So it's pretty cool. It has like little dynamically inserted information. So we're going to use some of that to personalize this. So what we're going to do is here's the message, right? So, hey, and then I use the short code first name. So it'll pull whatever their first name is. And that's just right here. I can literally just, if I hit space and hit first name, see how it inserts it? So you can just do that, or just type it in, whatever. And then I actually say, I'm going to be honest here. Let me grab a text here. So we can pull this out and look at it. All right, good. Here we are. So you can see how it all flows. Okay, let me make this bigger. Okay, so hey, first name, I'm going to be honest. I just tell them up front that I'm using automation, which I think is pretty cool because I think it kind of highlights, marketing skills, honestly, in my opinion. So I like it. I call it out. So I'm going to be honest. I'm using a little automation here to help me handle the volume of interest we were receiving. And I say, here's the scoop. And this is happening on my page, right? So it's happening. Let me just go open up my page. Yeah, so this is on my page, and let me pull up my Let me pull up my actual, if I go to messages, this is happening in the message here. You know, this is happening right here. You see here? So this Catherine commented on my post, and then it just pops up here, right in the, so for me, it's showing in my inbox. For them, they would get a notification, like up here. They would get a notification, actually, I take that back. They will automatically get a message down, you know, the messages that pop up at the bottom. It'll go right into their inbox every single time. That's what's the beauty. Like normally if you send someone a message you're not a friend with, it won't, you know, it won't go into, it'll go into like their other folder. These messages here go right into their inbox, right? So that's what's really cool about this. So let's pull back up that message. All right, so I'm going to be honest. I'm using a little automation here to help me handle the volume of interest we're receiving. Here's the scoop. We refer mainly home buyers and refi candidates for both conventional and VA. We can do this in any city or state. If this is something you're strong with, we're looking to work with a couple more referral partners this month. By strong, I mean you care about helping people and will follow up with every referral we send as quick as possible. We can help automate your follow-up, and then I put in parentheses, sort of like I'm doing with this message. You know, just kind of call it out. Say, hey, look what I'm doing here. I'm doing this kind of thing here. And a lot of times can have an appointment booked for you automatically before you pick up the phone. We can discuss all that on our call. Now, what I'm referring to there is in the lessons where we show you the call fire text, you know, where we send out that text right away and get them to engage in conversation. And a lot of times you can actually have a, you know, they'll be able to book a call before anyone even talks to anybody. All right, you can grab an available time slot that works for you to chat about it. After you schedule, we'll send you a few sample leads and our FAQs, so by the time we get to our call, you'll be pretty informed about how it all works. Here's the link. Guess what? I'm just putting my Calendly link there. And I say, look forward to talking. I sign off, and that's it. That's my message that I put here. Okay. I have the delay, do 10 seconds. So when they comment, 10 seconds after, so it doesn't like pop up right away. It has somewhat of a delay on it so that they comment, and then after a 10 count, it'll drop my message in the inbox like we just saw right here, right? Let's see, back. Okay, and then anti-duplication, I always turn it on. It's supposed to prevent people, if they comment twice, from getting the same message. I can't say that has worked all the time. I actually haven't paid attention to it too much. But I did notice a couple of times that someone did send a message or comment twice, and it did send them the message twice. So I don't know. I don't know if it works all the time or it doesn't work all the time or what's going on. But exclusion keywords. You can see I got some pretty colorful stuff there. Basically, if someone posts that you if someone comments and any one of their comments include any of these words, it won't send my message, right? So if someone calls, hey, this is a scam, if that's what they comment, I don't want to send them my automated message. I don't want to waste the time, and I don't want them to get it doesn't make sense. I just put a couple curse words in there, just whatever, just to have them in there. I don't want people cursing. You know, you get the piss off people that say that, like to say that or whatever, whatever. The BS people, and then of course the F people. So you occasionally get that. It's so rare though, but I just always have it for kind of protection, just so I don't want to be sending, hey, you know, here's the scoop on what's going on to people who comment stuff like that. You can also, what's pretty cool about this software is you can use inclusion keywords, where if I typed in, if I typed in the word interested. All I did is I hit, you know, it says type and hit enter. So that's all you got to do. And then it pops the word. So I could have said in my post, hey, comment, I'm interested in, you know, in the comment, I'll send you info. So then I can just have it here that only the people that say I'm interested will get the message, right? So, I mean, you can do a bunch of things. I usually don't put inclusion keywords. I just want to put a couple exclusion keywords to prevent some of the knuckleheads from getting my message. But other than that, you know, whatever. Some people say, Some people put their email right in the comments, whatever. So they're like, email me, or their phone number or whatever. Anyway, I just put some exclusion, and then down here is an apply, which you can't see, but you just hit apply, and then that's it. Then you're there. Then you're done. So again, this message goes into the message bot here. Again, I use the first name, and then they get it. And this is what it looks like right here. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. So anyone that comments gets that, and again, it pops right up in their inbox. And go set up. Anyway, so you hit apply, and then you're done there. And then again, it'll list your campaigns that are that you have going on or whatever in your thing, and that's it. That's it. This tool is pretty awesome. Glad I found it, and it's actually saved a lot of time because we were doing all this manually. And again, when you have 80 plus comments, and that's not even counting the people that directly message you, you get it can get pretty overwhelming when you get a lot of data, which is cool, right? Because that's the whole name of the game, is landing clients. But this software, when it came along, it just made everything so easy. So I recommend using it. And again, once you have this set up, you're golden. They click, they get the message, they'll click on your Calendly link, book a call. Let's go back to the right. So your ad runs, they comment. The Facebook page through Message Hero sends the automated message that has your appointment book link. They will book a call. When they do, the stuff you don't see, right? They get added to Zapier, kind of connects Calendly and Drip, or whatever your email autoresponder is, and they get the 3 email sequence, and then you close them on a trial, and then close them for a long-term comment, or excuse me, as a long-term client. I'll put one more video that kind of talks about how we what deals we strike up with the loan officers. So with that, we'll see you in the next and last video. All right, so very last video of the bonus, and this is one of the more important ones, right? So we got to figure out what we're selling and what we do with these, with all these leads that you're going to start getting, all these calls you're going to start booking. So our process, again, once they book a call, our goal is just close them on a trial. You could get people that are like, hey, just tell me, I want a lot of leads, just tell me what it costs, get rocking. We usually still always offer the trial first and then convert them to a long-term client, because we want to make sure that they're getting leads and they can see our quality and whatnot. But if you can close right away for a long-term deal, when I say long-term, I mean a higher pay package, then go right ahead. You can skip the pay trial. So bottom line is, we say the progression is a paid trial to a long-term client. So you always see out there always people talking about offer your services for free, and then they pay ad spend, or heck, you pay ad spend, whatever. There's all these deals out there. Paid trial works just fine. Here's why: because a lot of the LOs, a lot of these guys are paying a lot of money for leads, or they're not getting any leads. It's usually one extreme or the other. They're paying a lot of leads to like places like LendingTree and Zillow, or they're just not getting leads at all. They're struggling. They're scraping them up where they can, or they're trying to partner with realtors and they're barely getting any, and they just want to control their own destiny, right? They want volume is what they want, and they want volume that has quality and is affordable, right? So that's what we offer. We kind of fit right in that range. So we offer a paid trial because to them it's going to be a great deal, right? So we usually present right away on the initial phone call 20 leads at $850. That equals to about $42.50 a lead. Zillow, for example, I know they've charged LOs as high as $90 a lead for exclusive long form leads, right? So when you're looking at this, you're like, $42.50, what? That doesn't seem like much. Or that doesn't seem like, whatever you're thinking. Bottom line is, that's a good price. This is what we typically close all our LOs on for the pay trial, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to start with PPC. Now, that might seem a little counterintuitive because PPC is, we looked at those and we've seen that the costs per lead can be a little higher. One of the things we always do, actually, let me mark this down. Buyer leads only, right? And so the reason why is because we know these they fit this trial. We can't offer refis and we can't offer any other type of leads because they're just too unpredictable. And buyer leads are always there, and sometimes buyer leads are refis at the same time, right? You get both. But bottom line is we want to just the beyond buyer leads. That's what our long-term client gets. If they want refis and all that good stuff, they had to come down here and play. They're gonna be a long-term client, right? Because there's a lot more work involved, a lot more things that have to happen for those refi deals and whatever VA deals or whatnot to come in. So buyer leads only, 20 leads, $850. We're gonna start with PPC, and the reason why is, and you've seen the video, we still average anywhere from $20 to $30 per lead on PPC, but so for one, you're already profitable. If you did nothing else but provide those leads, you're actually going to make a little money on the trial. Like, again, everyone else is scraping by trying to post, hey, I'll run your ads for free. And they're just dorking around with all that madness. Here you're actually profiting. You're profiting on your trial. So worst case scenario, they don't continue. Hey, guess what? You put a little money in your pocket for your effort. So anyway, we're going to start with PPC because we want the highest intent searches. Why everyone else is trying to deliver Facebook ads, leads, and all that, which are still fine, still come in. We're going to with the highest intent leads. Highest intent leads as possible, because our goal during this 20 leads, we want to try to get them. We want them to get some apps, right? That's the goal. That's the name of the game. We want them to see the quality that we can deliver, and if we can get them some high intent leads with pay per click, then the chances of one of these closing into an app is perfect, because one app, I note it down here, our goal overall, no matter what, is to make them profitable, make an LO profitable. They average 2,500 to 3,000 average per deal. That's just in the regular old average, and there's some that are way higher than that. So bottom line is, if they get one app, right, and so you can count on 50% of the apps will turn into, typically 50% of the apps on average will turn into an actual deal, right? So if you get them 3 apps, 1 to 2 of those will actually turn into one of these deals. So you can see how important it is to just get them, but even getting an app, right, is important, because app it's like the last step other than getting it funded, right? But the app is the ultimate goal that we're trying to get here, these guys on an application. So if we can get them an app using a high intent PPC search, it increases our chances of converting them into a long-term client. Okay, so we're going to start with PPC, but one of the cool things we're going to do, right, you're going to set it up as normal, everything as normal. However, we're going to use an AdWords voucher, right? We're going to come over to Fiverr, and I mark the seller here, the seller here. Now, it could change by the time you're watching this video. All you're going to do is search for AdWords voucher, and you'll get a gig like this. I will AdWords voucher code for US. Bottom line is you get $100 Google AdWords voucher, right? Now, the deal is actually you spend, here it is, it's $100 when you spend 25. So technically you're getting $75 off. But guess what that does for us? That actually cushions us even more on our paid trial. So out of this $850, for one, we're going to deliver leads cheaper than $850 more than likely, unless there's something crazy going on. But then we add in this AdWords voucher and subtract $75 off the ad spend, because we're paying this ad spend out of our pocket, or we're getting paid $850, but then we set up our own card and everything on the AdWords account to run it, right? So that's what's going on. So we want to make sure we stay under this $850, and heck, we just got a $75 cushion. $75 is like 3 leads. 3 extra leads you can pick up for free. That reduces our cost total. It makes it cheaper for us to get 20 leads, right? So we should actually be profiting anywhere from $200 to $400 on a paid trial, right? Which, hey, that's fair, right? We're putting the effort to do it, and they're getting a deal. Heck, we're gonna put a little money in our pocket as well. Nothing crazy there. If you see that your cost per lead is still running high, and you're getting, you're not near 20, and it's like creeping up even with the AdWords coupon, add Facebook ads as necessary. The reason why I don't like to do them on the trial is because, for one, they don't kick in as quick. Like when you start with PPC, I mean, we talked about it. There's people already in the group that are within hours of starting their PPC campaigns are getting leads, right? It's so quick. It's on demand. So Facebook's a little slower to start. And also, sometimes the quality just is not there. So I'd rather get them all high quality right away, maximize their budget. But if you need to add Facebook ads during the trial, go ahead to stay in your budget. Again, you're shooting for 200 to 400. Don't get too wrapped up in this. It's just what typically happens. Hey, sometimes we profit 0, which is completely fine because our goal is this down here, right? So don't get too wrapped up in this, but just the way this all flows, you should actually profit between 200 and 400 bucks. So not too bad, right? Then when the trial is over, our goal is to convert into a long-term client. So you just reach out via email, or phone call. Hey, your campaign's over, got your 20 leads. As soon as you hit your 20 leads, just shut off everything. And want to know, what did you think? And let's hop on a call and talk about the results of your campaign, and let's discuss options to continue on if that's something you're interested in, right? And there you go. I mean, they'll either say yes or no. One of the determining factor is how their close is, right? That's why we set up certain things like the text and the call fire and all that good stuff to help them contact and land as many of these leads as they possibly can. But reasons why they may not stay away or might not stay with you is because maybe they didn't have good success with the closes, or they just kind of sucked with follow-up, right? There's nothing you can control about that. You can only help it so much. But one of the cool things about the trial too is you'll fulfill this trial within 7 to 14 days. I mean, it could be even earlier than that, depending on the area, but 7 to 14 days usually. So most LOs understand that most deals don't close in 7 to 14 days. Now, apps can happen quick, and we will average anywhere from 1 to 3 to 4 apps on this, right? So it just really depends. That's why we like the PPC to start off right away. So anyways, you can get apps in these. We do it all the time, but there's times that we don't get any apps. And that's fine because most understand that sometimes it's a long-term play. So there's plenty of times where we'll have the 20 leads delivered, no apps closed, but there's 1 to 5, somewhere in that range, that are potentials that they'll be fine with. They'll be like, oh, cool, this is awesome. We got this much potential business here. So don't worry if they don't get an app. They tell you, well, I didn't get any apps. Say, okay, well, it's a long-term play. Some of these are long-term plays. It's just the way it goes. It's just the game. But most of them understand that, right? And so our goal is to keep them long-term. So, all right, cool. Well, let's keep this train rolling. Let's get you a lot more leads, right? So here's the typical close options that we use, right? Option 1 is they pay us $2,000, right? 1,500 of that's going to be a retainer. 500 plus on ad spend. I say 500 plus because 500 minimum is what you're trying to get. Some people are like, how many leads I want to get as many leads as I can, right? And you say, all right, well, let's just rock and roll. And then you're keeping the 1,500 retainer. That's what you tell them. Like okay, so to continue on, a retainer is 1,500, and essentially pay us a minimum 500 to as much as you want, and we're going to give you as many leads as we can squeeze in there. You can even share. It's like, we can average, we'll drop the average cost per lead down in the 20s or the teens or whatever. Bottom line is we want them to get as many leads as they can, because guess what we're going to be doing? We're going to also start employing heavy on Facebook where we get those $5 to $10 leads, right? So we're going to get these guys a lot of leads. So just think of that. Even say $5 leads on average for the buyers, $500, we can get them 100 leads. Like we just got them 20, right, with 850. So essentially they're doubling. They would expect, you know, if technically they would expect maybe around 40 to 50. But with 500 ad spend, we can get them a lot, right? So even at $10 a lead, we can get them 50 leads, where that they'll for what they're paying and everything, it's still a good deal. So the bottom line is there's still percentages at play. So the more leads we get them, the more that they turn into apps, and the more that they close. And again, the goal is to make them profitable, and every one of those closes is $2,500, $3,000. So more than justifies your cost here. Way more than justifies. Even at $2,000 here, even if they add, we have some that pay $6,000 a month in ad spend on top of like a $2,000 retainer, right? So they're paying $2,500. They're paying like $8,500 a month. But in the same light, we're getting them, just imagine how many leads we're getting them. We're getting them hundreds of leads. And they way more than make their money up. It's just, so don't be intimidated about these prices. And also, conveying your value. Option 2, this sometimes comes up where they kind of stick to this, they can't get out of their head this cost per lead thing, which is fine. Again, they used to Zillow or LendingTree, and then we sit there and do this 20 leads for $850. And they say, well, how much per lead if we do this? The goal is to try to get them on a retainer, because then you just collect you just keep your money and just getting them unlimited leads here. But if they want to tie it to a price, your goal is to try to get them to $32 to $35 each a lead, per lead, right? Which is cheaper than this. So you're basically saying, yeah, let's do it. Your deal will continue on is $32 to $35 a lead, which is about $10. It's cheaper than what we did on the trial. That's our goal. Like, hey, we're going to save you more money. But offer packages. Don't stick with 20 leads. Do something like at a minimum 40 or 50 or whatever. And then you're going to go heavy Facebook again. So your leads are going to be $5 to $10. You still want to include some PPC for sure, to keep the, just to balance it out and make sure you're still getting good quality. But even those, they're still going to fall 20 to 30 typically. So you're still saving money there. But when you go heavy Facebook, again, you're getting a lot of those $5 and $10 leads. So you're making profit, right? That's the goal. You always want to be profitable. The problem is when you start selling leads, you don't get as profitable as you do when you start doing retainers. You can, depending on what price you work out, right? So all depends what the prices that you work out. Again, the goal is to make them profitable. Again, they average $2,500, $3,000 average per deal for an LO. So when you deliver quality leads like you do, they are going to be more than making their money back with you, right? So understand your value. And again, these aren't meant to be hard, you have to do this, but it's just to give you an idea. So if you work out something else, again, we have $2,000 client retainers. We have $2,500. We have people that are just doing cost per lead packages. Just do whatever it is to make you money and make them money. It's that simple. So, all right, that is it. That's the whole kind of breakdown with the trial and how we convert them, the packages that we convert them on. So, all right, if you have any questions about anything, drop them in the group. You get stuck on anything, drop them in the group, but go ahead and get your system set up and then start closing the deals. Okay. All right. So with that, we'll just see you around. All right. Cheers. All right. So I wanted to do a quick update video here. So this right here is what tends to happen with the mortgage leads is what will end up happening is ultimately the entire U.S., the average credit score at the time of this recording is approximately 640. Okay. Now, every single mortgage loan officer they want the highest quality leads, right? Which makes sense. Any client wants that. But part of that is having a nice high credit score, right? That's just one of those things that's just like a juicy, good detail for the loan officer. So although I advocate just running the normal setup, right, and produce a high volume of leads, because just because someone has a lower credit score per the the form doesn't necessarily mean, for one, that is their credit score, right? Because there's 3 different reporting agencies, and who knows what they've looked at, who knows when the last time they looked at a credit score. A lot of people don't even know their credit score, so they just guess. And there's just a million and one reasons why you can't just look at that number and say, oh, that's a bad lead, right? So it's very important that the loan officers don't skip leads that have low credit scores on the form, the lead gen form. Okay, so it's very important. I want to make sure that's very clear. That does not mean that they do not qualify for a mortgage, and it also does not mean that is their actual credit score. That's just their guess. Very few people actually know it. Okay, maybe more so today than in the previous years, but still, it's just a guideline, right? Now, is there things that we can do to our targeting to help increase the quality, potentially increase the quality of the leads that we're getting, and increase the chances that they do qualify for a mortgage, like a pre-approval, like a quick pre-approval? Okay. Absolutely, there are some things we can do. Now, the effects of this is typically expect the lead cost per lead to go up. So again, this is one of those things where, all right, if we want the highest quality leads, we got to expect that we're going to pay a little bit more for those. Okay, so if they fall outside of the averages, that's just to be expected, right? Okay, but what can we do? So what kind of targeting do we do? So right up here is what you see, what we typically suggest as this is for the home buyer campaign. Typically that's what we're running. The typical targeting, right? We include real estate, the interest, renters, and people likely to move. That's all one targeting block. And then we exclude, these here, real estate, B2B industry, and homeowners, right? We typically exclude this, so we're more than likely to get the home buyers that, are first-time home buyers for mortgages or home buyers in general. But we can add in a second layer of targeting, right? You just hit the narrow audience, okay? And it'll look exactly like this. Let me see if I can try to get this a little bit bigger. Let's just start with this guy here. Okay. One of the targeting things that we can do is a layer for automobile owners, okay? It's a behavior. So here's our normal targeting, right? The included, right? And we include. Then what we did is we hit narrow audience, so which is right here, saying we must also match at least one of the following. So we're adding a layer. This is what I call the automobile layer, okay? We're saying it's a behavior, automotive owners vehicle price, right? We're going vehicles price 30 to 40. You're going to select 40 to 50. You're going to select 50 to 75, and you're going to select vehicles priced over 75,000. Okay, so that should be very obvious on what we're doing. People that can afford these cars, cars this expensive, right? Typically, at least have somewhat decent credit. Okay, so this would be what we call the automobile layer. I do not recommend you mix all of these. Okay, I recommend that if you're going to test these extra layers, that you do them in their individual ad sets like this. So this would be one ad set, right? And you call this ad set the automobile layer, right? So you're testing leads that come in, based on the normal targeting plus people who have, automobile owners that have vehicles priced in these ranges. Okay, this is one way to help increase the lead quality. Okay, let me shrink this down, and then what I'll do is I'll grab this guy. All right, there we go. Okay, the next layer is the net worth layer. That's what I call this. Okay, this is liquid assets. Okay, liquid assets layer. So again, layer 1 is the normal targeting, right? All this is one. It is all in one. And then we do the narrow audience. So it's must also match at least one of the following. And this one we're going to load up on net worth liquid assets. Now understand you can also do net worth without liquid assets. You can also do income, right? Financial average income, right? And do the ranges here. Liquid assets is good because that means liquid, meaning potentially money that's sitting in liquid accounts, like bank accounts, okay? Which means if they have that much liquid, they're prime candidates for to be a higher quality lead, right? So just understand this is just one of many of the financial type things that you can do based on income, net worth, and then this is just one more level. It's the liquid assets, okay? Again, we're going to start with something that kind of helps separate people. So 100K to 250, right? Or 249. You'll select 250 to 499. You'll select 500 to 999, a million to 2 million, 2 million to 3 million, and then the last little one that's kind of cut off, it says over 3 million, right? So you would select all of those, okay? That way you can make sure that, you know, based on what you're targeting, that you have a decent size audience to target, okay? So this is the liquid asset layer, right? That's what I call that. All right, so I'm going to shrink this down and see if I can grab the grab this last one over here. I'll just put that there, and then let's see. Yes, there we are. Now I can grab it. Okay, and then this other layer here, which is actually one I prefer to start with, but I just couldn't pull it up there for whatever reason. I usually like to have this one. So again, these are 3 different layer options that I'm showing you, and you would want them in their own ad set. Don't try to do all this in one. So if you're going to pick one, I would actually start with this one, but understand any of these layers, these layer targeting options will work. Okay, will potentially work to increase the lead quality. So, in my opinion, it's kind of better to separate these out in the different ad sets and just test them and see which one produces the highest quality leads. Right. Okay. So this one here is. Again, we start with the basic targeting, and then we're going to hit narrow audience, which will bring this up. It says must also match at least one of the following. This one is going to be a behavior, financial spending methods, okay? And we're just going to hit some credit card stuff. We got active credit card user, high-end department store cards, premium credit cards, and primarily credit cards. Again, the goal, which should be very clear, is to highlight people that are potentially have at least decent credit scores that, you know, would make good candidates for a mortgage, right? So obviously if they're primarily using credit cards, premium credit cards, high-end department store cards, active credit card users, that potentially helps separate them, you know, not necessarily. Again, it's all about testing this, but this should help also increase your lead quality in terms of credit score and you know, financial capability. So, all right, so that's it. So that's the 3 kind of layers I wanted to introduce to you that can help, you know, increase your lead quality when it comes to the mortgage leads. Now, of course, we're talking mortgage here, but these layers, these 3 layers, can also, you know, depending on depending on other campaigns that we run that maybe aren't in the vault currently, or will maybe never will make it into the vault, if we're looking to get leads that have higher quality financial status, if you will, I guess, way to put that, then these layers are good. Now, you, of course, if you're not doing a mortgage campaign, you don't need the likely to move, renters, real estate, all that. But this layer down here, you know, the credit card layers, the automobile vehicle price layer, and the liquid assets layer. Those are great layers to use to help get financially stable, or at least more financially positive leads, if that makes sense. So, all right. So I wanted to do that because a lot of people are having these questions, and loan officers are, you know, they're wanting the highest credit scores possible, which we all know that. We all want the highest quality leads, but again, keep it in perspective. The national average is about 640. So are there going to be some that are 640 and below? Absolutely. That's who the US is now. So expect those. And again, the credit score is not the credit score that is put on these lead forms is not 100% accurate indication of the quality of these leads in terms of financial stability and credit. Because again, a lot of people just don't know their credit score. A lot of people guess. A lot of people maybe have access to one of their credit reports, which maybe the other two, right? Because there's three main reporters. Maybe the other two actually have them as high scores, and that's the ones that the loan officers use. So there's just so many variables. So it's important to keep that stuff in mind, especially when you're communicating with your clients, but also understand that you can offer an option here or just kind of just kind of do this yourself to help drive up the increase the quality of these leads by using these layers. But again, I encourage you to try to run it as is initially, like we talk about in the basic training, just because those leads are always going to be cheaper. As soon as you start adding in the layers, expect them to get a little bit more expensive. So, but again, quality, people will pay for quality. So, all right, I hope this was informative, and I hope it gave you some good insight on helping increase the quality level of your mortgage leads. So with that, I'll just see you in the group.
Okay. All right. Louis, so where are you working out of? Where are you?
New York.
Oh, I'm in Jersey.
Okay.
Perfect. And what's the name of the mortgage company you work from?
Contour Mortgage.
Contour Mortgage? Okay, cool. How long have you been working for?
About 7 months.
Okay, so what did you do before? You were a loan.
Before I used to work with a food company.
Okay. So this is
mm-hmm.
a new venture for you.
Yes, but I also work in real estate. A few years ago, when I was in college, I worked as a rental agent here in New York.
So are you? Let's see. So you started about 7 months ago. How are you doing now, though? How's business going?
I'm making some relationships with real estate agents. I decided to focus a bit on building some relationships with real estate agents, mm-hmm. and I also decided to get a website for myself, mm-hmm. and do some email marketing also. I've built some good relationships in my community in the Brooklyn area. That's where I live and where I wanted to do some marketing there and get a community to know what I'm doing. And I closed 2 deals since then, and I'm working on four more deals. And like I said, I have 3 agent relationships that are sending me leads. And but I want to go a little bit deeper. I want to go a little bit farther.
Okay. So in Brooklyn, what's your average deal look like? What's your average loan value?
Usually, the amount ranges from $4,000 to $7,000, $8,000. The property prices that I've been working with are from $400,000, $300,000. 500, 600.
Okay, so between 4 and 6, because
yeah,
Brooklyn, in New York. I mean, I know Brooklyn. Matter of fact, I was just there the other day. But these are expensive areas that you live in and
right.
that you work in, which is good because the home value for you're going to get more money on the higher home value.
Absolutely.
And the what would you say what's your commission look like on a closed deal, average?
Well, the last deal I closed, the commission was $7,000.
Okay.
7,500, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the property price on that one was $390,000 in the Queens area.
Okay, so you actually have a higher commission structure than a lot of loan officers we talk to. What's your
Yes,
point?
yes, I
Like,
do.
what do you get paid? What's your
Usually it's 2%.
what is it?
2%.
2%. Okay.
Yeah.
And does your mortgage company, are you a brokerage or are you a direct lender?
We are the right lender.
Okay. And do you charge points when you do a loan?
No, we don't charge upfront points.
Okay, because sometimes what will happen is if you do the conversion rates fall because a lot of people know nowadays you don't really need to.
Right.
They can go to somewhere that doesn't charge them. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
All right. So, what was your main motivation today to schedule a call for a call?
Well, that I'm doing this full time. I actually left the job I had. It was a salary job, and I decided to do this full time because I want to have an opportunity that you might limit me in terms of income. And I actually like the mortgage business and making relationships with people. And I'm always looking for different ways to get ideas to help me grow my business. And I was on Facebook. I saw your announcement, and it caught my eye. You were talking about referring leads and partnering up, and I just wanted to know how it all worked, and it was a good step
Mhm. Okay. Cool. Now, how do you foresee your future? Meaning, what's your goal? Like, what would your 12-month goal be? Like, if you're closing, what I think it looks like you're closing like one deal every other month.
something like that, yeah. But going forward, I wanted at least I was talking with my manager that this year I wanted at least make minimum $100,000 in net profit for me. So that would be about 25 deals.
25.
25, yeah. Which is not actually a big amount, We're talking about 2 deals per month.
Mhm. Yep. So, and that's perfect because if you need to get 2 deals a month, okay, we can kind of give you an idea of how many leads you would need to get 2 deals, right? We work with loan officers around the entire country. We typically only want to work with one loan officer per 50-mile radius, right? So we have the ability to target zip codes, counties, cities, states, whatever we want, we can target where those leads would come from. And so we have data throughout the entire country about what our app lead to app rate is and what our app rate to close rate is, because we collect all that information from all our loan officers around the country. So the best way to look at this is if you need to get 2 deals a month, and we have an 8 to 15% app rate, meaning for every 20 leads, you're going to get 2 to 4 apps.
Okay.
So out of those 2 to 4 apps, we have about a 50% conversion to close. So that would be 1 to 2 closed deals.
That sounds pretty good.
Now that's based, again, that's based on. These are based on loan officers who are with us for a few months, right? So obviously, I don't know if you've ever been in, and you probably have, but it's always about the law of large numbers, right? You can't judge how the first month goes until you have, 2-3 months down the road. But we are typically seeing these numbers, to be honest with you, we're typically seeing these numbers within the first 2 months if you combine those two lead data. So essentially, I guess my question would be, are you looking for a done-for-you service, meaning we just send you the leads, or are you looking to learn exactly how we generate the leads and we can teach you how to do it yourself?
Well, it would be good to know how to generate the leads myself, but I guess that the faster route will be just to receive the leads.
Okay.
How do you guys operate?
Basically, what we do is we get every loan officer we have, we get them on a trial. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What the trial does is it allows us as a company to prove ourselves to the loan officer. So, have you ever bought leads before?
Yes, I bought some. Actually, my company also provides leads for me from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm saying, like, have you ever bought them from like a Zillow or a Home Advisor, companies like that?
I bought a few, but not large quantities. I bought from smaller companies that it wasn't like from Zillow and it was a smaller company.
Okay, and how did that turn out for you?
Usually the quality is usually not too good. Some of the I have them actually were not interested anymore, or they had already bought a house or things like that. So I guess I stopped buying them.
Okay. Okay, great. I mean, because the difference between our leads and leads that you're going to buy from anybody else is the exclusivity. Okay, so we do not sell these leads to anybody else, right? So you tell us your target area, we generate the leads in that area. They automatically get sent to you in real time, so they don't get stale. They don't sit around. They hit submit. Email gets sent to you with the information. And if you can follow up within an hour of every lead, your closing ratios are going to be a lot higher than some people who wait a day or whatever that might be.
Right.
And the fact that they're exclusive is why we're getting such high lead to app ratios and high app to closing ratios. Most of the time, other companies who sell leads, they're selling them to 5 different loan officers. And, by the time somebody calls them, it's their 4th phone call, and the people are like, are you serious? How many times is someone going to call me about the same thing? I don't know. Has that ever happened to you?
It hasn't happened to me, but I've read that some big companies do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All
right. Yeah, I mean, look, most companies do that because they're trying to leverage their lead and sell it for as many people as possible. The reason why we don't, number one, is because your success is directly related to our success, right? So if you get crappy leads, we're not, at some point people are going to find out that our leads are crappy, and then we're going to be out of business.
Exactly.
So we try to keep it to make sure that these leads only get sent to you and nobody else. That's a guarantee. And what we do is, because we do a trial with you, you kind of get a feel of how the leads are. And then at the end of our trial, which is about a 2-week trial, we get back on the phone, we talk about the results, and we see if you want to get more leads, get on a monthly plan, get the leads for a little bit cheaper price. And that's how we work. We don't do any contracts. Everything is month to month, phone call at the end of every month to discuss your results. And that's basically how it works. Now, typically, we charge a setup fee of $1,000, and then a lead cost of $850, and you're guaranteed 20 leads. Okay. Now, what we have though is we have something called incentive pricing, which means that if we do the deal now on the phone, we'll waive the setup fee, and we only charge you $850 for a guaranteed 20 leads.
And when would I start receiving those leads?
Upon payment, we send you a starter email within about 15 minutes. You answer those questions, and within 72 hours, you're going to start getting leads.
Okay. And let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you guys target also like ethnic communities, like let's say Hispanic buyers, or you don't?
Oh, we absolutely can. Yeah. If you're more interested in the Spanish community, we can gear our ads toward that.
Okay. Yeah. I would like to try it like that to see how it goes. All right. So let's do it. I'm interested in starting.
Okay. All right. All I got to do is I just got to. You're gonna pay with credit card?
Yes,
Okay. What kind of credit card is it?
it's a MasterCard.
Okay. Whenever you I'll take the card.
Yes.
Do you want the email to go to your work email, or do you want the leads to come? A lot of times, they want a lot of these loan officers. They want them to come to like a personal email, so they don't kind of mix with the mortgage company. I don't know if that's something you want to do, or you want to just do your company email.
Yeah, send it to me to my company email.
Okay. And that looks like it's LLAJARA at contourmortgage.com.
Yes.
Okay. LLAJ. Contour. Okay, cool. All right, Louis, what I'll do is I will run the card. You're going to get a receipt in this email. And once that goes through, you're going to get also, in addition to the receipt, you're going to get a starter email. And just respond directly to that email with the answers to the questions. And then within 72 hours, we'll let you know with another email that's live. And to start expecting the lead.
Sounds great.
Louis, I appreciate your time.